Lordum.
God damn it, no, just do it not.
Baby wants to Yakuza bottle. Baby wants Yakuza bottle.
How many fans do you think we could get if the episodes didn't open like this?
Hello, and welcome to Lordum, the show where we take someone who hasn't experienced a game or game franchise and walk them through the full story. I'm here with our host,
And Tormentor.
Chase,
And I'm Monty, hi.
and my name's Neil.
It's just my whole name. It's just the Tormentor. Who needs a name? I only need a title.
What are we doing today, folks?
Or finishing up Yakuza 2.
Yay.
Finishing? Hopefully finishing.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully this isn't a three-parter, but who knows? You guys have been very on for this game,
Yeah.
which has been great.
Be really enjoying it. I appreciate that there isn't a massive amount of side content, but I am worried that you've pushed it all into the second half.
I will admit that I've done less in this game because I know that this game is very dense.
Right.
So I've done a lot of fan favorites, and kind of there's a couple that technically reach into future games that I've just kind of cut because they're just not that interesting.
Well, a good example, right, of that is so Emoto the Doctor, who has appeared in a main story quest here, but purely was introduced as part of a side quest in the Yakuza 1.
About a kid with appendicitis.
Which, and it's fine because it was a fun little kind of side quest, but I don't think I would have been upset if you would skip that side quest and just introduced him here. I don't think I would have been like, who's this guy? Why is there suddenly a doctor? I'm like,
Yeah, I probably could have skipped Emoto's. Although other ones like what's her name's? I was glad I included.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so don't worry, I just left you with, babies and sexy posing.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why
appreciate
that
it.
was essential.
I kept the importance.
So what's been happening, folks?
It's your job, Neil. I have to do it every episode, but it's your job.
Since last episode, I went outside. I got some lozenges because my throat hurt. Took some paracetamol because my back hurts. It's been an eventful 15 minutes.
And what's been happening in the game?
Well, you tell us, Neil. You go on. It's your turn.
Chill.
Boy, oh boy. So,
boy.
Tojo Clan is under attack from all sides. There was an explosion at the Millennium Tower, and it was apparently orchestrated by the Korean Mafia, but also maybe on instructions from some of Omi Alliance. Kiryu has been running around, initially trying to instigate an alliance with the Omi Alliance. That didn't go too good. Terada's dead. They've got the Omi chief. They had him safely heading towards town, but he and Dojima Jr. have apparently been kidnapped again.
Yeah.
And now we're out. We have got all the cops here, and Cop game. And our friend Date has apparently been framed for murder. That's where we left things off last time. I've missed a lot of stuff. There was a doppelganger and some other stuff.
You forgot the most important part. Gondawara.
Yes, go to our the baby boy.
Gugu
Yeah.
Gugawara.
Yeah, Gondawara, more like Gugugawara.
Very good. That's why they pay us the big. That's why they pay us the big bucks.
That's the piss of big bucks. Also, there's a sexy cop called Karu who is cool. More.
If anybody wants to make fan art of us in adult diapers,
Don't do that. Right.
I think it would be very funny.
What chapter is this? What chapter are we on?
Chapter 8, Suspect.
All right, let's do it.
Bit like the writing.
Wow.
I don't mean that. I actually don't.
Tokyo PD. The chief of police is watching surveillance footage with Sudo and Kurohashi.
That's a cutscene, isn't it? That's what he's watching. He's watching a cutscene. That looks like a cutscene.
Why were there so many edits in that surveillance?
It's like, what is it? It's the TVA and Marvel.
Why does the
where all
angle
shots
cut
are-
so many times? Why is there like 10 seconds of black in the middle?
Flashed up with his name.
So they're watching surveillance footage showing Date with his gun pointed at Kazuki, then Kazuki going down. Sudo's trying to protest that there's something off about this, but the chief pulls a bullet from his pocket, saying that forensics confirmed that it came from Date's pistol. Sudo tries to say that he was contracted under them, but the chief stands firm. ex-cop or not, civilians have no right to be carrying firearms.
Fair.
Is it illegal in Japan during this time too?
Oh, yeah, no, firearm is very illegal in Japan.
Oh, Date, you shouldn't be having that gun, bro.
Date should not have a gun. So they're like...
Or a child.
So even though Date didn't kill him, they're still using, like, legalities to be like, maybe you didn't kill him, but you still got a gun, so...
Fair point.
I know, it's a weird one here where, you know, he's being set up, but he's kind of being set up just validly.
Yeah.
So, Sudo tries to push Date's recording, saying that they wouldn't be able to pin down the bomber without him. The chief asks who are they pursuing. The Jingwon Mafia, Kurohashi replies. That's absurd, the chief replies. They were annihilated years ago. But Kurohashi corrects him, saying that Foreign Affairs has been monitoring them for 6 months. A resurgence of Jingwon survivors. They explain their suspicion of Kazuki and the need to bring Date in due to his familiarity. The chief understands the logic, but the outcome still stands. They need to arrest Date. An ex-cop scandal would have the media tripping over itself. They try to protest, but he tells them that effective immediately, Division 1 is taking over both the Date and the Jingwon cases. Foreign Affairs and Division 4 are off the case.
I'm acutely aware that there obviously has been a break for some of the listeners, whereas there hasn't been a break for us. Jingwon is the Korean mafia, aka the True Fist Mafia.
I don't think they're ever called True Fist again. They're just the Jingwon.
Just the Jingwon. Okay, that's fine. So Jingwon, potentially, it seems right now where we're at, Jingwon are our baddies, and they have kidnapped Daigo Dojima.
And for anyone else just catching up, Division 4 are the organised crime unit.
Yeah.
Division 3 are Foreign Affairs. Explain who Division 1 are.
Oh, Division 1 is, I believe it's violent crime.
Okay, but they're like the premier division that all the cops we know have been fired from, basically.
Yeah.
So the chief leaves, Sudo turning to Kurohashi, who tells him that he knows. He's responsible for Date being wrapped up in this, and he'll think of something. Back at Serena, Kaoru's incensed by what's happening, saying that she'll turn in her gun and tell them what happened. But Kaoru reminds her that whether she did or not, a civilian with a gun was brought into a classified investigation. They found Makoto's bullet. They'd just bury her gun.
Okay, cool. Yeah, fine.
Carrie asks if the footage came from the florist. Kaoru tells him that, yeah, it was most likely. Date needs to skip town fast. In the meantime, Kiryu needs some info anyway, so maybe it's time for him to pay the florist a visit of his own. Date leaves Kaoru, saying that he'll call Kiryu if he finds anything out. Now, we need some We need some Jingwon Mafia info. Kiryu and Kaoru head to the Millennium Tower, using Kaoru's badge to get in since, you know, it is still technically a crime scene. It was bombed. And they head up to the 50th floor. They leave the elevator to find just an absolute classic florist setup. Floor-to-ceiling walls of monitors. Even some... He's even got, like, the floor is a bunch of, like, panels of TVs.
That's quite cool. I like that.
So, like, even the floor is TVs. Each has a different camera feed showing another angle of Kamurocho. They're all, like, changing angles. And at the center, surrounded by a circle of consoles, is the man himself, the florist of Sai, now ditching his old silk robe for a nice, crisp police uniform.
He definitely will have evidence that Date did not fire that, or didn't shoot Kazuki.
You mean the man with a million cameras?
Yeah. If he turns around to Kiryu, he's like, sorry, Kiryu, if I just had one camera on that roof, I'm going to flip this table.
Kiryu goes to introduce Kaoru, but obviously no need. The florist already knows her. Her name, her education, her career history, her accomplishments, her nicknames. He's been tracking her and Kiryu since they entered Kamurocho. This stuff's all child's play to him. The florist tells them that he feels guilty for the Date situation. That if he had seen the video first, he never would have handed over a tape so full of holes as evidence. But seemingly, it was submitted behind his back. The florist has a rat problem.
And that's another cop, because he's a sort of senior police fixture now. So if it's someone on his team doing it, it's a cop.
Or if we're going with the named characters, it's Tomura, because he's currently the only named character we know that works for the florist.
Well done.
This notebook is so useful.
I enjoy the notebook. Maybe not for the same reasons as you, but I enjoy the notebook. He doesn't know for positive that there's a spy, but take for example the bombing only a few floors above his head. He had no clue it was coming. How could he have missed something that massive? None of the relevant data ever came through to his center. Kaoru asks then if somebody is filtering the data, and well, he may have a 24-hour eye on Kamurocho, but even he needs to sleep. And when the cat's away, the rats will play. He keeps his same team from Purgatory, longtime loyals that he could never imagine turning coat, so he has no clue who it would be, though. Suddenly, one of his men shouts over that he has a visual on their man. The florist shouts to put it on the main monitor. There, we see a video feed of two men taking Daigo from a car, hands bound, and dragging him into a building. The florist shouts for them to pinpoint the location, with them managing to get so far as Taihei Boulevard before the lights cut out. The camera feeds drop. The power's gone out in his center.
The florist's one weakness.
A switch. A bad fuse.
Not paying his lackey bill.
They switch to emergency backup, with another of his men shouting that they have visual on intruders in the building's transformer room. We see on the monitor 8 men, all taking sledgehammers to the transformers. Time for Kiryu to do his work. They head down to the basement, stealing the sledgehammers and going to smash all of their ASCs.
Dead. All
Oh
dead.
no! Yeah. They steal the sledgehammers and go all Smash Bros on their asses. Even better. They find the last one, but before they can do anything to him, he pulls off his mask, revealing a familiar face. Do you remember who this is?
This is the assassin from Yakuza 0.
No.
You said it so confidently.
But I don't know who this is.
This is Taylor Kitsch, who played Gambit in X-Men Origins Wolverine.
This is...
What does that mean? Why? Sorry, continue, Chase.
This is so obviously Hiroshi Hayashi.
No.
Why don't you remember him? Come on.
Oh, right down.
Remember, he was in Yakuza 1 for 5 minutes.
Oh god, was he? Okay.
He was the first Omi that we met back in Yakuza 1. Remember when we went up to Ares and we were like looking at the picture with Haruka,
Yeah.
and then suddenly there was like an Omi guy?
Yes, I do remember
Yeah, it's
that.
him!
Okay, well, what's he doing here?
And then we fought him once and then we never saw him again in Yakuza 1.
Okay.
So who's he working for? What's he up to?
Omi.
Anyway.
He's an Omi.
So he used to be a lieutenant advisor of the Omi Alliance, but these days he's Go-Ryu through and through. And seems Ryuji ordered him to come and smash up this room.
Is that Goku's?
Ryuji Goda.
Go-Ryu
Oh, Go-Ryu is yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryuji's lieutenant. Okay, cool.
I just realized I said Goku-san and not Son Goku because I've been remembering it as Son Goku, as in Goku.
Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
And ooh, does Hayashi recognize the famous Yakuza huntress, taunting her for getting cozy with a Yakuza chairman. She tells him not to get cozy, threatening him, listing the charges that she could pile against him.
I love that's always her move. Someone starts it. Extortion, money laundering. Yeah, imagine her getting the wrong change at a coffee shop. Theft, GBH.
But he doesn't care. He already gave up everything. Hayashi of the Omi Alliance is dead and gone. He's gonna see Ryuji rise to the top, even if it means prison for him, or worse.
Right.
Kiryu grabs Hayashi's face ever so softly and delicately, thrusting his knee into it over and over again, just breaking his nose a little bit, as a treat.
Yeah.
Hayashi doesn't like that, though, and he rips 2 pipes off the wall, steam filling the room. He spins them around himself like tonfa. So, of course, what does Kiryu do? Well, he introduces Hayashi's face to his fists, as his signature.
A pleasure to meet you.
Hayashi downed, Kaoru comments on how she had no clue that Ryuji had officer-level guys on his side. Kiryu responds that Ryuji's sending him here was a clear sign. They restore the power and head back up, where the Florist's men have already rebooted the system and are hard at work relocating Daigo. We see one of the Florist's men is typing away hard at his keyboard.
We recognize that face right from the beginning of the game.
He's typing really hard at his keyboard, and suddenly the screens go red. Error messages flashing all up over them. They're being hacked.
The floor's second weakness.
They have no clue. Maybe, another attack from the Go-Ryu? Do they have hackers? The man who discovered the attack works fast, but he can't keep up. The hacker's too powerful. Kaoru shouts at him.
Type faster, man! God damn it!
It's very swordfish, isn't it?
Kaoru shouts at him to get up, taking his place at the keyboard and getting to work. Kiryu's impressed as hell, and the florist comments on how that figures. Seems Kaoru's in her element here. According to the florist's file in here, Kaoru actually got her job on the force because she's a master programmer.
Of course she is. Yeah.
She came in.
What can't she do?
She originally came in as an engineer.
Find her parents.
Sorry, continue. That's her one weakness.
She's like, Batman.
His famous origin story. Can't find his parents.
But he came in as an engineer for the high-tech crime unit under the Foreign Affairs. And she had tested for the Tier 2 career track, but ultimately she was hired as a specialist. So she was like so good that they're like, we're not putting you low level, we're all the way up.
Okay, sure.
So Kiri's like, well, how'd she end up then in organized crime? And seems that she specifically applied in person after getting her initial placement. And probably wanted to be there from the get-go. Kiryu asks, why organized crime? And because, he doesn't have any media literacy and has ignored all of her desires to point out
All of the flags.
to find out her past.
I hate the Yakuza, Kiryu.
Yeah, no, also
But why organized crime? I need to find the Tojo. But why organized crime?
I need to find out about my past, which is directly linked to the Tojo clan. It's a mystery.
The hacking scene is one of my favorite shitposts in this game. Because we see the hacker sat there, and it's that classic, like, he's, like, smirking as he types faster, and he's like, he's, like, sat there in the room with all of them. You can see there's, like, people behind him, and he's got, like, 10 hacking terminals open on his screen. Seemingly nobody's looking at him, even though there's, like, 100 people behind him. Kiryu's, like, right there. Like, Kiryu and the florist are, like, right there.
Look, if it's not a naked person on screen, Kiryu doesn't know what to look for on a computer.
And he's just kind of sat there, 100 terminals, he's like, hee, giggling as he hacks.
What am I saying? Kiryu still goes to a phone booth to get sex, over the line. He's not...
So because Kaoru's like this amazing top tier hacker, she clearly is able to figure out where the hack is coming from, right? And she goes, oh, it's in this room.
Yeah, no. So...
So, for those of you just listening along, we have a shot here of Kaoru staring at her terminal, furiously hacking, and the background is the hacker. He is maybe 2 meters away from her.
He's got a massive screen,
It's very
so
clear.
visible on either side of him.
All she needs to do is lift her head and she'll see him, and she's saying, whoever he is, he's good.
He heard that as well. He's probably smiled to himself. Thank you.
No, because she sits down and he starts getting all frowny.
Whoever he is, he's good. And handsome, probably.
Oh.
I hear his dick's really big. What's that? What are you doing on that screen? Nothing.
Finally, gotcha! She does the thing where she, like, smacks the enter key. She like, smacks the enter key and access is just restored. She found the button.
Good.
The hacker there is, like, clenching his teeth because baddie, and Kiryu's complimenting Kaoru on how talented and cool she is, and she's giggling. She's like, thank you, compliment me more.
What can't she do?
So the men quickly locate Daigo. They have him tied up at the Shangri-La. Remember that place?
No. Oh, yeah, that was Majima, Yakuza 0, right?
Yeah, he drove a truck through the wall.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So they locate
So
the
many
room.
clubs.
As they locate the room, we see the hacker kind of silently get up, look at them, and then just walk out completely unnoticed.
Christ. Idiots.
The florist tells Kiryu that they're probably going to assume that he's found Daigo, but Kiryu thinks Daigo's just bait anyway, and Kiryu's a hungry little fishy. They make their way over, finding the place trashed. Kiryu making a mental note that Majima's truck was maybe a bit much. Kaoru tells Kiryu that it's creepy in here and they should hurry it up. But White Knight Kiryu tells her that no, he'll go ahead and make sure it's safe. You stay here.
That's right, Kiryu. Yeah. Protect the woman.
Protect the one who has shown time and time again that she can definitely fucking handle herself.
Yeah, the more competent of the two of you.
Definitely the more competent. Kiryu fights his way through the rubble, making it up to Daigo's room. He's tied up and gagged on the bed, while the rest of the men twiddle their thumbs and drink. Kiryu storms in. Give him back or else. Or else what? Kiryu steals his gun and answers the question, winky face. I put a winky face in my notes.
Great, thank you for that.
I can always track the moments we're approaching 3 a.m. in your writing process.
Kiryu rips the tapes and ropes off Daigo, who tells them they took Chairman Go to somewhere else. Kiryu asks if he's okay. No, I'm dying, man. What happened? What did they break? That's not it. I'm fucking starving, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Daigo.
Got him again.
Chapter end.
He doesn't complain, he just wants some food. That's my guy.
That's it.
That's
We
my
love Daigo
die.
I would die for Daigo.
Daigo. Daigo.
Go, Daigo, Daigo, Daigo.
Daigo.
Best character. He should be the protagonist.
I hate you both.
This is now a Daigo Stan podcast.
This is not a Daigo stand, but this is a Daigo hate podcast.
Is it just you, Chase, or do the fan base like Daigo like we do?
At least going off of conversations I've had in, say, our Discord and stuff, slightly mixed, but definitely leaning towards Daigo hate.
Wow, okay, well.
But you are also only getting the first Daigo game. You have not seen Daigo through the remainder of the series.
What you're telling me is that Daigo lives.
Yeah,
Daigo, Daigo, Daigo.
I'll give you that nugget that Daigo lives.
Yay!
What
He's
did you
about
say?
to be fair, he's one of the only characters to be introduced in a game and make it out the other end.
Yes.
Doesn't happen often.
Chapter 9, The Omi Invasion.
Oh,
shit,
son.
Already!
Gotta kick off, alright.
They take Daigo back to Serena, and Kashiwagi meets them there. Daigo tells them that these men aren't just some gang. The way they moved and handled their guns was elite. Daigo's gutted about not being able to save Chairman Goda, but Kashiwagi tells him to not worry. He's alive, and that's what matters.
Oh, look at Daigo looking out for the enemy's chairman. Like, good guy.
Yeah.
Kashiwagi offers Daigo a cigarette, lighting it for him and asking if they said who they were. He replies that the men called themselves the Jingwon. Kashiwagi visibly looks startled at hearing that name, and both like Kiryu and Kaoru kind of note that Kashiwagi seems to know who the Jingwon are.
They're coming for you.
Kiryu then asks if Kashiwagi knows the Jingwon, and yeah, he does, although as far as he knew, they were wiped out. Kaoru says that she called HQ asking them for information, but they never even had information on the Jingwon ever even existing. Kashiwagi tells her that that's because the Jingwon were erased from the records. But why would the police erase things from the records?
Why?
Who would
Why would they ever do that?
The cops can never be corrupt.
Kashiwagi's face grows dark as he tells them how it happened over 20 years ago. We flash back, seeing the familiar faces of Shimano and Kazuma sat in the office of Sohei Dojima.
No Kuze, though. Sorry.
12D chess is back, baby!
Where's fucking Kuze? This
is he?
franchise will do anything to not give us Kuze.
Literally, just have him in the scene.
I get it, he probably didn't exist when 2 came out and was invented for 0, but still.
Nah, stick him back in for Kiwami.
This is a remake. They could have put him in there.
What are they doing?
No, what's the point?
God, we get big fucking...
Big dickhead Shimano.
Yeah, big roll-on deodorant head.
This is pre Kuze Rise Power.
Okay, fine.
So Kuze would not have been a lieutenant.
So this is pre the events of Yakuza 0.
Because I will tell you, this is when Shimano was still a Dojima man.
Right.
This was pre-Shimano family.
Okay, got you.
But we do get plenty more Dojima. Love that guy.
So, Kashiwagi tells them that back then, the Dojima family stood against foreign factions all over Kamurocho, and of those, the Jingwon Mafia was the biggest threat. The Dojima family was already the Tojo's definitive backbone, but to grow, they needed a definitive strike. We see Sohei give the order to wipe them all out. Kazuma questions the order. Dojima asks him, "Do you have a problem with that?" And Kazuma kind of reluctantly says no. Shimano laughs, asking Kazuma if a guy with 100 kills is suddenly shit in his pants. Kazuma tells him that isn't the issue, asking Dojima if war is really the only option. Shimano asks what the fuck Kazuma's smoking, and where can he get some? They're the ones who brought the fight. Kill us, we kill you harder. Welcome to the fucking Yakuza. Dojima exhales slowly from his cigar, telling Kazuma calmly that it's not like he doesn't hear him. Shimano rages at Dojima's seeming sudden show of compassion, but Dojima silences him with a hand, telling him to chill out. Weirdly calm and out of character for him. Like, he's like weirdly very calm here. Like very business-like compared to how we see him in other games.
I don't know, Yakuza 0 he was very calm and collected, and he's just
He was at the start at least.
He's a gross, grotty little man, but he's often calm and collected in these environments. I don't know. You know these games.
I think this game shows a Dojima that I can see building the empire that he had.
I see.
Whereas I think the later games kind of show...
Well, Zero was the
his
end
downgrade.
of the Empire. It was the last days of Rome, wasn't it? It was...
Yeah. But yeah, so still, these Jingwon fucks are different. Their methods are below the belt. If they don't act, the Dojima family's as good as done. They need to strike now. Hit too soft, and they've dug their own graves. They have to be wiped out. Is he clear? Cosmo says that he understands, but is killing all of them necessary. Damn fucking right, Shimano yells from the other side of the table. How many of my boys you think they've buried? I want to choke the life out of every fucking one of them. Dojima puts out his cigar, telling them that they're operating from behind a disco in town, and tonight is their only chance. Shimano gladly signs his agreement, with Cosmo reluctantly agreeing as we hear Kashiwagi's voice come back in, saying how Cosmo was against it to the end, but if the boss says white is black, then black it is. They hit the Jingwon base and killed every last man.
Wow, okay. Well, no wonder the Jingwon are out for revenge then.
Fair play.
Not long after this, the Dojima family grew to become Kamurocho's de facto force. Shimano branched off to form his own family, and it wasn't just them who profited. The Tojo clan used the momentum to spread all over Kanto. So if the Jingwon are still around, it must mean that some of them survived the raid, and they've now allied themselves with the Go-Ryu clan. Kaoru asks where were the police when this was all happening? And he tells her that at the time, the police didn't have a solid lead on the Jingwon, so the police let the Dojima family do their job for them. They turned a blind eye.
Jesus.
He tells her that if she wants more info, she would need to ask the detective on the case. Not that he remembers his name. Like he said, it's been over 20 years. Kashi leans back, sighing. This is a hell of a mess. Chairman Goda's still captive out there. The Go-Ryu have their sights on Kamurocho, and now the ghost of the Jingwon Mafia. Plus the rat that set up Date, Kiryu reminds him. It's a crowded board. Who's going to make the next move? They head to sleep, resting up for the 5th chairman's funeral the next morning, which apparently is also a thing that was happening in the background. Yeah. That Tojo HQ the whole time has just been planning a funeral.
Yeah, you got to do that. Poor Terada. I can imagine the men going though, like, really, he was only my boss for a few months. We all have to go. We all have to go.
I got a thing.
Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna have to get a suit.
Meanwhile, Kaoru tells Kiryu that she'll use the time he's gone to touch base with Osaka PD, reminding him that she hopes she doesn't have to say it, but stay out of trouble, you troublemaker. Kiryu agrees, telling her to stay safe, and saying that he'll call her when he gets back. She smiles. Now you're getting it.
Yeah. I ship it.
Oh, I absolutely ship them.
Yeah.
Kiryu gets stressed.
Get on board, Neil.
Go on.
No comment.
Get on board or we'll bash her. Kiryu gets dressed up in his funeral blacks and heads for Tojo HQ. He walks around conversing with the guests. There's a lot of mixed opinion. Most of the Tojo didn't like Terada very much, but they agree that in retrospect, he was trying his best for the clan, and after the Omi killed him, they've got very kind of mixed feelings about the whole thing. Kiryu hears from another guest that a lot of the Tojo officers haven't shown up yet. Surely they wouldn't miss the 5th chairman's funeral. That would be like spitting on the clan. Kiryu heads into the funeral hall, looking at the shrine that they've set up and thinking how it's like Cosma. That he's left there wondering how it was Terada and not him. He manages to meet up with Daigo and Yayoi when suddenly engines roar from outside, people shouting, "Who the fuck are they?" Kiryu and the others run out of the hall just as Shindo enters, a slick grin spreading across his face as they leave.
Shindo, patriarch of the Nishikiyama family.
Yeah, so he kind of comes in from the side where that little yeah is. That's the yeah door.
Okay.
They make it outside as dozens of cars screech into the courtyard. Go-Ryu climbing out of them. They tell Kiryu that Ryuji ain't here today, which, is going to make it a nice and easy fight for him then. As the last man falls, more cars screech up. Men piling out the door for Ryuji Goda. So he is here. They're all just fucking liars.
What?
That's
Stellar
so
outfit.
annoying. Great outfit.
It's the same kind of officer's formal that like Cosma and Shimano had during what's his name's funeral back in Yakuza 1.
Yeah, the vice chairman that wasn't important. But I'm following, yep.
The old one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Clearly, if he's like putting on his full, funeral blacks, he is coming respectfully.
After Kiryu has beaten up his men from the looks of the bodies in the background.
Kiryu asks who starts a fight at a funeral.
Ryuji's like, you.
And Ryuji apologizes, really, but my men just get so damn fired up. He tells his men to cool it, but it's just in one ear and out the other. Kashiwagi steps up, asking how dare he shows his face here, but Ryuji replies that Teruta did right by him as a kid, and he thought that he'd come pay his respects. Kashiwagi again tells him to get the fuck out. His respects mean dirt here. Ryuji's, oh, who the fuck are you? Acting clan captain Kashiwagi. Ryuji kind of like surprised Pikachu faces, and he's like, and here I thought Kashiwagi was just one of the funeral staff. But can hardly blame me, what with how thin the dojo's looking these days. Even their dead chairman got plucked from the other team. And his replacement's the old Black Widow over there? Well, thinking that this is what he's up against almost makes him want to cry.
Not wrong.
Daigo tries to swing at him, saying that Teruta's only dead because of him. But Ryuji easily sidesteps him and just kicks him in the back. And kicks him to the ground, shoving his body towards Kiryu, asking where all his spunk went. Where's your spunk?
I really hope Daigo gets one up on Ryuji, whether or not it's this game or next game if they're both still alive. Like, just one win. I don't need him to kill him, but just one win.
Kiryu asks where Chairman Goda is. Ryuji replies that he's taking a vacation up where the air is nice and cleaned. The world around Omi Alliance and his wobbly-ass clan shaking hands, that ain't level. Kashiwagi asks then if he came for a fight, but no, my good sir. He's very serious when he says that he came to offer incense. His humanity is as good as theirs, and he wouldn't make trouble at a funeral. That shit's sacred. He snaps his finger with two men coming up beside him with briefcases, opening them and dumping stacks of cash on the ground before them. Please, with my condolences. Kashiwagi tells him that they don't need filthy Go-Ryu money. Ryuji asks, didn't they almost fall apart over a measly 10 bill last year?
Oh my god, he's so right about all this.
Yeah, he is.
If money's really that tight, he'd recommend scooping that on up.
I'm really enjoying him.
Oh, Ryuji's great.
This is the biggest power move I've ever seen in my life. He's like, I've just come to take a look at you. Maybe I am paying my respects, but like, look at the state of you. I'm coming to kill all of you soon. It's a sorry state of affairs.
Dojima looks at him coldly, asking if he thinks childish taunts like this are make him man enough to be 6th Omi chairman. If she were in Chairman Goda's shoes, she'd be crying. She looks over at Daigo, saying that a parent loves their kids, no matter how far they fall. But she turns her gaze back to Ryuji. When your flesh and blood is this rotten, all a parent feels is unrelenting shame.
Ooh.
Ryuji laugh. I ain't the old man's flesh and blood. And the courtyard goes quiet. Everyone's shocked by his statement. So fuck off with that parental love shit.
Was I right very early on?
All we got is lots of hate, and it's mutual. He looks over at Daigo, telling him that his mom's a real battle axe. But oh well. He sees that he's not wanted, so he'll show himself out. He goes to leave, turning back for a moment to look at Kiryu. 3 days. I'll give us both 3 days to mourn the dead. When the 3rd day's up, it's rematch time. Although if you don't want to wait, we can do it now. Blood's gonna rain over Kamurocho.
Some of these lines are cold. Good stuff.
Good villain.
Ryuji's great. He laughs, wondering to himself what that dirty bastard's doing now. Probably over in Kamurocho making a real show of it. Kiryu's like, who the fuck are you on about? He's like, Sengoku?
Oh.
We need our Toadman back.
Okay.
Yeah,
Remember way back Sengoku's like, here's a shit ton of money, go make it rain, Kamurocho?
Yeah.
We've been clamoring for more Sengoku.
We need the Toadman.
I've written fan-loving Toadman.
Meanwhile, back in Kamurocho, the streets are abuzz. Black helicopters fly low overhead as platoons of Yakuza roam the streets in groups. Unfortunately for them, a certain hard hat wearing man ain't letting them get far.
Yes. Is he alone or does he have his
It's just him. It's just him.
Stellar.
And he's shirtless as well.
Still wearing the hard hat though.
Of course.
Does he wear the hard hat all game?
It's OSHA compliant. He's at work.
Yeah.
You always wear it on the job.
He's gonna reconstruct some faces.
He goes up, who the fuck is this clown? And he kind of giggles and he gives them a nice toothy grin. And then he like puts his knife and he sprints at them and he leaps over them.
I love this just shirtless maniac running at a group of 20 men with a knife out. I would run.
Just because a guy he likes asked him for a favour.
Yeah.
Hope Kiryu buys him a drink out when all this is done.
Well, buys him a Majima, aged 40 years.
Thank you for remembering that. Kiryu makes it back to Kamurocho, reuniting with Kaoru and telling her of the Go-Ryu's attack on Tojo HQ, and that it's Sengoku's men who are invading Kamurocho. Given they're both operating independently, seems the whole of the Omi is just going rogue.
Right.
It surprises me that Sengoku and Ryuji are not more aligned, because they both sort of fall into the category of young, disrespectful, self-interested. Well, maybe that answers it, but yeah,
Answer it.
You would imagine they would have quite similar goals, because that was...
Well, they do.
Yeah.
But it's self-interested goals.
Yeah.
So they run through the streets looking for Sengoku's men, but at the end only find one man, Majima.
Oh my god.
Blood running down his face, limping down the street. You're too late, Kiryu-chan. I already smeared all of Sengoku's girls. He falls forward, collapsing on the ground in a heap. Kiryu runs over to him to support him up. A promise is a promise, right? I kept it. As for you, you gotta get back to Tojo HQ. He tells Kiryu that all the men in copters in Kamurocho were just a distraction, put in place to lure Kiryu away from HQ. That's the real target. That's where the main force is marching now.
Oh no, okay.
Majima groans, struggling to get the words out. Sengoku has a rat on the inside. Shindo.
Nope.
That fuckwad he sold out. So get going, Kiryu-chan. He coughs up blood, and Kaoru rushes to take him, saying that she'll get him looked after. Up close, you're pretty damn hot.
Come on, man.
She resists the urge to drop him.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm just trying to remember if there's anyone I care about at HQ right now.
No.
Daigo's there.
Oh,
You
is
like-
he?
Go.
Go. Yeah.
Daigo's there, Yaui's there, Kashiwagi's there.
Okay, yeah, there's a couple.
They're kind of the only ones.
Yeah, I'm not overly invested in the continuing success of the Tojo, but there's one or two of them that I like.
They just happen to be the ones at the very top who are keeping the whole thing afloat.
Yeah, retire, all of you.
Kiryu races back to find the courtyard of the Tojo HQ covered in bodies. The survivors are barely hanging on, saying that the force was too strong. They couldn't handle it. Kiryu fights his way through Sengoku and Nishikiyama men up to the meeting room, where he finds Shindo, sat in the chairman's seat with Yayoi held in his lap. Daigo and Kashiwagi are to his side, held at gunpoint by his men. He sees Kiryu, telling him that he's got quite a bit done while he was out. The Tojo's on its last legs. And what's that sound? The Tojo changing? He tells Kiryu that as they speak, Sengoku's hitmen are wiping out the other officers. We shift scene to an elevator. 3 men are talking about the 5th chairman's funeral. The door opens, and as it does, a gunshot echoes through, straight through the brain of the center man.
Oh.
Several more shots fire off, splattering the blood of the other men across the back wall. Scene shifts. A man is sat in the back of a car. We see a pair of men on a motorcycle pull to the side, pull to a shotgun, and blast 3 shots through the window, tearing his body apart before driving away.
These are organized, planned,
Yeah.
premeditated hits, yeah.
This is Enda Godfather 1.
Yeah.
This is...
Scene shifts. A man is coming out of a restaurant. His men hold open a door to the car for him, allowing him in. They close the door behind him. The car explodes.
So these are all like Tojo lieutenants and...
This is like all of the people who would be in the main officer's room at a Tojo HQ meeting.
Jesus.
Basically every Tojo officer besides Kashiwagi is dead.
So they've been planning this for years. Like, this is...
Yeah, this is proper coup.
ridiculous. Yeah.
Kiryu shouts at Shindo, does he have no shame? After all the Tojo's done for him, he hands it over for money? Shindo laughs, saying that he didn't say anything about handing it over. He's taking over as chairman, and finally, Yayoi will be his.
Oh.
She demands to know what he means by that, him looking in her eyes, telling her that, "You know, my lady, I've wanted you for a while now." He grabs her head, pulling her in for a kiss. She tears away from him, leaping to her feet and slapping him across the face, running to Kiryu's side. Shindo simply smiles, getting up. "It's not like you can escape me." Shindo asks Kiryu, didn't him and Nishikiyama go to war last year over a woman? And the Tojo went to hell because of that. How is this different? Dojima shouts that it will be a cold day in hell before she ever ends up with him. But he tells her that Dojima had mistresses around every corner. He could make her happier than he ever could. She doesn't care about his other women, though. He was still the only man that she ever had eyes for. Kiryu tells him to cut the shit. He heard her. And besides, she's too strong for him. Shindo looks down at his sword, saying that what he wants, he takes by force. It's just that easy.
Yeah, get this guy out of here. Let's do it.
Yeah.
You guys are wronging.
Shindo's entire characterization, motivation rather, is just he's an incel then.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Kiryu gets between them. "Over my dead body." Well, that's the plan. Honestly, Shindo's a coward. The Shindo fight is a pain in the ass. He's a fucking little snake. You, beat him up like a half a health bar, and he runs away to a different room, and you have to keep chasing him all over the mansion.
Yeah. Little freak.
Until finally, you get to the back courtyard, and Yayoi throws Kiryu a sword, which is cool, at least, because then they have a big old epic sword fight.
Sick. Love it. I said at the start that I wanted more swords.
There's, guitars blaring in the background. It's great. And then Kiryu slices him in half.
Woo!
Woo!
As in, actually dead.
Shindo cut to pieces on the ground. Kiryu and Yayoi head up back to the meeting room to retrieve Daigo and Kashiwagi. You walk back up, heading into the room. But as they do, a quick time event pops up as Shindo's back, baby!
I just scored his name out in my book.
He swings hard at Kiryu, but he blocks the sword with his... Kiryu blocks the sword with his fist.
Love it.
And then punches Shindo in the face.
Sword.
Shindo gets a whole health bar and a half back, and Kiryu crunches his bones.
Ooh.
Shindo again on the floor, and his men try to rush Kiryu, guns at the ready, but he takes them all out with a single punch, and the guns just kind of scatter everywhere.
Just punches the air and it knocks them all back.
He's approaching sort of superhuman. I mean, he's been there for a while, but...
Yeah, Yayoi tells Shindo that the Tojo's ties are cut with them, and to get the hell from her sight. And she goes to free Daigo from his restraints. Shindo looks over, seeing one of the fallen guns, going to grab it. But Daigo notices, quickly sliding along the floor to grab another one, and shoots Shindo in the leg. There's his win. There's your Daigo win.
The win would be if he shot him in the head. I'm waiting to score his name out.
He gets up, shouting that Shindo's greed damn near fucked over the clan. And then he shoots him in the heart.
Yay! Bye-bye, Shindo.
Great.
Should cross them out so much it'll make it hard in future and then a single cross out. There we go.
Kiryu rushes to his side, grabbing the gun, shaking his head. He's done enough. Shindo's dead. Yayoi says that she's ashamed she let a man like that put a blade to her neck. Kashiwagi apologizes, but she stops him, telling him that they have outside forces coming at them from every angle. How could they have seen the enemy coming from within? She looks at the men in the room, telling them to tell their men and giving them an order that there will be no quarter for Omi men in her city. She wants them out. Chapter over.
Whoa. All right.
Oh, she's so cool.
She's cool.
Yeah,
she's the fucking coolest.
Can't wait for her to not be in any more games.
Fucking her city.
Don't, because she might die.
Date is in the third floor basement, archive room 13, the Scandal Graveyard. He's reading through old reports when he learns that it was the Dojima family that wiped out the Jingwon. The door opens, and Kawara asks if Makoto's made any progress. Date jumps, saying that he scared the shit out of him, but Kawara assures him that no one knows he's here. Yet, anyway. Kawara sees the report that Date's reading, saying that he expected that he'd eventually find his way to the Foreign Affairs file. Date asks if he knew about this, and he tells him to flip to the last page. He does, and sees the officers assigned to the Jingwon case. Kawara and Besho.
You called it. Well done, Neil. Well done. I mean, it makes sense. The Viper and the Demon working together.
Well, I think, yeah.
That's why he's back. He heard through the grapevine that Kurohashi was on the Jingwon's trail, and he owes them for that case. He tosses his badge on the table, saying that it looks like his work here is done, and he walks out of the room.
Sorry, who tosses their badge on the table?
Kara. Date tries to ask what he means, but he just replies with, "I'm done answering questions," and leaves.
So he's quitting the force?
Yeah. Date meets up with Kiryu and Kaoru on the roof of Serena, telling them about Kawara and Besho. She's shocked. The chief never brought it up. Date shows them Kawara's badge, says that he doesn't know what it means, but Kawara said that he owed them. Kaoru can't believe that the chief hid this. Date tells her that it looks like he found out about the Dojima plan while still working for Kamurocho's Division 4 and turned a blind eye. Probably assumed it was the best way to keep Kamurocho safe, but when officials found out, they booted him to Osaka. Kiryu tells Date that he should probably drop the case too, but as if he isn't sticking it out with his bestie Kiryu.
Yeah, sure.
They're besties. Mm-hmm. Anyway, Kiryu still doesn't know where Chairman Goda is, so he guesses it's off to Kansai to beat it out of Ryuji. Kaoru tells him that she'll pack up to go meet her at Serena. Kiryu heads off, and while he's walking through town, happens to pass a couple. Kiryu-san, wait, is that you, Kiryu-san?
Oh, this is going to be... Oh, okay, I know exactly. I'm going to tell you who this is, Chase, before you tell me. Oh, yeah. This is that dumb, stupid side quest from, I want to say Yakuza 0, or maybe Yakuza 0, where basically that guy on the left, so listeners, there's a woman wearing a nice-looking dress and a big purple coat, and a man in a beanie here. The man was the man who was going to throw himself off the building because he fell in love with the hostess. And that's the hostess. Boo! Do we know these characters?
We do know these characters.
Fuck! Okay, fine.
Your confidence always gets me. You attack everything with the same level of confidence, and when it comes off, it's so great. But they can't all be wins.
The guy you're thinking of would have been a older, middle-aged, graying man in office workers.
I'm waiting for that, because you told us that side quest was important, so I'm waiting for that side quest to have payoff. Who is this?
Kiryu recognizes the man immediately as Takashi, the florist's son.
Oh, yes. These were the two lovers, and he sorted them out and put them together and stuff. Cool.
Who he'd helped out after he became romantically involved with Kyoya, the daughter of the patriarch of the Atobe family the prior year.
Yes, the most boring bit of Yakuza 1. Yeah.
Kiryu looks at the girl with Takashi, who clearly isn't Kyoya, and asks who she is. The girl whines at Takashi to go, saying that he said if he won big at the races, that night would be his treat. Kiryu looks at him with disappointment as Takashi tries to hide the girl behind him. So much for doing whatever it takes to make Kyoka happy, huh? In the end, you were just another punk. Takashi protests, telling Kiryu to hear him out. He takes Kiryu for a drink at the Champion District Bar Shellac. He tells Kiryu that he tried best he could, worked everywhere, jobs from gas stations to restaurant to construction jobs, but he didn't fit in anywhere, so he never lasted long. The money ran tight. Kiryu asks him if wasn't he ready to do anything? He was even ready to chop off a finger to prove it too. Was that all hot air? Takashi sighs, saying that Kyoka is meeting with another guy behind his back. Kiryu asks to be sure, and Takashi tells him that he asked once, but she lied about being out with friends. He knows that there's something going on. One of his friends saw her going into a hotel with another guy firsthand. Kyoka's leaving him out to dry while he's struggling to work. You're pathetic, Kiryu sighs. Can't even confirm it yourself. Just going off what someone else says. You're scared of the truth. Takashi asks Kiryu if he's ever heard of the legendary information dealer who knows everything in this town, asking Kiryu if he'll take him to him. He needs to know.
Isn't he talking about his dad?
Yeah.
He doesn't know that it's his dad.
Oh.
Kiryu agrees, but tells him that it will be on the florist's terms. Kiryu heads to the florist, who already knows. In fact, he seems to have heard the conversation from afar, telling Kiryu that he agrees that Takashi is pathetic. No backbone in him. Not a trait he picked up from me, that's for sure.
Well, he wouldn't have picked up much from you, given you were an absent father.
Kiryu asks if that's his answer then. The florist replying that he doesn't even want to look at him. Doesn't have a backbone, eh? Maybe the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Ooh, shit.
Kiryu goes to leave, but the florist stops him, saying that Takashi just wants to talk to the florist, right? Then that's what he'll meet him as. Kiryu smirks, saying that somewhere deep down, the florist really wants to meet his kid. He tells him to mind his own damn business and just bring the little shit in. Kiryu brings Takashi to him, And the florist is short with his chat, keeping things strictly business. Okay. He asks him if he really wants info on Kyoka, saying that if he learns the truth, there's no going back. Is he sure he isn't going to regret it? Takashi says that he won't. The florist turns to his monitor, blowing up a video of Kyoka from a week ago. She's on the phone arranging a meeting with somebody, saying that Takashi's out right now, so it'll be fine. The usual spot then. Takashi winces, looking pained as he watches Kyoka walk to a hotel, sitting down and calling someone over. He begins to cry as telling the florist to turn it off. He's seen enough. You asked for this. Watch and deal with it. He turns his eyes back to the screen, gasping as he sees an older man walk into the frame. Kyoka's father, Patriarch Atobe.
Yes.
He hands her an envelope, Kyoka telling him that she's sorry. He asks her if Takashi's...
She's been getting money because he can't fund them, so she's been secretly trying to avoid his shame and keep funding their lifestyle.
He asks her if Takashi's quit another job, but she defends him, saying that it wasn't his fault. He asks her to call things off, saying that it's too early for them, saying that she can come home anytime. Kyoka thanks him, but says that she believes in Takashi. He's still finding his footing, but he'll come around, so she wants to support him until he does. Atobe looks away, saying that she's stubborn as ever. Where does she get that from? She thanks him again, looking at the envelope, saying that once Takashi settles into a new job, they'll pay him back, no matter how long it takes. He tells her that he expects nothing from him, and it pains him to see her live like that. She deserves better. Which is fucking true.
Yeah, 100%. He's just gone out and had an affair. Right? Yeah, just because he was...
Because he heard on the grapevine that she was, ridiculous.
Takashi thanks the florist, telling him and Kiryu that he's sure that they think he's full of it, but he's really going to work at this, make Kyoka happy. Kiryu tells him that actions speak louder than words, and to go back to Kyoka. The florist adding in to land a stable job and stop running when it gets tough. Your father would be ashamed of you right now. Takashi asks if he knows about his dad. I'm an information dealer. What don't I know about your dad? Takashi asks then if he can find out about him. If he's even still alive, can he track him down? The florist asks if he can afford his fee, and Takashi asks how much. More than your sorry ass can afford, that's for sure. No use quoting it. When you can actually support yourself and that girl, come see me again. Maybe we'll talk like men then.
What an awful person. What an awful human being.
Takashi asks how much he owes for this time, and the florist telling him that he's putting this one on his tab with Kiryu. He still owes him a few, so thank him. Takashi runs off, Kiryu chuckling, telling the florist that he's a pretty good father.
What? Was he being sarcastic? You know sarcastic? What? You're a good guy.
Father my ass. That was strictly professional.
Yeah.
I think he's being earnest then.
Yeah.
Kiryu thinks that the florist is a good dad?
Yeah.
Explains his relationship with Haruka.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he never had a dad, so yeah.
His idea of a good dad is the guy that killed his parents.
Yeah.
It's fine.
We'll skew your perception.
I got a dad joke book, so if we're lacking for banter, I do have some. Would you like to hear one?
Yeah, hit us.
Okay. So with Majima Construction,
please hit me so that I forget.
Yeah. So think about Majima Construction, our favorite boy.
Good setup, strong.
I've got a great joke about construction, but I'm still working on it.
So as Kiryu leaves, the Millennium Tower, he gets a call from Kaoru, and she's like, "I'm ready." Mm-hmm. So he heads to meet her at Serena, but on the way, well, you know how it is. He's been up with the florist, probably had a lot of coffees with the florist, and I think he's getting that familiar urging. Oh. You know, he's I think nature might be calling.
Okay.
I think Kiryu needs to go piss girl. Kiryu needs to go piss girl.
Right. Okay.
So he heads to his local urinal.
Right.
And you see Kiryu Kazuma is a conscientious citizen. Wants to keep toilets clean for the world. So of course, he plays with the toilets.
Oh, I can't even begin to figure out what I'm looking at here. So
welcome to toilets.
Right, toilets.
Which, I would like to preface is a real game in Japan. This is a thing that legitimately exists. They did not make this up for Yakuza.
And you play this while you pee.
So it's basically it was a thing that was invented to improve cleanliness because it's a game that you play by peeing on a target in the toilet. And each of the games has a different objective. So in this one, you need to use your stream to force your opponent out of the ring. It's called Splash Battle Milky Nose.
Okay. So the stream is milk.
And you're fighting against the prior pisser.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You have a blast gauge that tells you how powerful you're pissing. You've got a bladder percentage gauge to tell you how much pee Kiryu still has. There's your stream force. You can
Can't wait until we're grieving some dead character in half an hour, and we'll think back on this.
Think about Milky Nose.
So you've got the stream force because you obviously you don't want to just go all max out at once.
No, of course not.
So you're gonna drink and then you're gonna piss
out of your nose.
Yeah, you're pissing. You see, he's really going off, and then you defeat them.
Good.
With the piss from your nose.
It's incredibly ugly looking. Anime style, not anime, manga style.
Oh, no, it's great. Kiryu pissed, and then it says thank you for keeping our toilets clean.
Excellent. Good. That's that bit.
Next bit.
I would also like to put in here that I absolutely stuck this one in the middle of the script like Imagine It Everywhere, and I forgot where it was. And I just happened to see it come up in the next photos.
Cool. Monty, if you'd like to, I see you've got your break there. If you're looking up a toilet joke, I'll be happy to stall.
I don't know. Oh, very good. Damn it. Beat me to it.
So,
I used to be addicted to the hokey cokey, but then I turned myself around.
What the fuck has that got to do with anything?
Not relevant.
Get out of here.
So, Kiryu heads to... Kiryu's bladder now empty. He heads to Serena, where he finds Kaoru loading her gun. He asks her if she's planning on using that. She loads another bullet, saying that she can't trust anyone anymore. The chief never told her that he worked in Kamurocho. She trusted him. And apparently trust means that you need to know every single thing about the past. Yeah. If you don't know every single detail about a person's life, you can't trust them. Mm-hmm. Right. Kiryu tries to say that it's not like he betrayed her, but that's exactly how she sees it. He didn't tell her every detail of his life. Mm-hmm. She worked so hard to get into Division 4, thought that he was the one person at her back, but the whole time he was making deals with the Yakuza behind her back, which is literally what she's doing at this very second. So,
but is she not quite junior?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I get it. You know, I get that this is big for her. You know, for her backstory. But you know, why you wouldn't know as a junior cop what deals the bosses are making.
I think it's important because Kaoru's clearly being built up to be Kiryu's future wife. So I think you just need to get on board, Neil.
Either that or secret sister at the last minute.
God,
you know?
I hate that.
I adore Kaoru. This is like the one bit of Kaoru's character that I don't like, because she sat there literally talking to a fucking Yakuza going, oh, my boss betrayed me because he makes deals with the Yakuza. And it's like...
Well, technically, I don't know. I'm actually you on your own show. He's not a Yakuza.
Fuck off.
You know it.
He... Once a Yakuza chairman, always Yakuza chairman.
Yeah, but he's not in the Yakuza.
Kiryu makes a...
Tell that to this game.
He's just doing all the work for them.
Kiryu also makes a regular point that you cannot ever leave the lifestyle. You can leave the organization, but you will always be a Yakuza.
Tell that to Majima, who started up a legitimate construction company.
I don't know about legitimate, mate, but it was certainly... I just like to see while we're having this quite in-depth discussion, Toilets is still on the screen, and Monty's pulling out the goddamn book again. Here we go. No.
I don't have any that are relevant to this.
Good.
What do clouds put on in the morning? Thunderwear.
Okay, the book away.
A cloud joke? You can't be serious.
I'm gonna go home. I'm not gonna drive you home either. I'm just gonna go home.
The cumulative effect of all these cloud jokes is really raining on our parade.
Oh, that's better. I saw a magician the other day, and then he turned into a shop.
You don't even have a kid on the way that we know of.
Doesn't mean that Neil doesn't have the Switch. You have not heard my theory about the fact that everybody who could be a future dad in their brain has a little dad joke switch, and when your significant other gets pregnant or you adopt or whatever and you have a kid coming, you suddenly become good at dad jokes. But mine's malfunctioning, so I had to buy the dad joke.
Yeah, I'm off book.
Yeah.
You're
10 steps ahead of me. Continue, Chase. Where are we? Chapter 10. What's going on?
In the middle of a bit of a serious moment here.
Oh, sorry.
So, she tells him that she's sorry, but she needs to make a detour to Osaka PD. Getting to the bottom of the Jingwan comes first, and he tells her to do what she wants. He needs to find Chairman Goda.
she's going rogue because her instructions are to sort of keep him safe, aren't they?
Well, so he's focused on getting Chairman Goda because he's
Yeah.
like the Jingwon are kind of just in his way, but they're not his goal.
Yeah.
Where she's like, the Jingwon are my goal.
That's good though, because I was thinking Chairman Goda has been mysteriously absent, despite the fact we know that someone has kidnapped him. So
Who is it again that's got him? Is it Jingwon?
We think it's the
No,
Jingwon.
it's his son that's got him. It's his son.
does Ryuji have Goda or do the Jingwan have Goda?
Assumedly
Same people, because we think they're working together. Cool. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so he's like, do what you want. I need to find Chairman Goda. She raises her gun, pointing it at Kiryu.
Oh, rude.
You don't get it. You're still in my custody. You don't...
As soon as you crossed over into this county, boy, you were in my custody.
I take it all back. Hot as fuck.
You don't get a choice here. We clear?
It's Clarice from fucking Silence of the Lambs.
He looks at her. Fine. They head to Kansai, arriving at Osaka PD. Besho leads them to an interrogation room, saying that it will do for a little chat. Kaoru gets straight into it, asking if he was on the Dojima Jingwon case 20 years ago. What is this, an interrogation? He doesn't try to hide it, saying that, yeah, he was. She tells him that if the Jingwon are behind everything so far, asking him straight, do you have anything to share? He lights up a cigarette. Nope. He's pulling the Kiryu tactics.
Not only that, I don't even work for the police, remember?
These are Yakuza mind tricks. He tells her to chill out, that he only knew what happened back then, not now. She asks why he never told her about them then. And he very reasonably, might I add, tells her that there was never a case that required it. He's not exactly just going to spill classified information. But, you know, she accepts that, asking then if he can tell her about 20 years ago. He'll happily do that now that there's an actual connection. He tells her that it wasn't as simple back then as having the dojo would do his job. They couldn't find shit on the Jingwon. Daily looting and beatings had folks scared bad. When the Jingwon hit Kamurocho, the city went to hell faster than they could react. She shouts that cutting a deal with the Yakuza couldn't have been the answer. Isn't his motto practically that will lead to corruption? He tells her that, at the time, there simply wasn't any other way. She changes track, saying that the Jingwon are doing pretty alright for an extinct mafia. Does he know anything? He averts his gaze, but continues, telling him that at the time, the Jingwon Mafia was a 36-man outfit. They only ever found 33 bodies.
36-man outfit, you said?
It was a 36. They only ever found 33 bodies.
3 got away from the massacre in the past. Okay.
And he only knows about one of them.
Okay.
Okay, so is... what was this one's name?
Kazuki.
Kazuki. Is Kazuki too young to have been there originally? Is Kazuki a sort of new hire? Or not Kazuki, it'll be...
Because Kazuki was the Korean.
Jinwoo.
Jinwoo Kang.
That's it.
Unsure.
Okay, so I'm just trying to work out who the 3 could be.
She asks him to tell him then. He sighs, putting out a cigarette and getting up, turning up his back to them. A place called Keima out in the city. You'll find him there. These days, he goes by Mirai. He continues saying that it was him who brought Mirai to Osaka. Monty adds another name to the list.
Yeah, we'll need to get a picture of this up to the Discord later.
Oh, yeah.
He continues saying that it was him who brought Mirai to Osaka, gave him the name Mirai. Sayama can't believe what she's hearing. Basho says that it's a miracle that he survived. The Jingwon creed is death before dishonor. Revenge comes before staying alive. Mirai broke that creed, so I helped him get at Kamurocho. Kawara helped too. They both brought him when they were transferred to Osaka. He lights back up his cigarette, addressing Kaoru directly, telling her that her protective custody assignment ends today, and that's in order. Oof. She says, what? But he stops her, saying that if the Jingwon are involved, it's gotten too dangerous. She asks if this is just some chauvinist BS, but he shouts back, the hell no, it's nothing like that. It's just outside Division 4's jurisdiction. She shouts back not to play that card now. Her job is bringing criminals to justice. This isn't just some Yakuza hunt, Besho argues back. They're still just people. Besho slams his fist down, saying that she can only say that because she hasn't seen their work. Even women and children are just more meat for their fire. She tries to persist, but he shouts back again that that's an order, goddammit. She gets up, storming out of the room.
I'm going to call bullshit on a Japanese senior police officer having this, like, oh, but they're not like our Yakuza. They're animals, because our Yakuza, wouldn't hurt women and children. When we know for a
Kazuma just slides into the room.
This is kind of in the line of the writing can veer a bit racist at times.
Well, yeah, for sure. But like, we've had, as well as it being racist and a generalization and dehumanizing people is kind of alarming, but we have seen in this franchise the Yakuza, massacre innocent people.
Women and children.
There's like a weird undertone of like...
It's not like...
Because they're Japanese, there's more morals and honor to it kind of thing.
Yeah. Thing that people do to justify behavior of their own.
I have a question about the Jingwan Mafia. Because they're Korean, so the understanding is that they are Korean people who live in Japan. This isn't that the Mafia have crossed over and come over to Japan last week to start doing
You
their
mean like
Mafia
as
shit
opposed
here.
to the Chinese triads in the previous game where they were based in China?
Yeah.
But had
They're headquartered in underground and stuff, but they're headquartered in Japan is what we're supposed to understand. They've been here for years doing their own thing. Cool, that's fine. Just curious. Okay. I wasn't sure if this is effectively a Korean invasion is what we're doing, but it's not at all. It's underground.
Besho chuckles, looking over at Kiryu, who's just been leaned against... You can see Kiryu in the reflection, he's just kind of like leaning against the wall through this entire argument.
especially why are you here for this?
I think he knows that Kiryu's in the middle of it. Stubborn as hell, that one. Look out for her, will you? You're probably the only one who can. He gets up, bowing to Kiryu. Please. Kiryu looks at him, saying that he also had a question. Were Kaworu's shootings related to the Dojo at Jingwan incident? He tells Kiryu that he's already said too much, puts a hand on his shoulder, and asks him again to take good care of Sayama. And then he leaves.
I think that's Besho's still a prick. I think that just simply goes back to that classic kind of cop thing, right? Which is like, oh, I don't really particularly care for Kaworu or this person or that person, but if you're a cop, you're still on my team, is probably his thought process. Like, I'm a dirty cop, but cops still look after their own. Please look after her.
He's not really... He's one of the cleanest cops in the series.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I've completely missed
Well, no, I know. I see what Monty's saying. Like the deals he made with the Yakuza and the cover-ups and that is dirty cop behavior.
Yeah,
however,
covering up Kaworu's crimes, his murders.
Kaworu's. Oh, Kaworu's.
Kaworu.
Oh, no, nothing's getting covered up. That's well known.
However we rationalize it, or moralize it, it is still off the books police work, that would get them arrested or kicked out, whatever. That's still dirty cop behavior.
I would like to I was going to say I'd like to get a cop one in this series who is very by the book and very clean, but then we got Kaworu right here as a main character, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I'd say Date's probably the closest.
Not a cop.
Yeah. not a cop anymore, yeah.
Which is my point, is he's the closest.
Kind of like how Kiryu is the best of the Yakuza and not a Yakuza.
Yes, institutional violence, perhaps you could argue the theme of Yakuza 2 is.
Yeah, I'm not. I've stopped waiting for them to make a point that I think they should make.
Like all of our best versions of these organizations are just outside of the organization.
This is kind of a perfect setup for like. No, obviously you can't generalize about people because of where they're from or, because of what you think you know about their culture. And, violence is violence, but I don't think it's going to be that, is it?
Kiryu hits Sotenbori looking for Kaworu. He heads over to Aoi finding her ma, but Kaworu ain't there. She tells him that she's probably out at a bar drinking her sorrows away. All the bars know her by name, though, so she can't be sure which one.
Fair enough.
Kaworu manages to track down a bar that at least she was at, and they tell her that she was headed to the river. We see her walking the riverside as she comes across a group of men harassing a young couple. She goes up, flashing her badge to make them let the couple go, but they aren't letting her go that easy. They try flirting her up, saying how banging a cop would be some kinky shit. But she's having absolutely none of it. They try to go up and grope her, but she grabs one of them by the arm, flips him, suplexes him over her shoulder into the river. And then she spins around, slapping the other across the face. I love a woman who can put up a fight. He slaps her back with the heel of his hand, sending her to the ground. Suddenly, there's a hand on his shoulder. He turns around to a fist straight to the face. Who the fuck are you? Kiryu looks at him. I'm her bodyguard. Kiryu chucks them all into the river. And then helps Sayama to her feet. I have with the best heat action. I love there's a heat action in this game where if you're next to a railing, you just one-shot them by throwing them into the river.
Nice.
And you can just always go up next to them and use it next to a river, and it's great.
It's like Spider-Man with webs and stuff. You just web and...
Yeah, or the big, or the Spartan kick in Odyssey. You just lure them close to a cliff and kick them off.
So, Kiryu helps Sayama to her feet. Some cops who saw the commotion run over, but seeing them, she grabs Kiryu's hand and runs away. They duck into an alleyway, narrowly avoiding the police as they catch their breath. Kaoru realizes that she's still holding Kiryu's hand, pulling it away with a quick apology.
Oh, isn't the video game hand holding so disgusting to look at? Like sort of limp sausage meat draped together.
Hands.
Yeah.
But very cute moment.
She starts to laugh, Kiryu asking what's so funny. Nothing, just you and me.
Neil's choked on his coffee, everyone.
It's deeper every time I do it.
I just took a mouthful of coffee. Oh God.
It is very... It's Oklahoma, isn't it? It's very Oklahoma. Like the musical Oklahoma.
It is at this point, yeah.
You, me, couple of mint juleps on the lawn.
Oh, what a beautiful morning.
I just want you to meet my daddy. I want to meet my own daddy.
Oh, fuck's sake.
So glad it's not me with the accents this
Well,
time.
that was you got to warn me before you do those.
Kaoru incoming, everyone.
Oh God.
Oh. Fucking crying, Jesus.
Oh, here we go. Right back into the same line.
Kiryu asks what's so funny. Nothing, just... Nothing, just you and me.
Come on. Nothing, Arthur. Just you and me. Veered into Arthur there.
What do you call a Terminator when he's out of retirement? When he's in retirement?
Oh, good setup. Wow.
What do you call a Terminator when he retires?
What's that?
The ex-Terminator.
Have fun editing all this. Yeah. Nothing, just you and me. Nothing, just you and me. It's pretty crazy. She pauses. Hey!
Don't look at them. Let them get through it. Look away.
Right, come on now.
Oh.
Be serious. Take this seriously.
They duck into an alley, narrowly avoiding police as they catch their breath. Kaoru realizes she's still holding Kiryu's hand, pulling it away with a quick apology. She starts to laugh, Kiryu asking what's so funny. Nothing, just you and me. It's pretty crazy. She pauses. Hey, you free tonight? Kiryu awkwardly nods, grunting out yeah. I feel like going out. Care to join me? They head out for a night on the town. Kiryu buys her takoyaki, takes her golfing.
Standard move at this point, isn't it? Yeah.
Stolen from Majima, though, right?
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe Majima taught him it. Maybe Majima took him out for takoyaki. She manages to break the club while they're golfing, which leads to their second time running from the authorities that night.
Excellent.
They go to the arcade to play a UFO catcher. Kiryu wins her a teddy bear that she carries with her for the rest of the night.
What are we trying to do at the moment? Find the chairman. Is that what
we're calming her down?
Oh, right, okay.
I sincerely believe that Kaoru is going to become important for the rest of the series. I'm gonna be so mad if she dies, by the way.
Oh, for sure. I think
I
with
can
this
feel my
series,
bones, though,
it's a
yeah.
50-50.
But like, I would really like this just to be the relationship for Kiryu. That'd be really cute.
Kiryu wins her a teddy bear that she carries around, and I mean this, literally for the remainder of the night. Every single cutscene, that fucking teddy bear is there.
Oh, that's really cute.
They end their night on a rooftop. Kiryu smoking as Kaoru returns from a beer run. Teddy is still tucked away under her arm. Kiryu comments on the roof, being, look at that cute little teddy bear.
This is a really lovely
I feel
shot.
like you could have held it for her while she got beer, but...
No, she doesn't want to let it go. Because Kiryu got it for her.
Cute.
So she like literally does not let it go. She holds it for the rest of the night. Kiryu comments on the roof being a pretty great spot. She tells him that this is her secret place. He should consider himself lucky for her bringing him. Her treat for coming out with her. They pass the night, drinking and talking, Kaoru never letting go of the stuffed bear. She gets up, asking if Kiryu's still thirsty. Kiryu says, sure, that she's so considerate. She turns, laughing that flattery won't get him anything but another beer. He tells her it's true. You take me for the kind of girl who falls for one-liners like that? Kiryu laughs, saying that he's just calling it like he sees it. She repeats that flattery isn't buying him any brownie points.
He's like, am I flattering you? I don't understand what that is.
He looks up at her, telling her that it's kind of cute how she fights every compliment. She blushes, turning away. Oh, please. Nobody's ever called me crap like kind or cute before. It zooms on the teddy as she says that she's tougher than half the force.
That seems like a sarcastic move by whoever was directing that scene to zoom in on a teddy bear while she said that.
Or
I believe it's true, but...
You could argue that perhaps it's the fact that she's willing to open herself up to doing silly shit like holding stuffed toys that makes her tougher than the rest of the force. Although I think I might be giving the game too much credit.
I think it's more meant to be that people see her as very rough and violent when she has a soft side as well. People are terrified of her. In other words, she knows flattery when she hears it. She didn't drag him up here just so he could try and put the charm. Kiryu cuts her off, saying that the other guys just don't see it. That she's a cop, but a woman too.
But he's not like other guys.
Oh, but he sees the woman underneath. Look, we're all a little bit cringe when we flirt, okay? This is cute.
Don't let them tear you down. In life, I think the most important part is to just be yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
He tells her that she's pushing back so hard against everything right now. Maybe she's lost herself in the process. But he guarantees someone's going to see the real her and cherish her for it. She lets out a breath, Kiryu asking if she's okay. Let's go, shall we? I've had one too many. She begins to walk away, but pauses, saying that she'd given up on finding that kind of happiness. Not got anything against romance, but thinking this way got her this far, made her who she is. Not that anybody needs to know how she feels. Nobody but her. Kiryu gets up, agreeing. He doesn't know her past, but regardless, he still thinks that she's a kind soul. He leans over the railing, looking away from her. Might not be my place to say so, but it's just one man's opinion. She laughs, saying how he's a funny guy. Hard to believe that he used to be Yakuza. But Kiryu tells her that that's his point. Until people get to know you, stereotypes don't mean much. Kiryu asks if she's okay. She said she was tipsy. She suddenly snaps back to reality, saying that they should go, but no, Kiryu wants to stay and look at the stars for a bit. She says that she'll join him, but he tells her to go rest. And don't worry, he won't run off anywhere. She texts him that she gets it, saying that she'll stay at Aoi tonight and to meet her the next morning on the bridge. She goes to leave, but pauses, turning to Kiryu. Hey! Kiryu turns to see her with the bear in front of her face. She makes it bow. Thanks.
Oh.
And she heads off.
Very, very, very cute. I ship it big time.
Now, if they could just both leave their respective life goals and go and take the kid and go somewhere nice.
Easy 3-stage
Where's
plan.
the kid? In an orphanage. Haruka's still in an orphanage.
Step 1, pick up Haruka from the orphanage. Step 2, buy a farm with all...
As Kiryu mentioned that he's got a dog.
Yeah, you should know.
After getting his fill of stars, Kiryu heads off to wander the city. Along the riverside, he finds an old man sat on a bench, looking at a drawing of a golden dragon.
Ooh.
He folds it, getting up to walk along the railing. He raises the image above his head, preparing to throw it into the river. Kiryu rushes over, grabbing his arm, stopping him.
Tattoo artist.
You sure you won't regret throwing that away? Kiryu recognizes it as a tattoo design, and not an ordinary one either. The man asks if Kiryu's a family man. Well, close enough. The man sighs, telling Kiryu to join him for a cup of tea. He brings Kiryu back to his studio, where his apprentice Akina is waiting. He hands her the dragon tattoo, telling her to hide it where he won't find it.
Okay, so it's Ryuji's.
The golden dragon.
So Ryuji's probably wanting that tattoo design.
Once he kills Kiryu, maybe.
And the tattoo artist is like, no. I love this idea of Ryuji being like, but I just really want a tattoo. He's like, you don't get it. You're not the real dragon.
The man introduces himself as Kazahori IV, master tattooist.
Cool.
Tattooist? Kiryu recognizes the name. He's the top artist in Kansai. He heard it from the artist who did his own back, Utabori. Kazahori freaks at hearing that the Utabori inked Kiryu's back. He's legendary. Kazahori tells him that this tattoo is special. It's a family heirloom. Only the acting Kazahori has the right to use it. The Golden Dragon, legendary lord of the four great gods. The design has been passed down for generations. Kiryu asks then why he'd want to throw it away. He begins to tell Kiryu when they hear Akina scream. She runs in, telling him that the design was stolen by Satoshi, the master's first student. Seems that Satoshi has some grand idea of a war of succession. That's why he wanted rid of the design. He tells Kiryu that he wanted to retire soon and have Akina take up the Kazahori name. But the world of tattooing is one of men, and Satoshi, his older pupil, didn't take kindly to the idea. He's 10 years Akina's senior, and Kazahori is sure, given Kiryu's world, that he can understand the importance of seniority. Imagine someone 10 years his younger passing him up, and a woman at that. His pride and his ego were wounded. Obviously, he wants Akina to be his successor because she's more skilled. Can't be a master until you see your client's fate in the ink. And Satoshi ain't there yet. The other part of the war, though, is that Akina doesn't want to take the Kazahori name, although she won't tell him why. But because of that, he ain't going to hand it to Satoshi as a consolation prize. He's not ready to be Kazahori V. Kiryu gets up, telling Kazahori that his back bears a striking resemblance to that tattoo, a dragon. Kazahori instantly knows the design, saying how Utabori had given it to a man in the Tojo nearly 20 years ago. His magnum opus. He never did a dragon after that.
Oh, that's it. They're talking about Kiryu when he says 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I see.
I keep forgetting how big the time jump between the first two games is. Yeah.
He puts the pieces together, finally realizing who Kiryu is. Kiryu tells him that Utabori taught him the value and weight a tattoo carries, and that he won't let Satoshi undermine that. He tells them that he'll get the design back, asking that in return, Akina needs to tell them why she won't take the name. She agrees. Kiryu heads to the shoddy makeshift office Satoshi is using as his studio, where he finds him bragging about how the design is all he needs to be Kazahori V. That the guy with that dragon on his back is the talk of the whole town right now, and when the rest of Osaka wants in on the ink that made him a legend, they'll come knocking.
So did he ink...
So to be very clear, Ryuji already has this tattoo.
Yeah, okay.
He doesn't want it, he already has it.
But, and he was inked by this apprentice piece of shit that...
No, he was inked by the actual Kazahori.
Okay.
Oh, right. Okay.
But he's going to get credit for it because he's got the design.
No. So he's just saying that because Ryuji's the talk of the town, when people find out who inked his tattoo, that they'll come to him for business.
Yeah, because he's got the design now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what you said. But you just said it back.
Kiryu kindly and delicately teaches Satoshi the importance of tattooing. And once he's nice and educated, under the floor, Kazahori and Akina run in.
Under the floor? Under the planks.
Yeah. He just lifts up the planks one at a time, disassembles his body, and then puts a different body part under each floorboard.
I believe it.
Specifically the heart. We can hear it beating to this day.
Yeah. The needle will be there for him to go to the hospital.
Satoshi shouts that Akina has Kazahori wrapped around her finger. But Kazahori retorts that Satoshi doesn't understand the true artistry of tattooing. His fingers know their way around the ink, but his soul can't see the colors. That's the difference between him and Akina. Satoshi calls him pretentious, but Kazahori continues that tattoos are permanent. They change a person. Someone like him who just puts ink on 2-bit street punks for money just goes to prove what little he contributes to the art. The tattoo nurtures the man who bears it, and in turn, the design finds its home on their skin. Satoshi shouts, then who has that golden dragon on their back now? Is he some great hero? Say his name! Kazahori looks down before finally saying the man's name. Ryuji Goda. Satoshi shouts about how he gave the ultimate tattoo to some crazy fuck who now wants to lecture about art. Akina gets between them, saying that the master didn't give Ryuji that tattoo. She did.
Oh.
The master tells them that 10 years ago when he first met Ryuji, he was awestruck, knowing then that he would be his finest canvas. But after he started, his hands froze up, couldn't move a muscle. So Akina completed the design. That's how she learned the true weight of being an artist, and it made her scared. She could never imagine a man bearing her ink to become something like Ryuji. That's why she rejected the name. She doesn't want to give men like him more power. Kiryu rips off his jacket, revealing Udabori's dragon.
Mm-hmm.
He tells him that ever since he took the dragon, he's gained a lot, and lost as much. But that dragon and the way his life turned out are connected, and he believes that it's fate. He puts his jacket back on, telling Akina that he wasn't wrong to have given Ryuji that dragon. It's easy for men to stray, they're only human. But setting them straight isn't her job. The artist can lay the path, but the man chooses which one to walk. Kiryu asks Akina if the art weighs that heavily on her, how can she turn away from the Kazakori name that stands on Ryuji's path? He leaves, Akina bowing after him, telling him that she won't run anymore from the Kazakori name, and thanking him. Chapter end.
Nice. That was good. I like that.
Yeah! Chapter 11. The Iron Creed. Kiryu meets Kaoru the next morning on the bridge. She's in a quiet mood, Kiryu asking if she's alright. I've been thinking a lot about what happened last night, and what if I'm one of the Jingwon survivors? She's putting pieces together that her parents were killed by the Tojo 20 years ago. It's very possible that they were killed in that raid. Kiryu asks if she wants to call off the meeting with Mirai, but no. She won't run from her past. They head around town trying to locate the bar Kama. Very few people have even heard of it, let alone know where it is, but they're ultimately led to a shogi parlor south of Shofukucho, where a man tells them that a gambling man by the name of Ginkaku can probably tell them where it is. He hangs out at a rundown bar west of Shofukucho called Mino. They go ahead for Mino, but as Kiryu rounds the corner, thunk, he slams into an old lady.
Oh.
He knocks her to the ground.
Oh, God.
He tries to help her up, but... help me up? I think you mean feel me up.
Oh.
Don't think I didn't notice where those hands went, Buster.
Oh.
Sounds like a Majima.
It does sound like a Majima.
Granny sees this absolute tiger in heat wanting to devour her. Oh. Blood all flowing south of the border, ain't it? Kiryu takes a good, long look at his hot granny. You sizing me up now, fella? A lack of action got you on the verge of a splurge?
I'm going to use that from now on.
Can one of you please describe?
Ooh. She's an older lady. She's an old lady. She's got dyed purple hair and is wearing a big baggy jumper with a cheetah's face on it, I guess. Yeah.
I like her teal eyeshadow.
Yeah, nice eyeshadow.
It's truly iconic. Clashes a lot with the hair.
Hugely clashes, yeah. It's not a good look.
Oh, it's a great look. You're wrong. Kiryu tries to leave when suddenly a shopkeep comes over, saying that the old lady shoplifted for him. But, oh, no. Granny would never. She's actually just on a date with this hunk of sexy man. The shopkeep tells Kiryu to keep his granny fetish under wraps and pay up. But wait, it was all a mistake as another shopkeep comes out to say it wasn't her. He checked the tapes. Well, damn, that ought to be worth a few hundred coupons, ain't it? Suddenly, a Yakuza in a green tracksuit comes up. The shopkeep tells him that Granny's trying to shake them down for coupons. Shake them down? She ain't about to be taking orders from tiny boys out here looking like leprechaun. She is the Obitarian.
The Obitarian.
This is the Obitarian.
Right.
I have no clue what that means. Okay. But she is the Obitarian.
So she's a con artist. She's a retired con artist.
I'd like to put out here that technically the name of this quest is the Obitarian Strikes Back, because this is not the series' first appearance of the Obitarian. The Obitarian also was in Yakuza 0 and met our good boy Majima. She's good buddies with Majima.
No, yeah, that makes sense. That tracks.
So I don't think Kiryu is actually going to get laid here.
Kiryu sends him back. Kiryu sends the leprechaun back over the rainbow. Her hero. She gives him a little piece of her special candy. But damn, actually...
Kiryu starts seeing weird colors.
But damn, actually, maybe Kiryu is pretty studly. Reminds her of that time a stunning young man with an eye patch came to her rescue. She's getting hot flashbacks.
Bet. We're gonna peacock all over this place.
Kiryu tries to go, but no! Cool your jets, big boy! It's been 20 years since anyone set a hat ablaze like this. You ready? Here comes Granny!
Oh, no, I hate this.
She soars through the air, tackling Kiryu to the ground. What overwhelming strength. Finally getting her off.
Oh, wait, he wasn't into this?
I mean, he supposedly has a granny fetish.
Inappropriate granny.
She finally gets off, leaving Kiryu stunned in silence. No need to go all mumble mouth on me, son. It's been a while since I had my oats, too.
Oh, Granny, I've got a girlfriend and she's in the police. And if you don't...
Oh, Batarian. More like Tank Battalion. Ha! 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 I did not come up with that joke. That was in the game.
Oh, wow.
It's really bad.
Gosh.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Anyhow, back on track. They head to Mino. But they find it locked. They do, however, find a phone number on a poster by the door and decide to call it, asking if they can tell them about Keima. The voice on the other side replies that there's this popular hostess down at the Red Sirloin, goes by Yukina-chan, and she's known for being pleasingly plump. Her sizes, please. Kiryu asks what the hell that has to do with Keima, and the voice just repeats the question. Kiryu gets the sizes from a local perv, and then tells the man on the phone, who replies to make themselves comfortable at Mino. They come back and this time find the door locked. They head in, finding a shogi board and a note next to it saying, King, Gold General, Silver General, Pawn. These align to pieces on the shogi board, which are each next to a numbered row. Kiryu jots all those down and uses the code to open a safe in the next room over. It's a weird puzzle.
Oh, I've got no idea what's going on. I've lost it again.
This is like Moriarty.
I've got it again. What was it? He had to find a girl and her measurements, and then it was a chessboard, and he's unlocked a box or something.
Yeah. And now he has a shareholder's ticket.
To what?
Which will unlock access to a gambling room, and he'll dance. Yeah, no. If he wins a dance off, he'll get access to organize a scout trip out to the country. We'll have to manage the resource of each scout via a mini game and their happiness levels.
Somehow, Chase, you have me missing the days of Magic Johnson.
Miracle Johnson? Is that his name?
Kiryu's phone rings, and the voice says, well done, wasn't that simple? Now, go order a Christmas present at Kominon. Kiryu is baffled, but does as the voice says, heading to Kominon and ordering a Christmas present.
Stop doing these tasks, Kiryu.
I can't remember why we're doing this.
No, me neither. I'm along for the ride. Don't tell us, Chase. I want to see where this goes.
They seat him, serving him a dish, which while he's eating, he finds hidden inside a shogi tile, the Ryuma piece. Leaving Komion, they're met by the old shogi player who had directed them to Mino in the first place, asking if they've met Ginkaku yet. He replies that he hasn't, but shows him the piece that he found. The man asks if that's a Ryuma piece, asking if he can have it. Doesn't mean anything to Kiryu anyway, does it?
Are you making this up as you go along? You are absolutely trolling us here.
I'm not.
What is this?
The man asks him if that's a Ryuma piece, asking if he can have it. Doesn't mean anything to Kiryu anyway, does it? Kaoru tells him that they aren't just going to hand it over in the middle of a wild goose chase, what? What a yappy bitch. The shogi player cracks his knuckles, going in for a punch. Kiryu waves over at a nearby street dominatrix who tosses him a riding crop. He slams down the shogi player with a mighty spank. The dominatrix struts up to him, smirking down at him, slamming the tail of her stiletto deep into his sack and grinding it in.
No. No.
This podcast is not an excuse for you to air your sexual fantasies, okay?
That is
I know.
in the game. In fact, it was in the trailer we watched.
Oh, I must have glazed over. Right, continue.
Anyway.
Never mind.
Anyway, with that naughty shogi player nice and punished, Kaoru tells him that it's her turn to be the yappy bitch. that it's his turn to be the yappy bitch. He finally tells him that the Ryoma piece was crafted by a master, considered a treasure among shogi players. It's basically a golden ticket into even the most underground of shogi parlors, which you did make a joke about a minute ago.
Yeah.
Good.
This is ending with us going to a shogi parlor.
Any shogi
How are they gonna do like 7 more games of contrivance and like, mysteries and
I don't think you need to ask.
Mysteries, There's about 4 locations you can go
Any
to.
shogi player worth his salt would kill for one of these tiles.
I got such a hard time for putting 3 trains across fucking 2 Red Dead games. You get 3 bars per act in this.
You'll enjoy. The mystery person calls again. Kiryu asking how long they need to play this stupid game. The voice responds, "Oh, don't be that way. This is fun. For me, anyway." Anyway, show that piece to Santa Claus. His red-nosed reindeer will show you the way.
This is a side quest.
It's not. This is main story.
Okay, continue.
They begin the hunt for Santa Claus, but as they do, a man calls out to Kiryu for help. He's desperate. They're meant to be recording for a game today, but one of their voice actors has a frog in their throat, and they need a new actor.
We have lost all momentum, Chase. The game has completely lost all momentum.
Oh my God. Wait, listen to Kiryu's voice.
Does it change? Because
Kiryu's voice is smoother than whiskey on the rocks. He was born to be a voice actor.
perfect
That'll be a really clever, funny
This is the moment that's going to shape his destiny. Much begging from the man later, Kiryu gives in. He heads to the studio to shoot the high-octane game of adolescent carnage and drama, one that explores the themes of humanity, friendship, betrayal, and the bonds these men form along the way. Oh. They call it Amigo Picante.
Okay.
And it's a rising hit with the ladies.
Was that Spicy Friend?
Yeah, Amigo Picante.
Okay.
I thought this was going to lead into like a fun little, oh, it's another Sega game. Kiryu's the new voice of Sonic or some shit.
Kiryu will be playing, drum roll, the protagonist. Oh. Because somebody that you picked up off the street should definitely play.
Well, no, I don't. I obviously don't have time for that because we're in the middle of doing something. I can't remember.
The chairman of the Omi Alliance has been kidnapped by the Korean mafia.
Sorry, somewhere between Santa and the octogenarian.
The Obitarian.
I'm probably both.
The Omi have just invaded the Tojo, and it is in there's nothing left aside from like 3 captains. But yeah, sure, let's keep going.
Kiryu will be playing the protagonist, and Ryuzaki-san, who's with them, will be playing his childhood friend Michie,
This is so depressing because it's his life.
with who he started high school together with at the all-boys institution called St. Dandy's Boys Academy. This scene finds these 2 boys alone together in the classroom at the end of a school day. It's been a while since we've had time to ourselves, Abe. Just the 2 of us.
The hint of queerness immediately made Neil's face light up.
Yeah, you're right. I'm glad to finally have some alone time with you. You know, it almost feels like fate that we both ended up at St. Dandy's. I would have been so lonely without you.
Pretty homophobic name for the school now in reflection, but...
Say, Abe, how do you feel about me? To be honest, I've always seen you as a kind, strong man. You mean it? To me, you're everything I could ever want. My ideal lover. So, it's just the 2 of us here. What do you want with me? I want you to be my first. Are you sure you want to be with me? I don't think I can hold myself back. Are you really ready?
What is this bullshit reveal gonna be?
Yeah. But it's my first time. Be gentle with me. I will. Just loosen your shoulders and everything will feel right. Now, relax and let me take it from here. And Kiryu comes. And with that, Kiryu ends his career as a BL voice actor.
Oh, that's it.
And that's it.
Wow.
Kiryu.
Does Kiryu seem totally chill with this?
No, they're like, we'll bring you back for the sequel. And he's like, absolutely not.
The two microphones that they're recording on aren't connected to anything, and this is early 2000s, so therefore that audio quality is going to be bad. You can't make the excuse to their wireless mics.
So yeah, Kiryu.
Thank you for committing so much to that bit. I was fully expecting like a Yakuza review where it was like it's my first time, playing Pocket Circuit Fighter. Like, that's fully what I was expecting.
No, he moans and then comes and then they leave. You can technically choose all the lines for this, and you can keep going off script with things like when he's like, "What do you want to do with me?" And he's like, "I want to punch you in the face."
Oh no. I think we might need to put some bleeps in here and there, just because I want to keep that bit in. But I think we might need to put some bleeps in.
Oh, we will keep it in. No, we can't bleep it. This is half this episode will be bleeps otherwise, and we're not cutting any of this.
Anyway, where were we?
Omi.
We need to save
Santa Claus.
No, Chairman Goda.
We're looking for Santa Claus.
The chairman looks a bit like Santa Claus.
You see,
big white beard.
they manage to find a man in a red suit, and they show the shogi piece to him. He asks who referred them, and they tell him Ginkaku. He doesn't have any fucking clue who that is, but it's not his circus, not his monkeys. And he leads them to the side door of a building.
You knew what you were doing when you decided to do all of this. You knew that this is the exact type of Yakuza content that we hate, and you knew that this is.
I don't know what you meant. Neil was very invested in the BL segment.
The BL segment is fine. It's got nothing to do with the actual main story being this contrived. I hate it.
I wouldn't have had you do it another way.
No. I have no problem with the voice acting segment. The rest of it.
Anyway, back to a bit of normalcy. They head in and head down to find a quiet shogi parlor. There's a man tending a small fire near the entrance who tells them that it ain't a date spot. Kiryu shows him the Ryoma piece. He commenting how it's Hinasuki Sugiura's work. Yes. Impressed that they got one. He asks who they're playing, with them responding, Mirai. From the back, a man sat alone at a table looks up, then back away.
You know, when the Nubis asked me, like, how are the Yakuza episodes so long? How is Yakuza 0 a 3-parter? And she was like, isn't it just a crime thriller? I was going to play her that. Like, this is what this game is. And Chase refuses to cut corners out of fear of the rabid fan base. Hi, Yakuza fans. How are you doing?
Is that invalid?
No,
Let's be real. I'm part of the rabid Yakuza fan base.
Yeah. I hope you realize now that Alan Wake 2 is just going to be me reading the entire script of the game.
I hope it is.
All 2,000 pages of it.
A man from a small table in the back looks up, then looks away. Karu notices the look and sits down across from him, asking if he's Mirai. The man starts talking about the board, saying that it was the state of a board during the 1984 Meijin match, where Yubata the challenger made a foolish move, sealing his defeat. Any pro should have known that the correct move was to go defensive, but he went offensive. Why? People called it a rookie mistake, but he doesn't buy it. Kaoru says that they have a question, with him replying back that he knows nothing that would be of interest to a young lady. She pushes, saying that her boss Besho sent them, and asking about the Jingwan Mafia, if he remembers that night in Kamurocho. He gets up to leave, but she grabs his arm, saying that she thinks that she may be a survivor, asking if there were any children there too young to remember it. He looks away, confirming that there was one. But if she can live without knowing, she'll be a lot better off. She asks him anyway to tell her, getting him to sit back down. He looks back at the board, saying that after losing the Meijin match, Yubata quit shogi, fell to booze, and eventually died. He was bent on reaching the top, but his guess is that he realized he couldn't cut it. He saw his fate in the tiles, and so made a move that defied fate, choosing to die on his own terms. He looks at Kaoru, taking a puff from a cigarette. Life can be cruel. You've made it this far without knowing this. No need to take on that burden now. She pushes harder, begging, saying that she's not moving until he tells her. He sighs, finally revealing that it was Christmas night. They were all celebrating when the Dojima family suddenly burst in, killing with precision one by one. Mirai may have managed to survive and escape, but men sent from the mainland found him. And yet, here he is today. Kaoru asks him how. He takes another sad drag from his cigarette. I sold out my own. Kaoru asks if that means that the other two survivors, him replying, no, not Daejin Kim and Yongmin Ji. Mirai says that they were both 16 at the time. Somehow, they made it out alive. He doesn't know where they are now. Truth is, there were two more. The boss's wife and her child.
Okay, right.
We flash back to the cutscene from the start of the game, Kazuma killing the man in the hall before noticing Kaoru and walking off. What we didn't see from that scene is that there was one man deeper in the hall. Mirai. Kazuma walks past the corpse up to Mirai. He looks at Kazuma with pleading eyes, and Kazuma lowers his gun, walking past him, leaving him be. We see Kaoru come up to the dying man, hearing about the child, and running up the stairs as we saw before. After he's gone, we see Mirai crawl up to the dying man. Boss? Suddenly, a shirtless Shimano comes from the hall behind him, shooting Mirai, smirking, and walking away. He missed my heart, and I survived. So, Sayama's father is the Jingwon boss, Kiryu asks him. They ask what happened to the woman and her child after that, him saying that they left with Kaoru. You sold out a woman and her child to save your own skin? Mirai looks down sadly, saying that he doesn't know what happened to them after that. Kaoru replying that the women died, but the child survived. Mirai asks if she really is the child. She doesn't answer, asking who killed her father. Mirai doesn't know his name. He only remembers his face, his mustache. Kiryu from behind Kaoru says that it must have been Kazuma, the man who raised him. Kaoru asks if he's sure. Yeah. I was there too.
What? Kiryu helped with this massacre.
Before he can answer her shocked expression, the door bursts open, militants storming the room. Jingwon Mafia, saying that he has her thanks for tracking down the deserter. Kiryu tells them to tell him where Chairman Goda is, but Mirai tells him that it's no use. They're elites from the mainland. As if it's ever stopped Kazuma before.
That one on the left looks a bit like Will Poulter.
But elite schmelites, they're squishy. But, oh shit, one threw his knife, and now it's in Mirai's tummy.
Oh, Mirai. Oh, well, there you go. Not a great guy.
It's fine.
Sold out his own people, and then, you know.
Yeah, worked for the Korean mafia and then sold them out.
Yeah. Kiryu grabs one of the men by the throat, but the man opens a secret compartment on his ring, releasing a white powder into his mouth.
Sure, magic ring, yeah.
It's not a magic ring.
Well, as in like the
It's
way
just
that,
a
like,
secret cyanide compartment.
Yeah, but the way like a magician would like have a magic ring, like it's actually a toy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a cyanide ring.
Magician ring.
Sure. Sure. His eyes bulge and he splutters up blood, falling to the ground dead.
Do you believe in magic?
Around him, the rest do the same. Mirai struggles to his chair, saying that it's the Jingwon Creed, that he should have followed it too, thinking a man like him, who ruined so many lives, had any right to lead a happy, normal life. He was a fool. You can't beat fate. He looks at Kaoru, telling her that he'll tell her mother that her little girl grew up right. He tells her to live life to the fullest, taking a shogi piece and putting it down in Yubata's defiant final move. He grabs the knife in his stomach and drives it in deeper, falling to the board dead. She tries to go up to him, but Kiryu places a hand on her shoulder. She looks at him with disgust, throwing him off and running from the room. Chapter end.
Wow.
Chapter 12, Osaka Castle.
It's not a location we recognize.
So your eyes just fluttered so much at that chapter.
I was trying to think, do we know Osaka Castle? We do not. Okay.
By the riverside, Kiryu asks if Kaoru will hear him out. He tells her that Christmas, he headed for the Dojima family office. Every Christmas, Kazuma used to come to Sunflower.
Pick a child and go kill him.
Eeny, meeny, miny, hey.
Little boy, have you been good this year? Here's a gun.
I think I remember your parents. Ho, ho, ho.
Jesus.
Sorry, just can't get rid of it. Season's greetings.
Yeah.
Reasons.
Anyway, fuck Kazuma.
So every Christmas, Kazuma used to come to Sunflower, but they hadn't seen him that day. Kiryu got worried, so he snuck out to Kamurocho on his own.
Oh, he's maybe what, 16 here? 15?
Probably younger.
Right, okay.
He got there just as Kazuma was getting into the car with Shimano. Kazuma asks why he's there, Kiryu replying that he just wanted to talk to him. Not today, kid, go home. Kiryu recalls that he knew Kazuma to be a kind man, but that night he was different. Worried, Kiryu chased after the car, finding the building where Kazuma had gone. Of course, Kazuma was planning on defying his boss, letting them live. Because Kazuma's a good person.
What? Why? What was his plan? Sorry, not why was he going to let him live, but like, how is he planning to get away with that? He's been sent on a hit. If he doesn't do the hit,
Yeah, he didn't have a problem doing it with the community in Zero.
a lot of big talk from Kazuma. If that's, I was going to let him live.
It's your fault they're dead, Kiryu.
Carry that for the rest of your life. Merry Christmas.
Kazuma was planning on defying his boss, letting them live, but Kiryu didn't know that. We see their boss holding Kazuma at gunpoint, asking that he just let them walk away alive. Kazuma tells them that it's under one condition. They leave Kamurocho for good. We see Kiryu watching from a crack in the door, unable to hear what they're saying. All he saw was the gun, thinking Kazuma was in danger. We hear a gunshot, Kazuma telling the boss to take his men and go out the back before Shimano kills them all. Trust him. The boss nods, lowering his gun. But then, the door swings open, and Kiryu rushes in with a metal pipe. The boss re-raises his gun, saying that he knew it was a trap. He points the gun at Kiryu as he runs forward, swinging his pipe. We hear a gunshot, and Kiryu falters as the man before him falls to Kazuma's bullet. Kiryu drops the pipe, stuttering that he thought Kazuma was in danger. The boss, wounded but still alive, crawls out of the room at full speed, rushing out the hallway. Kazuma doesn't even look at Kiryu as he follows behind. He looks out the door, watching the scene from the start of the game. Kazuma gunning down the boss on the hallway floor. Present day, Kiryu looks sadly away from Kaoru, saying that he may not have pulled the trigger, but he may as well have been the one who killed her father.
That's not fair. He doesn't have to carry that. I know this is his whole shtick.
Yeah. Don't have a child around a shootout. That is,
like, it's not Kiryu's fault. But again, I understand that this is what his character is. It's very powerful, but yeah, not his fault. Also, if you're Kazuma and you're like, oh, okay, right, I've been ordered to go and wipe out this entire building of Koreans. Oh, but I've actually got a secret plan to try and get them away before the massacre actually happens. But then your adoptive son ruins that for you, so you have to start doing the killing. Do you think that you just go, well, okay, I've got to do the killing now. I don't really want to do the killing, but I am just going to follow through and kill mothers. I'm going to add, like, you could have not killed the mothers.
I mean, the only person that we actually see him kill is the boss.
Oh, I thought the opening scene ended with him confronting the mum and the baby. And
No, that's Kaora. So we now have basically the full shake on the scene. So, boss was here, Mirai was here. After the boss ran out, Kazuma came and killed the boss, walked past, saw Mirai, decided not to kill Mirai, and went on. Kaora, who was watching from down an alley this way, came up, saw the boss. Boss was like, save my wife. And then Kaora goes running in the opposite direction of Kazuma to go save the wife.
Right.
So Kazuma has assumedly gone off that way to go deal with Shimano.
Right.
But then Shimano pops in here, finishes, shoots.
Yes, but then Shimano comes back, shoots Mirai.
Everyone's just in the wrong place, wrong time, and people end up getting killed. Okay.
I believe this is the last time that we see this scene, so I think that we now have the full picture.
Okay.
Still don't like Kazuma, but fair enough on this one, I
No,
guess.
just because you spared one group of people.
But yeah, not Kiryu's fault. I get why he's internalized this guilt, but bless him.
Kaoru gets up, walking away. Weren't you going to shoot me? She stops. I told you I'd make this right. She shouts at him to drop the tough guy act. He thinks that what he did will just go away if she takes revenge, that she should kill him to make things fair. Things aren't so black and white. She storms away, leaving him leaning over the railing, staring into the depths of the river. He stays like that all day, into the night, even as the rain begins to pour around him. No. He takes out a cigarette, going to light it, but his lighter won't work. Kaoru's words replay again and again in his head. There's a thud against his foot, a sake cup dropped by a homeless person walking by. He goes to pick it up for the man, but the man simply walks past. Up to this point, there's been building music, and the music cuts out. Kiryu looks back at the man, then down at himself. Down at the knife now embedded in his stomach.
Oh.
Oh.
He drops the sake cup as the music comes back, stumbling as the man runs away. Kiryu grabs the knife, blood from the wound gushing onto his hand, and tears it from his body.
Oh, you fucking idiot.
Throwing it to the ground.
Last thing you
He turns, limping away through the rain. Kiryu leaves the river, realizing that the blood isn't stopping. The knife was poisoned. He hurries through the streets, desperately trying to make it to Aoi as the bloodstains on his clothes grow bigger. People stop and stare as he limps past. He manages to barely stumble into Aoi, catching a last glimpse of the mama. And Kaoru. As his vision blurs, he falls to the floor. This is also one of the coolest scenes in the series. It's like all contemplative and the rain's coming down. It's like there's like guitar licks going in the background. And it's like building and building and building. And then he looks at the knife and it just all cuts out dead. As we see like the man and it comes back as we like the music comes back to Kiryu falls. I'll show you the scene later.
Yeah, very
The
cool.
scene fucking slaps. It's like one of my favorite scenes.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this.
Yeah. Time to play as Kaoru. Yeah.
Majima time. Back to the construction minigame.
So, let's give Kiryu some time to go die, and we're going to check in on Sengoku.
Oh, good.
Because he's having a meeting with Ryuji and Takashima.
Ryuji and Takashima. Ryuji being our
Dragon
dragon boy.
And Takashima being
is my pick
one you
for
don't like.
secretly behind everything. No, I like him fine. I just think he's...
Sengoku is the other lieutenant of the Omi.
Yeah.
Toadman.
boy,
Yeah.
Toadman.
Sorry.
Sengoku compliments Ryuji on the show over in Kamurocho. Ryuji tells him that it was all the Koreans doing, not his. With Sengoku retorting, no shit. They're doing so much of your work, it's hard to tell.
Ooh.
Ryuji thumbs his sword from its sheath, asking if Sengoku's picking a fight. But Takashima tells him to cool it, causing Ryuji to drop the blade back into its sheath. Ooh, look who's all grown up now, Sengoku taunts. He leans back in his chair, bragging that he's got the Omi craftsmanship in the bag. Craftsmanship? The Omi chairmanship in the bag. He gestures with his head, and one of the men brings somebody in, tied and gagged. Oh, fuck, that's Haruka?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Do you know, so I was actually thinking about this earlier on, that clearly the reason why Haruka gets dumped at the orphanage at the start is basically just so that as a player, you could just go, right, she's not in this story, so I'm going to focus on other things.
Except she is!
Except she absolutely is, and she's back, and now she's in danger
Oh, this
again.
poor girl. Somebody put her in therapy. Get her away from this city.
I mean, it's a new city this time.
Fair.
So who took her? Sorry, I missed that bit. Ryuji.
Sengoku has her.
Sengoku has her,
Yeah,
okay.
Sengoku has her.
Oh, piece of shit.
It's very Yakuza 0, right? Where you got your lieutenants all with their individual dickishness and plots. Continue.
Sengoku giggles. Kiryu takes my bait, I take his head. Bam! Takashima tells him that it's a plan that suits him, but hey, Sengoku's heard that Kiryu's a hard nut to crack. Ryuji gets up, growling that they can suit himself. He'll be taking Kiryu and the Omi his own way, and he storms out. Sengoku pops his fan. Fuck yeah! Let the great race for the Omi throne begin!
I like him a bit more after that.
I like a nice panto villain. Yeah.
He is one of the most panto villains of the entire series.
Yeah, we like a bit of camping over the top.
He is... You've not seen fucking anything yet.
So weird to take that this scene is happening at the same time that Kiryu is like staggered back and is bleeding out and stuff.
Roughly, yeah.
Okay, so none of these three blokes were in on the poison knife then.
Well, they might have ordered it. None of them did it.
But none of them seem to be aware that this assassination attempt is happening.
That's a fair point. That's a very fair point.
Cool.
Unless one of them is clever enough to be keeping their designs to themselves.
Well, yeah, maybe Takashima's like, lol, little do you guys know that I've got an assassin stabbing him right now. But, yeah, okay, continue.
Sometime later, Kiryu wakes up, the mama rushing to him as he struggles to sit up. The mama has a name, and I can't for the life of me remember what it is.
It's okay.
I don't know. Or maybe it's something we told later. I don't know. Anyhow, the mama rushes to him as he struggles to sit up, asking if that was Kaoru that she was sat with. She says that, yeah, he was checking in on Kaoru. Kiryu questions what about her, but she quickly moves past the question. She hands Kiryu a folded note saying that it's his. Found it in the jacket. Which also, I'd like to point out, his white suit, which was covered in bloodstains, now perfectly clean again. So did she just strip down Kiryu and launder his suit, then redress him while he was unconscious?
Yes. Why are you questioning that?
I don't know.
10 out of 10 service.
Not the weirdest thing we've seen in the last 20 minutes.
I suppose. Kiryu thinks back.
We were on the hunt for Santa about 25 minutes ago.
Kiryu thinks back. The man who stabbed him must have slipped it into his pocket when he stabbed him. He opens the note. We have your precious child, Sengoku.
Oh, Sengoku did the stabbing.
Okay. So he did both of them.
Weird of Sengoku not to mention that during that. He seems like the kind of guy who would go, you know.
And also, I stabbed you.
You know, if you just coated the blade with better poison...
Or shot him in the head.
Or shot him in the head. Yeah, okay, fine, yeah, whatever.
But I guess he doesn't want to kill him because there's a note on him, so why would he do a poison that could kill him? Because he barely made it back alive, so why did he leave the note? The plan seemed to be to kill him.
I guess this is just the backup plan.
Covering his bases.
He survives through willpower.
It's 2 moves. I call it Sengoku's 2D chess.
It is 2D chess. Yeah, I was thinking it's like it can't really be 4D chess, can it?
I don't know which way this is gonna go. Woohoo!
The mama tells Kiryu that she knows she can't stop him, but that with that wound, he's pushing his luck. He struggles to his feet, wincing and holding onto the wound, limping towards the door. He asks if Kaoru has been back, but she tells him to leave worrying about Kaoru to Kaoru. Be careful out there, sugar. Kiryu leaves Aoi, receiving a call from a blocked number. He asks who they are, how they got this number, but they respond, "Those ain't the questions that matter, fool. You want Haruka back? Then listen up. Go to Yokobori Golf Center. Alone." Kiryu tries to shout questions down the line, but gets nothing back as they hang up on him.
That's how you know Kiryu is Gen X and not millennial, because I don't think we'd answer a number from a blocked, answer a call from a blocked number on my phone. No, absolutely not.
No.
Although, to be fair, I feel like if he knew that his daughter was kidnapped, he might do.
Nah, any kidnappers, listen up. I will not be answering a blocked phone
Yeah,
number.
can you take me off this list, whatever list I'm on, please?
Find me another way.
Yeah.
Kiryu heads to the golf center where he finds a man waiting for him. Have you ever noticed how eyeballs look remarkably similar to golf balls? Well, Kiryu's just gonna, grab one of these drivers here and, yeah, that seems to have done the trick.
You might be getting better at these.
Thank you. The man tells Kiryu that he doesn't know where Haruka or Sengoku are, that he was just told to kill him. Kiryu grabs him by the collar, demanding to know who hired him then. The guy sputters that he gets all his contracts online. Save for that way, man. Kiryu lets him go and gets another call from Kurokawa, his Sotenbori informant, telling him to meet him down at the river Lickety-Split. He has bad news. Kiryu heads over, finding him, and asks if the bad news is about Haruka. Yeah, that. Afraid I can't tell you. See, I already got word that you took out the heavy at the golf center. I called him all the way out here from Hiroshima on this job. You're a tough nut to crack, pal. Shouldn't be that tough to crack, though. He laughs, saying how he thought Kiryu didn't look like a man he should let out of his sight. He's got the look of a man worth a whole mountain of cash. Figured it was only a matter of time before he found a way to collect on it. Which, sad. Our informant friend, not friend. One's dead.
Who's this again?
It's the guy with the butt guy.
Kurokawa.
Yeah, the informant with the butt guy.
Not Yakuza peacocking man bubbling man.
But now he's working for the Yakuza, and he wants Kiryu dead.
Now he works for the Yakuza.
Because cash.
Scoring out the word not.
Well, he's still not a Yakuza, but he works for the Yakuza.
Okay, right.
Just put another no.
No.
Not Yakuza. Kiryu, are you the Yakuza?
Right, okay, so this guy's a cunt. Kill him.
Kiryu grabs him by the collar, demanding to know where Haruka is. And if he doesn't like the answer, well, the river's right there. Kurikawa tells him that Isaki hired him. Remember, the info dealer from the other shogi parlor.
Right. Oh, yeah, the wee old guy.
Yeah. And said that he'd give him 10 mil to sink Kiryu's ass. Anyway, he's over at an acupuncture clinic, so Kiryu chases him down. He flees. Kiryu chases him, and ultimately slams his face into a vending machine in a parking lot. Isaki doesn't want to talk, though, saying that if he tells Kiryu where Sengoku and Haruka are, he may as well be signing his own death warrant. Then would you prefer to get a running start, or let me sign it for you right now? Kiryu looks at him. Before Kiryu could take out his finest fountain pen, though, Isaki gets a phone call. It's Sengoku. He wants Isaki to bring Kiryu to him. Well, Sengoku's gonna kill him, so he sends Kiryu alone to Osaka Castle. He'll see when he gets there. Isaki tells Kiryu that he knows he's on borrowed time, but would Kiryu consider maybe possibly protecting him?
No.
Well, worth a shot.
Wouldn't put it past Kiryu, to be fair.
Yeah. Kiryu takes a cab out of Sotenbori to Osaka Castle. As he arrives and stands before it, the ground begins to rumble. The castle begins to split down the center.
Sir.
Excuse me?
It's splitting into two halves and moving to the side. In the center, from the ground, rises an ornate golden castle.
What?
A secret castle underground that comes...
Is this just on the street?
This is just normal Osaka Castle in the middle of Osaka. It splits in half down.
Throw the people inside.
It splits in half down the middle, and a solid gold replica comes out of the ground.
What if you were on the on the
It's happening
toilet?
again.
What? Oh God!
Wait, hold the cupboard doors.
I told you, Sengoku hadn't even started to show you camp yet.
Oh God damn it! The people in the gold house are supposed to let us know before this happens.
Solid gold house.
Oh.
Sure. Yeah, perfect.
The tower finishes rising, and the doors swing open. He heads in. Wooden walls spin on themselves, showing soldiers in traditional armor appearing and disappearing. From one comes an officer telling Kiryu that Haruka is in the central tower. Not that he'll be reaching the top regardless. He raises his weapon, signaling the soldiers into what is the most dungeon-y dungeon in this entire series. You go through, you can see like these spinning panels on the floor. They'll spin and like more knights will come out the side. Everybody's like a samurai. There's ninjas coming from the floor.
Amazing.
There's like pressure plate traps that shoot spears at you. There's spears that come from the floor. There's spears that come from the roof.
This entire sequence immediately makes Sengoku the best villain in the series so far. Okay, maybe Nishiki, you could count Nishiki because of the emotional drama there, but as an actual villain...
Send
Sengoku
my
10
knights! Yeah.
Get the samurai.
There's my favorite room where Kiryu walks in and it's like, it's massive.
Amazing.
It's a huge room, samurais.
This is Prince of Persia shit.
Yeah, no, it's all over the place. And it like... you walk in and the camera like pans around the room, and the camera goes back to Kiryu, and then it pans to the left of Kiryu, and there's a cannon. So he just goes full turret mode on everybody in the room.
This is incredible. I really, really enjoyed this.
This entire segment is so unnecessarily extra, and I love every second of it.
This is the second time so far where it feels like this could be the climax of the game. The other time was the Omi Invasion.
Well, we got like 4 chapters left.
Yeah, longer even. Like, it's pretty crazy that this isn't.
DLC,
Yeah. But yeah, so he uses the turret to non-lethally, Kiryu Kazuma does not kill, dispatch all the people.
Yeah.
It's probably like rubber bullets in there or something.
Yeah.
Kiryu obviously makes it to the top where he finds Sengoku with Haruka. He shouts at him to let her go, but Sengoku warns him that if he keeps shouting like that, he's gonna wake his little pets. Iron bars on the walls lower as 2 tigers walk out, growling at Sengoku.
Oh my god.
Are we gonna fist fight some tigers?
Do we fight some tigers?
They tend to wake up a little hungry. You wouldn't happen to have a snack for them, would you, Kiryu-han?
Amazing.
How about every bone in your goddamn body? So,
He's a Bond villain.
do you remember last game when Kiryu asked Komaki if the tiger drop could be used on a real tiger? Seems like the perfect time to test that.
I do remember that. Yeah.
I don't, but that's
I
cool.
did skip. Komaki's also in this game, so Kiryu does again know the tiger drop.
Stellar.
Oh.
So we tiger drop the tigers.
Yeah, the tigers lunge at Kiryu. He
Amazing.
roundhouse kicks them.
Amazing.
They just go flying against the wall.
This is like a boss. This is framed as a boss fight, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they each have their individual boss health bar.
I love this.
And it's both of them at once.
This is Dark Souls shit. It's great.
Sengoku's just like stood in the back with Haruka. Just like fucking fluttering his fan around because he's always got his fucking fan on him.
Very good.
I think Haruka might be a little warm. Hee hee! Fan. I just farted, that's why I'm fanning her.
Oh, I've just realised what your Sengoku voice is reminding me of. It's your Xehanort voice. That's what it is.
Yeah, Xehanort's up here!
Oh, this is kind of also the Xehanort voice, haha!
The Keyblade Graveyard. Simpler times.
Oh, remember when Kingdom Hearts was difficult lore?
Yeah.
I was so nervous before that first episode. Now I'm nervous for very different reasons, you know?
You don't know at which point you'll get aroused.
It's as soon as I sit down.
So Sengoku sees the two dead tigers in front of Kiryu and just freaks the fuck out, asking if Kiryu's some kind of fucking monster. Kiryu sat there breathing heavy. Because remember, his body is coursing with poison from the knife. Mm-hmm. He's not doing hot. He's like panting to give Haruka back, and Sengoku's like, and he takes the bars go back up, and he runs with Haruka up a staircase as Kiryu zombie walks after them.
Okay, so he is slowed down then by the poison. You know, he can't, because I would have
Not in gameplay, but in cutscene.
Because why is he not able to very quickly catch up to an old guy who's having to move a little girl who's sort of handcuffed?
Sengoku makes his way up to his office, opening the door to find Ryuji sat in his chair.
This feels like the end of the game.
He gets up, walking around to Kiryu, who's just hobbled up to him, telling him that he sympathizes with him, having to play these chumps games. What did you call me? Sengoku shouts. Ryuji spins, bringing his sword down hard, slicing across Sengoku's chest. You crazy fuck! Nah, just a man willing to do what it takes. Same as you. But taking a kid hostage? That's fucking low.
Oh, alright. Ryuji has a line then. That's interesting.
Yeah, like, respectful at funerals, doesn't take kids.
Yeah.
Sengoku grasps at his wound, snarling, that a man by ass.
What did you write?
Snarling that a man by ass.
Okay, let's think about this. Snarling that...
A man.
Snarling...
Whatever. Sengoku grasps at the wound, snarling, saying how Ryuji would be nothing without his daddy. Shut the fuck up, Ryuji roars.
Oh, by a man, my ass. Ryuji had a line about being a man. Right?
Monty.
Alright.
Why they pay me the big bucks.
Backwards. Sengoku grasps his wound, snarling, a man my ass.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, a man my ass. Ryuji
That's going to be the name of this part, by the way.
Ryuji would be nothing without his daddy. Shut the fuck up, Ryuji roars, rushing forward and thrusting the sword all the way through Sengoku. He continues running forward, pushing Sengoku with the sword towards the balcony, and throws him off the top of his golden tower.
There goes our Sengoku boss fight.
Dead pen. Dead to the death. Boof, boof. Sengoku dead.
He slices the air, cleaning his blade of that filth's blood.
Really, really cool. You just said there goes our Sengoku boss fight. I don't need a Sengoku boss fight. We just fought two tigers with our bare hands.
This castle was the Sengoku boss fight.
Yeah. Awesome.
He walks back, picking up Haruka over his shoulder. Finally, some peace and quiet. He gives her to Kiryu, telling him that the day after tomorrow, they're coming at Kamurocho with all they got. You ready? Also, that fucking blood splatters on Ryuji.
I like that it's like, you've got 24 hours to prepare.
Ah, he's like, he said before, like, we've got 3 days. Like, you know, I'm not gonna... Yeah. It wouldn't be any fun. You've been stabbed, and you know.
I've just realised we haven't seen it from the other angles, but now we do. That Ryuji also has like massive mutton chops.
Yeah, that wasn't clear to me either.
Blonde
Yeah.
mutton chops. It adds to the look.
It does.
Ryuji again. Ryuji, good villain.
Ryuji's fucking great.
The Bontan Bandit is so dumb, but everything else about him is great fun. I also appreciate that he's big. Like this scene, you see that he's big.
Oh, he's
a big
huge.
man.
He's like almost 7 feet tall.
Like Kiryu has to look up. Most fighters so far seem to have been about Kiryu's height, if not shorter.
I like how Kiryu has to, but he's not. He is looking straight.
his
And I
chin,
would like to
yeah.
imagine that he's looking directly at his lips. You ready? Kiryu looks at him in the lips. Yeah. Later then. Ryuji walks off. Kiryu quickly unties Haruka, telling her that she must have been scared. He's so sorry for letting them do this to her again, but she shakes her head. Suddenly, Kiryu falls, clutching at his wound. "What's wrong?" Haruka shouts. Stay strong, Uncle Kaz." Suddenly, footsteps as Kaoru runs in, putting Kiryu's arm around her to help him to his feet, saying that the wound must have reopened. Kiryu asks why she followed him. The mama showed her the note. She looked over at Haruka, saying that she's glad that she's all right. She looks back at Kiryu. "Oh, he's gotta act tough, this guy." She and Haruka help Kiryu leave. As they do, we see a hand in front of the camera view, zooming out to show that Kaoru was watching from the balcony.
Shifty guy.
This game is a 10 out of this game. Also, I'm not playing it, but this game's lore is a 10 out of 10. Anytime it is about the Omi Alliance trying to take down the Tojo and all of the plotting and conniving surrounding that. It is a 4 out of 10 anytime we deal with the cop bullshit. Like, my interest goes like, woof, anytime Ryuji is on screen.
I can't explain why yet. Because it's just as dense in some ways, plot-wise, and all the shit we got to do. It does feel like a more lean game than some of the others we've done, and maybe a little.
Because it's back at the start of the series. A lot of this is Kiwami padding.
Yeah, a little more, but in a good way. It feels a lot more lean. It feels like a little more mature in points.
Although I would argue that so far there is at least a third of this that I think if you remove, you get a really cool lean game. If you just focus on the Omi stuff.
Compared to the
JRPG. Lean is not in the vocabulary.
I just mean compared to the other two, I think it's been a little bit more. I don't know, a little bit more fucking. I don't know if grown up's the right word, because that's not necessarily a good thing. Even though the last game had like, you know, more dreadfully serious things happening to people. You said this is like the saddest one, and maybe we've got the most depressing one. The most
darkest,
depressing
right?
one, or the darkest one.
I don't think
I
we've got that
definitely
yet.
don't think we got that, because the other games were sex trafficking and, you know,
Yeah.
children being sold, you know, and all that stuff.
Zero particularly really all of Makoto's backstory.
Chapter 13. Settling accounts.
Okay.
They get Kiryu back to Aoi, where Haruka helps rebandage Kiryu's wounds. Kaoru paces the bar when suddenly she notices a note on the counter. She opens it, gasping. Kiryu asks what it is. It's a note from the mama. "Your dad is still alive, honey. Don't blame Kiryu-san."
Ooh.
Secret dad.
Where is he then?
Who did I say it was, probably?
Why is mama writing notes and running off? Kaoru runs off to look for Tamio! That's mama's name.
Okay.
I remember making this note and going, Tamio, who the fuck's Tamio? And then going, oh, that's the mama. I have been calling her the mama exclusively up to this point.
Yeah.
Her name is Tamio.
Tamio.
Yeah. Kaoru's adopted mom. Anyway, things have gotten a bit heavy. And Haruka has never been to Kansai.
I feel like we're skimming over what was in that note.
And they have some time to kill.
No, your dad's alive.
How about a little daddy-daughter exploring time?
Well, hasn't she spent her whole life looking for her parents and figuring out
It's
what...
time for daddy-daughter exploring time.
She wants her daddy.
This section is adorable.
Wait, is Kaoru along for the ride? Is this a three-way
No.
family day out?
No, this is Kiryu
That would have
and
been cute.
daddy-daughter.
Oh, okay, fine.
Daddy-daughter. No,
I do
this,
love this, but yeah.
this is so cute. You walk around town holding hands with Haruka. She gets super excited. She'll, like, leave your hand and, like, run up to the window of restaurants and be like, oh my god, Dad, this looks so... Uncle Kaz, this looks so cool. And you can, like, buy her things, and she's got, like, a love gauge, and, like, you buy her the things she wants, and the love gauge goes up.
To gift to somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, or, like, you can take her out to, like, play games, and you'll, like, play multiplayer games with Haruka.
That's fun.
And you can, like, buy her... You can, like, win her UFO catcher and stuff. and build her trust meter. And it's super cute. And I love it.
Cute.
At one point, while you're watching past, coincidentally of all places, the Hokashi Kaikon from Yakuza 0, if you remember the massage parlor where Makoto worked.
Yes.
Haruka notices somebody walking out of the building. It's a famous movie star, Sakura Fukunaga, who Haruka is very annoyed that Kiryu doesn't know. Why would you not know my favorite star?
Because I don't take any interest in your personal life or hobbies. Because I'm a bad dad.
And she's talking to her agent, then gets in the car and drives away. They watch her drive away, then Kiryu looks over and notices that the agent is staring and pointing at them. He runs over to Haruka. Hey, miss, you there, little angel. You're the goose's golden egg. A diamond in the rough, I can tell. A girl like you comes around maybe once in a decade. No, wait, more like once a century. You're a star in the making.
This is something that happened to you in Yakuza 1, though. Remember, lots of people were like, oh, I bet one day you'll be a real star and stuff. And yeah. So it's just continuing that.
Haruka's confused, asking who the fuck he is and what he wants. And the producer asks if she's ever dreamed of being a star? A real celeb? Of course you have. Who hasn't? Kiryu's getting real wary of the producer. But the producer's like, I'm no one shifty. I'm the president of Sotenbori Productions, a talent agency. He tells Kiryu that his girl's got the wings of an angel, and with their help, she could learn to soar. She's practically guaranteed that she'll be one of the hottest acts in Japan. He tries to invite them into his offices, and Haruka kind of, like, gives this side-eye to Kiryu. She's like, the fuck is going on? Can we leave, Uncle Kaz? Goodbye.
So Kiryu naturally knocks this guy out and goes on about his day.
But the producer doesn't want to take no, saying that a quick chat won't hurt, pal. If you're in a rush, I'd be happy to reschedule. He just steals Kiryu's phone out of his hand and puts his number in it, telling them that when he wants to see his girl shine, just give him a call. He'll wait as long as he needs to.
That'll be a future game then.
They go off with Kiryu asking Haruka if she's sure. Yeah, she doesn't know about all that. But while you're walking around continuing this whole section, you keep getting calls from him. He keeps calling Kiryu until Kiryu finally was back. Because you cannot progress this until Kiryu finally goes back to him.
God.
But he will just keep harassing you.
So naturally, Kiryu does not encourage any form of relationship between this producer and his daughter.
And Kiryu's like, how did you get my number? And the guy's like, I memorized it, pal, when I put my number in your phone. I've got this game down, sir, and I couldn't let that little girl slip through the cracks. I can't get the little angel out of my head.
This whole thing is so uncomfortable. Move on. I hate this.
I'm assuming we're setting up for in a future game when she's a movie star, but...
Yeah.
So, actually, you hear a lot of people on the street talking about how there are fake talent agencies everywhere, tricking girls into putting all their money into dolling themselves up with no real job at the end. And Kiryu kind of gets sus and decides that maybe he should give this producer a visit. So the producer is ecstatic to see him, telling him that they'll take Haruka into their care and put her into training. Acting lessons, voice training, dance lessons, everything that she'd need for her idol debut. And they'd negotiate a killer contract for her too. And of course, they wouldn't neglect her study. Their girls only go to the top-notch schools in the area. Important. Kiryu thinks that it's too good to be true, but the producer tells him that it's simply an investment towards a modest cut down the road. And I know Haruka will be a star. I'm going to make back what I put into her tenfold. So, they have no regrets about spoiling her now. Kiryu is still wavy. Can't see Haruka in show business, and he wants her to live a good, honest life. And oh boy, does the producer get it. Any father would be concerned about tossing his girl into show business, what with those Yakuza types and all. Kiryu thinks about the fact that the Yakuza have kidnapped Haruka a grand total of 4 times now. Even with him protecting her. Wait. No. He's not protecting her. It's his fault. It's been his fault the whole time. He tells the producer that he needs time to think. But no, sir, we don't got the luxury of time. In no time, Haruka will be a real beauty. And tell me, sir, the other agencies will be on her like vultures. And they ain't all as honest as me. Kiryu, sir, you may be able to fend them off for a while, but not even you have eyes in the back of your head. No, sir, we gotta get her in and educated now. That way we can keep her safe.
Kill this man.
Kiryu tells him that he needs to get Haruka's opinion first and that he'll be back. The man commends him for being a real stand-up father, really looking out for your kid's interest. But being like, you sure though? Isn't it also your job as a parent to give her the best possible future with me? I have a note in here saying, okay, Jesus, fuck, this part's getting way too long. We get it, producer dude wants Haruka Christ. He finally manages to wear Haruka down. I have cut so much of this segment.
Thank you.
It is like 3 times this long.
It's not even the length. I just don't like this man.
It is like 3 times this long. It is so unnecessarily long.
How are we supposed to be feeling about this? As uncomfortable as we do? Or is it supposed to be like he's quite a silly, goofy guy, and this is actually fine?
Neutral, I'd say.
Okay.
You can take it either way.
Okay.
I think he clearly comes across as more earnest than most of the other sleazy talent agents in the town, but he's also still a talent agent. So, yeah, so he finally manages to wear Kiryu down, and while they're getting ready to go up and draft the paperwork, they suddenly hear Haruka scream from outside and rush out to find her surrounded by Yakuza. Once again, these ones from a rival agency trying to talk her into a sweet deal.
Send her back to the orphanage, Kiryu.
Well, she was kidnapped from the orphanage last time.
You see, Kiryu's got a sweet deal for them. Half off on broken noses. He drives them off, and the producer wants to head back upstairs and get the paperwork rolling for this little angel. Haruka hears that Uncle Kaz has been making life plans for her behind her back, and she ain't here for it at all. The producer tells her that they'll put her in private boarding schools, really treat her like a princess. She tries to say she's happy as things are, while Kiryu tells her that it's for her own good, but she cuts him off. Uncle Kaz, you're abandoning me?
Oh.
I don't want to be alone anymore. Kiryu tries to say that he's the one who keeps putting her in scary situations, but she's not scared. She has her Uncle Kaz there keeping her safe. Besides, if he abandons her, she'll just come find him again anyway. All the way to Kamurocho if she has to.
Yeah, that's right.
She grabs his hand, leading him away from the producer. So let's go home. The producer gets in front of them, complaining that, all that and I get zilch, nada, but she's my golden goose. And Haruka smiles at him, just goes, sorry, Mr. President. And they walk off. And he's just like raving the back. He's like, that's the smile! It could get you off with a murder charge! And she just turns around and goes, bye-bye. And he's just like screaming and jumping in the streets about how they ain't seen the last of him.
Oh boy.
Well, I hope so.
What were we doing again?
And, again.
Preparing for this, like, murder fight with Ryuji.
And again. This is not the end. He continues to stalk you after this.
Oh, I hate this guy.
Until you leave Sotenbori, he will keep calling you.
Oh, God.
And I might add, none of this is side story.
No.
This is all main story. It is all additions to Kiwami, but it is all main story.
Wow.
There is eventually a side quest that you can do to get him to stop, where they find a different singer to make him forget about Haruka.
Oh, they throw some other poor girl to the wolves.
Pretty much.
Great.
I mean, to be fair, the girl they find is an adult, so, able to make her own decisions. But yes, they do find just somebody else to basically take Haruka's place.
Again, Kiryu should have just beaten the shit out of this guy and moved on with his day. He's beat up people for less. But fine.
Your arms are looking quite muscular.
Would we like to return to some main story?
Yes.
Yay.
Fantastic. Kiryu's getting a phone call. Let me just check that now. Whoever's on the phone has Date hostage. Well, wouldn't you know about that?
I just like the idea of Kiryu sitting all of his little group down in a room and going, right, all of you together. You stay here, you sit here, and you
lock the door.
Lock the door.
Now, Kiryu asks who it is. Would we like to take any guesses from your big long list?
Takashima.
Yeah, no, I'm going to say cops. Either,
No, it's not cops.
it's either, hang on.
Kawara.
No, it's either the chief, not Pseudo, Beso or Kawara.
I think it's Takahashi. Takashima, sorry.
Oh yeah, he's got to come back.
Yeah. The third lieutenant.
Well, Neil's closer. It's Kurahashi from Kamurocho Foreign Affairs!
Cop boss, Neil. Cop boss.
Although,
Boss.
20 years ago, it wasn't Kurahashi.
He was
It was young Min... Oh shit, Kiryu's
She's accidentally accidentally forgot to show us the latest pissing toilets game. God.
Too bad, so sad.
And what's this one about peeing on a girl or something?
No, this one is you are a cloud who's trying to blow the girl's clothes off.
Oh, that's...
While the pervy son in the corner goes, "Is it hot in here? Or is it just me?" And I'm like, go.
I'll just hold it in.
And then eventually, we get like a shot of her panties, and he goes, "I won't quit." And eventually, he blows her clothes off.
Don't reward this, Neil. Just ignore it and it'll go away.
Thank you for keeping our toilets clean.
That was not clean at all. It was filth.
Anyway, yeah, so 20 years ago, back to the reveal, the dramatic reveal. It wasn't Kurohashi, it was Yong Min-ji.
Okay, so...
Oh, he's the third mafioso guy. One of the three.
Well, he's one of the 3 Jingwon survivors.
Yes, he's the second one we know about.
now.
Cool. Okay, cool, great.
Kurohashi.
No. I feel so betrayed.
I know. Kiryu asks if this is the Go-Ryu's orders, but no. The time is simply ripe for the Jingwon to take their revenge for the deaths of their brothers. Kiryu shouts that Date has nothing to do with that. And Date may not know, but he's the perfect bait to get all the players in place. Everyone who ruined their lives 26 years ago. You'll join us too, won't you, Kiryu? To the heart of Kamurocho. He looks over at a large thing sat by the window, covered in a tarp. The Millennium Tower, Kiryu asks. Come by dawn. Otherwise, I'm afraid the entire building will go up in smoke this time.
Okay, no problem. I can probably fit you into the diary. I've got
Ryuji as
got
well.
Ryuji at 6. I could probably do you 2 till
I would
4.
also like to put in mind, currently, Kiryu is in Osaka, which is in, like, Western Japan.
Yeah.
He's in Tokyo on Eastern. You need to get, like, a bullet train to get there by dawn.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so let's get our skates on.
I'm just thinking about the. Sorry, I'm still thinking about the mystery dad, and I think not only does it not have to be one of the Korean mafia who's her secret dad, it almost makes more sense if it's someone Japanese, because she never, apparently, from what she said, she never had any cause to question her, her ethnicity before. So it might make sense from a practical standpoint if one of her parents was Japanese.
But you would have a Japanese person leading up the Korean mafia? Because her dad was in the Korean mafia, right?
Do we know that? We just know that her dad is alive. We don't know that necessarily in the mafia. We know the mum was.
I thought Mirai told us that...
She's the girl, right?
Yeah.
Well, the girl's dad was the leader of the Korean mafia.
Oh, shit, you're right. Oh.
So, he hangs up. Kaoru, who had come in mid-call, tells us that she heard from the chief that they kidnapped Date. Which, yes, we already knew. Please keep up, Kaoru. Weirdly, hearing that it's a Jingwon survivor who kidnapped Date is all that it takes for her to put together that it's Kurohashi. Not sure how they came to that conclusion, but sure. Master detective or something.
Sure.
Well, fuck, man. Dawn is soon and the Shinkansen doesn't run this late. So guess we gotta drive.
Okay.
They run out the door and we see another conversation cut in. Kaora, in car with Tamio, is on the phone with Chief Besho, telling him that he's on his way to Kamurocho. They were right.
Tamio's mama.
Thank you. Tamio's mama. Cool.
Yes. They were right. Shit's hit the fan. Besho tells him that they'll keep the Omi in check for as long as they can. Kaora is saying to leave Kurohashi to him. Besho tells them that they have nothing to lose this time. To watch his back up there. He hangs up, Tamio telling him that if she finds out that she's got that accursed blood in her, Kaora cuts her off, saying that he won't let that happen. Saying that he's been hunting them down for the past 26 years for that exact reason. Kiryu, Kaoru, and Haruka take a van and rush out of town, having at least a moment of peace on their drive. Kiryu's having a little sleep, and Kaoru comments on how Haruka likes her uncle Kiryu an awful lot, huh? And yeah, he's always been there to protect her. Don't you like him? And she tells him that she's only with him for work. That she's here whether she likes him or not. Haruka tells her that he sure seems to like her, though. He acts differently around her than other people. Just like he acts around Haruka.
An assist of the century from Haruka here.
She says how he's usually quiet, but he's really nice, always pushing himself hard to help other people. But he doesn't have to worry when he's with Kaoru. He can just be himself. Kaoru smiles, saying that Haruka's pretty mature. But no, she doesn't agree. She just thinks she's been through a lot. And nowadays, she can sort of understand how Uncle Kaz feels. Sadly, their sweet moment is cut off when a fucking bullet rips the side mirror off the van. Kiryu jumps awake, immediately grabbing Haruka, covering her as a semi-truck drives up to them, trying to ram them off the road. So, of course, Kiryu does the only logical thing. Opening the door, jumping out of the van, and onto their truck.
Amazing, yeah.
Because, of course, we need a car chase sequence.
This is the third game in the row that's had one.
Of course.
Yeah.
He kicks all the Ingwon militants off of the speeding truck as more trucks come up from behind, carrying even more men. Kiryu tries to stay upright as he jumps between the three, so it ends up being like 3 lanes of trucks. He just keeps jumping between them to keep kicking people off of them.
What's that reminding me of, video game-wise?
Yakuza 2.
From my childhood, almost, like jumping on between different moving trucks, fighting. I'm not just thinking of The Matrix Part 2.
Is this a bit?
No, for real.
Oh, I don't know.
Go video game.
Sorry, that was an inside
really
thought
video
that I
game.
should have not shared outside.
So each time he manages to dispatch the militants in a truck, another truck just drives up to take their place.
Right.
A van drives up beside them, the door opening as a man leans out, with, of course, a rocket launcher at the ready. Kiryu turns just as the man pulls the trigger, sending Kiryu flying up into the air in an explosion.
He punches the rocket.
Would be very Kiryu. He manages to catch onto one of the other unexploded trucks, slamming the man off on top and non-lethally under the tires as it speeds away. Because you can very delicately place somebody under the tires of a speeding truck and they won't die.
Of course.
Have you 100%?
Be very careful with it.
Tires are full of air. Air is like so.
It floats.
There's nothing.
Exactly, it floats.
Yeah. And rubber's bouncy.
Yeah, so
You're combining bouncy and like the softest possible thing in the world. You know.
Exactly. They finally make it back to Kamurocho, and Kiryu drops Haruka at Serena to hide, which I feel like there are better places to hide than the one place you keep hiding her. Everybody knows this place at this point. Jesus Christ. But they all run to the Millennium Tower.
I kind of get it in this game, just to cut in on that, because, like, he has nae pals. Like, this game, other games, fair enough, he's got 100 friends, but, like, this game he has nae pals. Maybe you drop her off with Kashiwagi. Realistically, Kashiwagi's gonna laugh him out the fucking room. So, you don't think he'd be like, screw this kid, I don't care about this kid, I'm trying to deal with the fall of the Tojo clan, Kiryu.
No, because Kiryu has men. I think that Kashiwagi would put one of his advisors on it.
Oh, fair enough.
I don't think Kashiwagi would personally watch her.
What happened to all the men who were loyal to Kiryu at one point? Are they following cousin? What's his name?
Oh yeah, he had his own family for a bit. Yeah.
They kind of scattered. Because remember, Kiryu never had his own family.
Yeah.
So all the men were still Dojima family men.
Yeah, that's right, because they were the Dojima men.
Yeah, they were Dojima men that would have split off with him, but at the time at least, were still Dojima men, and then he went to prison. So
Yeah, fair.
they just went wherever the Dojima men went. As they go to the Millennium Tower, the streets are packed with Jingwon, a far cry from the 36-man unit that they had back in the 80s. And I don't think that I've been very clear on this. The Jingwon, at this point, we know, is not just a small Korean mafia in Japan.
Right.
The Jingwon Mafia is the main primary Korean mafia in Korea.
Okay.
The Jingwon Mafia in Kamurocho was a small splinter cell of the main one.
Got you.
But it means that when they have the betrayers, like Mirai, it's mainland Jingwon who are then coming to kill them.
We are talking Triad, Yakuza, Cosa Nostra. This is
Yeah, so this is...
big.
So now the full mainland force is coming to Kamurocho.
I was wondering how they managed to rebuild if only 3 people survived and 1 went into hiding.
So this makes way more sense.
Yeah, they just sent more from the mainland.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I explained that very well.
I know the Kazuma was like, ooh, I'm not going to kill them, lol. But, like, realistically, this is just mopping up
I think
Kazuma's mess.
it's unsure as to whether Kazuma assumed that they would send more if they killed them all in...
40 chess, he knew.
Well, it's more just, again, this is Kiryu dealing with the mess that Kazuma made. Even though Kiryu thinks that it's his mess.
Well, and Dojima.
Well, yeah, Dojima and Shibano, but all 3 of which are dead now, actually, right? Last game. Yeah, all 3 died last game.
He said something so funny earlier on, it's been playing in my mind, which was this horrific scene of, this big shooting, and we didn't know what was happening in it, and then you were like, and then Shimano wanders through with his shirt off, and I didn't imagine working with this guy. Oh, God, there he goes. Big sweaty tits.
Do you want to hear something actually funny? Did you hear about the overcrowded graveyard? People were dying to get in.
That's not even an original one. Everybody knows that one.
I'm just reading it from my book.
Did you need the book for that one? Did you not already know that one?
Well, you know what, Chase? Barbers, you have to take your hat off to them.
So they
What
fight
do you
their
mean
way.
for them? What do you mean to them?
You take your hat off to them.
You take your hat off for them so they can get to you, maybe.
They're like, milady.
Keep reading from this. I'm gonna buy you a fucking fedora and make you wear it while we're doing this.
They fight their way to the tower and make it to the 50th floor, finding the florist's room trashed. No clue how they knew that they were in the florist's room, but we're just gonna ignore that. The monitors are smashed and shot to bits, unresponsive. In the center of the room, the chair swivels around Kurohashi.
Yes.
Fucking Bond villaining them as he spins his chair.
We're in the Millennium Tower.
We are in the florist's room in the Millennium Tower.
Cool.
Those poor monitors really went through it. They had people taking sledgehammers to them. People were trying to fucking hack.
The sledgehammers were to the generators in the
I
basement.
know, but you know, the people did everything they could to shut it down. So eventually, someone's just come in and kicked them to bits.
Yeah, pretty much.
Kaoru readies her gun, but a voice shouts at her not to shoot. It's Date, tied up near the windows along with the florist and his men.
Aw.
They have the building set to blow. We see the florist's rat by the windows as he pulls the tarp off the object we saw earlier. A bomb.
Once again, this feels like the end of the game. This is our third climactic moment, it feels like. Like, it's crazy.
Bomb in the tower.
Yeah, lots of big moments this game, yeah.
Kaoru asks why she's here. Him replying that she's one of the stars in this little tale of revenge. Why? Because of my Jingwon blood?
Continue. I love this. Yeah.
Kurohashi is thrilled to hear that she already knows, telling her to join him in avenging the massacre of their brothers. A voice from behind shouts to not listen. Both turn to see Kaoru and Tamio, gun at the ready. Okay. Don't assume that she's anything like you. Kaoru starts walking towards Kurohashi, telling him that he's had him marked ever since the day that he gained Japanese citizenship and joined the force. That's why he ditched Division 1 to follow him to Foreign Affairs.
Because I fucking hate immigrants. That's, bear in mind, that is his main motivation.
It's all right.
Okay, that's been clarified at this point. He doesn't hate immigrants, he hates Jingwon.
Okay.
He's been killing the Jingwon.
Right.
Well, not just. I mean, he executed some people in cold blood at the start, 20 years ago.
We'll get there. Kaoru figured that he'd let Kurohashi go if he'd abandoned the creed, but he never could he? Kurohashi looks completely unfazed, saying that he doesn't care about Kaoru's speech, and that if he gets any closer, he'll blow up the building. Kaoru tells him, do it then. I've scraped by living a lie just to stay alive. You don't have the balls to kill yourself now. Excuse me, he scraped by living a lie to stay alive. He doesn't have the balls to kill himself now. Kurohashi shouts that he would do anything for the Jingwon Creed, and he goes to push the button on his remote, but Kaoru shoots the remote from his hand. Kurohashi rushes to pick it up, but is stopped as Kaoru puts the gun to his head, telling him to cut the Creed bullshit. He asks if Kurohashi remembers Mirai, Hojong Park. He lived under the weight of what he did, didn't run from it. But Kurohashi thinks that he deserves to die under the Creed. The madness needs to stop. Once he deals with Kurohashi and Daijin, it will all be over. Date shouts at him to stop, but Kaoru tells him to stay out of it. He needs to do this, or more innocent blood will spill later. Kurohashi looks down the barrel of Kaoru's gun, laughing. You'd kill me? With your daughter watching? The room fills with gasps, Kaoru stepping forward. Wait, you mean... Kurohashi smiles. Yes, I mean you, Kaoru Sayama-san.
Kaoru is Kaoru's father.
Yes.
I think that was one of my guesses. Maybe I made so many that...
Yes, but this also has a secondary implication.
Kaoru is Korean.
That he's the Korean boss.
Oh, God.
That's not the secondary implication.
What's the secondary implication?
He met the Korean boss, remember?
Oh, yeah, shit.
The implication, she's not the baby.
Oh, fuck. So I was right with my other guess.
So maybe Ryuji is then, yeah. But also, I don't understand.
So she's not Korean. She's gone on this big identity crisis.
Yeah.
She's not one.
So, She looks at Kaora. You're my father? He shouts that Kurohashi is lying to stay back, but Kurohashi's diversions worked. He pulled a gun from his sock, turning and shooting Kaora in the shoulder, getting up with his gun remaining aimed. He tells Kaoru that Kaora and the boss's wife, Suyeon Jung, got together and had a kid. Her. Kaora shouts at him to shut his damn mouth, but Kurohashi silences him, shooting him 3 times in the chest. Tamiya runs over to him as Kurohashi screams that the only thing that kept him going these 26 years was the revenge that he'll take today. He knows Kaora slaughtered his brethren from the mainland too, and he'll put a bullet in him for every one that he murdered. Kaoru rushes over, getting between them and aiming her gun at Kurohashi. He sneers at her, asking if she'd violate the Jingwon Creed, but obviously that has nothing to do with her. Fine then. He'll just send her to hell along with her father. He goes to pull the trigger as the room moves in slow motion. Kiryu rushes him, going to grab the gun. Meanwhile, the bomber sees that, turning his gun to shoot Kiryu. Kaoru, noticing him, turns her gun to shoot his out of his hand, allowing Kiryu to restrain Kurohashi. The bomber runs away from the room. Kiryu makes Kurohashi drop the gun, telling him that Kamurocho's had enough of the Jingwon Mafia, and since Kazuma isn't here to do it himself, they'll get him instead. Kurohashi gestures his head as several Jingwon men rush into the room, ready to brawl. Kiryu destroys Kurohashi's face, leaving him sputtering on the ground as he goes to untie Date and the others. He tries to crawl over the detonator, but is stopped by Kaoru. Kurohashi reaches down, pulling his gun from the floor behind him, quickly taking a shot at Kaoru, but it never lands, instead finding ground in the chest of her father, Kaoru, who jumped in front of the bullet. He falls into Kaoru's arms, struggling to maintain consciousness. He reaches for her gun, grabbing it and shooting Kurohashi through the heart. Everyone rushes over, as Kaoru thanks him for saving her, her voice breaking a bit. He looks up at her, saying that for once in his life, he got to act like a father. But why didn't you ever tell me? He tells her that he wanted to respect her mother's wishes. He flashes back to meeting her mother that night, helping them flee the raid. He and Besho helped that night sneak her down to Kansai. 6 months later, he went to check on her, but she was falling apart, tormented by that night. Kaoru asks what happened to her child, and he tells him that her mother gave the child up through her tears.
Which means that Ryuji would be her half-sibling.
He found her work, tried to get her back on her feet, but before they knew it, they were living together. And that's when Kaoru was born. We hear that Kaoru had been offered a post in Hong Kong, and was planning to turn it down, wanting to stay with them, but she assured them that they'd be alright, and that it was only a year. By the time he came back, she had already been murdered by the mainland Jingwon. That's where he began his quest to kill every Jingwon remaining in Japan. That's why he became Killer Kaoru. Every man that he shot and killed was, unbeknownst to Date, a Jingwon loyalist. Not a racist.
Okay.
But it wasn't just revenge. He needed to erase Kaoru's past. Tomio cries that before Kaoru's real mom died, she came to her, saying that she wanted to set Kaoru free from her past. Her dying wish, she entrusted her to Tomio, someone with zero Jingwon connections, and made Kaoru keep his distance. But Kaoru, of course, regularly checked in, calling Tomio. One of those calls was the one that Kaoru overheard as a child, starting her own quest to hunt down the Tojo clan, dragging her right back in.
This shooting, him being dead, Kiryu's fault entirely. Kiryu's fault. What's his name that they've just shot in the head?
Kurohashi
had a gun. They got rid of that. He got knocked down. Pulled a second gun out of his sock. They managed to beat him then. Kiryu beats the shit out of him and just walks away from him. Checking for more guns!
Enough things are Kiryu's fault. We don't need more things to be Kiryu's fault.
Stop piling the guilt on him. He's guilty now.
None of the other stuff is his fault.
Kaoru looks at her with kind tears, saying that she's happier knowing who she is. Kaoru asks what happened to her half-brother, but Kaoru tells her that it's not his place to say.
Bullshit.
He takes her hand.
It's right there.
Just remember this, Kaoru. The blood running through your veins isn't Jingwan blood. It's kind, hard-working, and strong, like Suyon. She looks down at him, like you, Kaoru-san. She shakes her head. It's your blood too, Dad. He chuckles, saying that it takes him back, holding her hand. You used to grab my fingers and laugh. Your hands were so tiny. He squeezes her hand. For me. For your mother. Find your happiness. Thanks, kiddo. His hand falls from her, and Kaoru falls to her father's chest in a heap of sobs. Chapter end.
Crossing out Kaoru.
Rip. Oh, that is sad.
Sad. So we've got a mysterious half-brother of Kaoru. And we still don't know the identity of the Jingwan leader. Lovely. Okay, Kaoru dead. Kaoru finds out who her dad is.
Yeah.
That's the cop subplot complete. On to the really good stuff.
Chapter 14. The Go-Ryu March.
Okay. Cool. All right. Ryuji
Not
time.
to be confused, of course, with the Omi Invasion.
No.
This is the Go-Ryu March.
Yeah.
Because Ryuji is, whilst he's in the Omi Alliance and stuff, he doesn't represent the Omi Alliance.
Well, he's trying to become head of the Omi Alliance.
He technically, he definitely does in a way because he's one of like their main officers.
And the son of the current chairman.
I think that holds less weight than the fact that he is the patriarch of his own
Yeah.
Omi direct
Yeah.
clan.
We still don't know where Chairman Goda is.
We don't know.
Yeah, good point.
It's been half a game since we last heard him mentioned. Okay, let's do it. Exciting. This is the good stuff.
His tower center destroyed, the florist returns to West Park with Kiryu, redonning his silk robe and lack of shirt.
Yay.
Yay. They look over in an odd role reversal as they look at Date giving the ashes of her father to Kaoru. Remember the last game we had the scene of Date and Kiryu looking over as the florist gave Shinji's ashes to his girlfriend who worked at Shangri-La?
I vaguely remember that.
No.
Yeah. So we're now getting a nice role reversal as him and as him and the florist look over at Date giving the ashes of Kaoru to Kaoru.
That was a quick cremation. How long does Kiryu have before Ryuji should... Well, Ryuji's
Saying how Kaoru-san was a good cop till the last. Kaoru takes the ashes, saying how she's glad that she got to know her dad, even if it was brief. Tomio tells her that they'll lay him to rest next to her mother, which Kaoru graciously agrees to, saying that he'd like that. Date heads over to Kiryu, saying that he's still worried about the kid that Suyon gave up 26 years ago. If the Jingwan got to him, he could still be involved. That, and also the bomber who got away from the office.
Oh, yeah.
Date pulls out a disc that he nicked from Kurahashi's body before the cops got to it, saying that it may have some leads, and then looks over at super hacker Kaoru, saying that maybe she can crack it open. While that's happening, cars race down the highway towards Kamurocho. The Go-Ryu are on their way.
Yes.
In Ryuji's car, one of the officers gets off the phone, telling him that 5 heaping truckloads of weapons have just arrived in Kamurocho. Ryuji says how invading the Tojo has been on the Omi checklist for ages. Not even his old man could check it off. And now the Go-Ryu clan will finally drive the wedge into Kamurocho.
I understand if you're like a cabaret owner or something, or some sort of bigwig who profits off of these sorts of events. But if you're just some guy, like a waiter or a bartender, you'd move away from Kamurocho, wouldn't you? It's like, it feels like there's an invasion every 10 years. Like...
Every 10 years.
Oh, because
every year.
Yeah.
It's time for the... Honey, wake up. It's time for the annual invasion. Yes, dear.
How are you going to afford to move away? It's not like your house is worth anything to sell. Because,
Good point. Who's buying property here? Yeah. Yeah. Because Majima crashed the economy. So.
This will be Ryuji's staging ground to take on every Yakuza in the country. Then, he'll become the one true dragon. Watch close, Pops. I'ma do what you couldn't. He just wants his nickname fixed. We shift to an office where Takashima is on the phone telling everyone that everything is going according to plan. He'll head up when the time is right. One of his men comes in, telling him of the Go-Ryu mobilization, saying that they'll beat him to the punch. Takashima tells him not to get too excited. They'll make their move eventually. There's plenty of times. And besides, they have an ace in the hole.
Okay.
Back at the Kamurocho Hill build site, Kaoru is working away from a laptop trying to crack the disk, but no dice. She'd need specialized software to crack the passcode, and it ain't on this dinky little thing. Date asks if couldn't she crack it using one of the systems downtown. The florist reminds him that the police aren't exactly on their side in all of this. Date agrees, saying that he's in no position to be calling in favors anyway. But wait, what about Osaka's PD? He asks where Kaoru's planning on heading next, with her saying that she was going to go head home with Mama.
Sensible.
Date tells her that that's perfect and to take the disc to Osaka, and while she's there, have a crack at it. She agrees, taking one last troubled look at Kiryu as she leaves. Thinking something seems up, Kiryu elects to follow after her, tailing her back to Serena, where she's already halfway through a beer. He sits down, lighting up a cigarette, as she asks if he has something to tell her. Nothing specific, he says. He asks if she's headed back to Kansai. She says that after all that, she can't leave her mom alone. She needs to see her home safely, although she can't help feeling like she's running away at the climax here. Kiryu tells her not to worry about them, and she looks at him from the corner of her eye. I guess you don't need my protective custody now. Kiryu looks over to see that her eyes are puffy and red. She lets out a small cry, turning from Kiryu. I'm scared of finding out anything else about this. I've never felt this before. I was so eager to dig up my past. I thought I could handle whatever turned up, but you hit the nail on the head. All it did was hurt. But hey, hindsight's 20/20, eh? She gets up to go, but Kiryu stops her, grabbing her wrist. He stands up to look at her, telling her that she'll be fine. She looks back at him as he pulls her close, kissing her.
Yay.
Yay. Get that smooch. But also, what is that bare hand? He is so behemothly large and looks like he has never kissed a person in his life.
Yeah, they're sort of quite finger heavy on the back of the head.
He's like fully like manhandling the back of her head, just like smushing it into...
I'm very relieved they're showing us from an angle where they're not trying to do the video games making lips touching look natural, you know?
Oh, no,
Mass Effect does it a lot.
It does zoom in. Oh. Never you fear.
Shame.
This is the way that I kiss my partner, but in like the shitposty way.
Yeah.
Whereas this is trying to be quite romantic.
Okay.
Wait, so you kiss your partner like this as a joke?
Yeah, well, I grab her head and I'll go, give me some mooches.
Oh, okay. Yes. Cool.
You know?
Both hands?
Both
hands on the head?
Usually both hands.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I get that.
She will be listening to this, and she'll be sat there going, yeah.
Yeah, but who knows? You know, maybe Kaoru likes that.
Hope so.
Yeah. The bear claw kiss. Sorry, continue.
She's surprised by the manhandle kiss, but she quickly relaxes.
Yay.
He pulls away, holding her as he looks into her eyes. What you find out doesn't matter. I would never think less of you, so promise me that whatever happens, you'll come back here. She nods, promising. As she leaves, Kiryu gets a call from Date. Apparently, he's heard from Dokamoto that Kazuki is finally awake, but he's been babbling like crazy, something about bombs. So, we should probably go check on that. Kiryu heads over to find Date and Yuya already there. Kazuki thanks Kiryu and Date for rescuing him. He tells him that the Mafia had him locked up for the past 6 months, with Yuya shocked that he never noticed that the fake Kazuki in the club wasn't the real deal. He looked so identical. He tells him that while they had him hostage, he heard some terrible things. He didn't get everything, but they're planning on destroying the city. There's more than one bomb, and the whole town is already rigged to blow.
God, okay.
He doesn't know where the bombs are, but he does know how many. 1 bomb for each of the brothers we lost 26 years ago.
33.
There's 33 bombs.
Wow.
That's quite
spread randomly across Kamurocho.
I really like that. That is super villain shit. That's real fun.
I like
yeah.
how it's a way of us not having to think about like organized crime and how, no, we're just going to make them actually have to save a city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
High stakes, baby.
How do we stop 33 bombs?
1 already blew at the Millennium Tower, and another they dealt with Kurohashi, so there are still 31 in play.
Oh my god.
Date tells Kiryu that he'll call PD and have them prepare the bomb squad. Even if they're able to find them, only a technician can disarm them safely.
Okay, I thought you were about to lead into a quest here where Kiryu runs around Kamurocho deactivating 31 bombs before the time runs out, but fair enough, cool.
Well, annoyingly, Kiryu now has too many plates spinning, and the Go-Ryu one is starting to fall, so off to Tojo HQ he pops. The only way that they're saving Kamurocho is if everyone does their part, and that includes the Tojo. He drives over and tells...
Well, what have they been doing, really?
Legit just sat at Tojo HQ,
Sitting on
twiddling
their
thumbs.
Useless.
He drives over and tells Yayu and the others, and she tells them that they don't need to concern themselves with the bomb, and that they just need to stand against the Go-Ryu.
Okay.
She tells them that that's fine in theory, but they're heavy down on officers after Shindo's little spree. They have manpower, but no one to form the ranks. Daigo asks Kashiwagi how many men he could pull together, with him responding 300.
Okay.
Daigo looks at him. Kashiwagi-san, will you trust me with those 300 men?
Daigo, here we go.
Yeah, time to prove yourself.
The music flares up as everyone whips their heads around to Daigo. Kashiwagi tells him that yes, he'll start making calls, rushing up and out of the room, putting a hand on Daigo's shoulder as he goes. Yayoi asks Daigo if he would truly stand for the Tojo. Dad and Patriarch Cosmo risked everything to keep this town safe. I'm not handing it off to Ryuji Goda now. The Go-Ryu can't have our city.
Yeah. I love Daigo being a surfer boy.
I was going for whiny emo boy, but...
I don't know what he thinks his dad risked, but we'll let him have that.
Just on these bombs. So, 31 bombs. All I'm saying is that if 31 bombs go off and blow Kamurocho half to hell and it loses half of its infrastructure, I'm sure that a certain local construction company will be able to cut them a deal on rebuilding.
This is when we find that they've been in and out the whole time.
If I was Majima, I would be like, right, I'm off on holiday. I'll see you in 2 weeks when you need me.
I mean, the Kamurocho redevelopment fund was a long time ago. I'm sure there's time for another one, right?
By that night, the men have assembled at Tojo HQ. Daigo addresses them, telling them that this isn't a Tojo problem anymore. This is for every Yakuza in Kanto. They grew up in this city. Some might say that he has no right to say it, but he loves this city. So he wants to give something back. Also, we can absolutely see his tattoo in this, and it looks dope as hell.
Very cool.
It's the only thing I like about Daigo. His tattoo looks cool.
Sick tattoo, great leader.
Responsible boy.
You speak quickly. As proud members.
Daigo till we Daigo!
Hate that.
That's a t-shirt.
Never gonna change our minds!
Best character!
Can't see us regretting this!
How many of these 300 men will survive? We'll soon see.
As proud members of the Tojo, let's go show those Excuse me, I need his emo voice. As proud members of the Tojo, let's show those Go-Ryu assholes they aren't welcome in Kamurocho.
Yeah!
Kiryu watches on with Yaoyu and Kashiwagi, saying that after this, no one could have an issue with Daigo taking over the clan.
Absolutely.
I feel like lots of people could have an issue with that, but sure. Kiryu gets a call from Date, and they have trouble. So Daigo instantly abandons his men to go with Kiryu to Purgatory.
Why?
Great question.
So he'll be back for them in a minute.
Yeah.
Instantly, he's like, man, I'm gonna lead you. Later.
Yeah, we've not started yet. That's fine.
Quick smoke break before the shift.
The problem is he wants to take on too much responsibility. He doesn't.
That's Kiryu's job.
Yeah.
That's not his job.
Well,
He's getting given his job.
He's just like Kiryu.
He's nothing like Kiryu.
He's just like Kiryu.
He's a loyal friend to Kiryu, and that's the quality.
I will give you that.
Yeah.
That's true.
Loyal friend, great leader. He's letting the men find their own way, Chase. You don't micromanage a fight.
You know what? You guys are a lot more experienced than me.
Yeah.
I'm going to inspire you, and I'm going to go risk my life elsewhere.
Teach a man to fish.
They hurry to the florist's castle where they get bad news. Police HQ is going to sit this one out.
Legitimately not surprised.
Seems that tips for murder suspects don't have that much cred. Besides, Kazuki's word is the only evidence that they have of the bomb, and the police won't act without more solid proof. Useless.
You don't think...
There's already been a bombing.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
two bombings.
Well, no, one that they know about.
Yeah, fair enough.
They stopped the second one.
Okay, whatever. We don't need him. We've got Daigo.
Kiryu tells Daigo to put his 300 men to work on the bombs. He'll handle the Go-Ryu himself.
Fantastic.
Daigo asks if, alone? But Kiryu reminds him that Kamurocho is massive. Finding 31 bombs will be a nightmare, and no one knows Kamurocho better than the Tojo men. The florist says how this would be a cinch if they only had his system back up and running. Suddenly, some happy humming comes along from behind them. Look at this mopey bunch of sad sacks.
Love it.
Still got his hat.
It's President Majima!
President.
Kiryu-chan! Sounds like we're pretty fucked, eh? He tells them to get out of his way, walking up to the florist's desks. He screams and slams his head down onto the desk. Nothing happens. Huh? He does it again, harder. Kiryu's fucking confused. They're all just sat there like, what? You said you needed this system, didn't ya? He just keeps slamming his head on the desk. And he just keeps beating the shit out of his desks. And the floor's like, are you okay? And Daigo's like, should we stop him? Kiryu and Daigo
He's like, no, let him have this. Let him have this.
Kiryu and Daigo go up trying to restrain the mad dog, but he strains against them. Go, you fuck! I said fucking go! He slams his head down one more time and thunk. The floor around the desk drops and begins lowering into the floor. Woo! Nailed it! Remember, it's an elevator. His desk's an elevator.
Love it. Yes.
Oh, they reach the bottom and find the florist's old system in complete working order.
Amazing.
Majima thought that this may come in handy one day, so he kept the dust off of it. They all shout praise at him as and he turns back to the florist. Now it's your turn, legendary informant Han. He'll have those bombs pinpointed in no time. Kiryu tells Daigo that it's up to him and heads out. Kiryu leaves, receiving a frantic phone call from the bartender at Bantam. Omi men have showed up looking for him, and they're... The line cuts off. Kiryu runs towards Bantam, but along the way he gets another call, this time from a moto. Go-Ryu men have busted into his clinic, hell-bent on wrecking it. More screams as the line cuts off. Kiryu hurries faster and gets another call, this time from Yuya. The Go-Ryu are at Stardust. They're holding them the best they can, but the line cuts off.
It's like King Thaden at Helm's Deep. You know, it's like, it begins. Yeah.
As Kiryu leaves West Park, Tamura runs up to him, telling him that the Go-Ryu are demolishing the town and no one can stop them. If he doesn't hurry, there won't be a town to save. Kiryu heads to Bantam and Emoto's clinic, clearing them out without much issue. You know, grabs a little dirty knife off the ground, shoves it in someone's tummy, knees it in nice and deep. Child's play, really.
Oh, easy peasy.
Yeah. He makes his way at last to Stardust, assuming that Yuya could probably hold them off a bit better than the bartender and Emoto.
Yuya's been waiting for this day his entire life. He's like, a war? A war?
As he gets out of there, he finds Yuya unconscious, being held up by two men as they beat the shit out of him.
Worst birthday ever.
They find Kiryu come in, tossing his body at them. He had nothing to do with this. You came for me, didn't you? Sure did. Comes a voice from the balcony. Ryuji Goda.
Yes.
Figured you'd show your face here eventually, Kiryu-han. But you really took your sweet time, didn't you? Kiryu glares up at him, Ryuji taunting him about how, if looks could kill. He laughs, saying how it's good that he's taking this seriously, and then he sticks his man on Kiryu. Ryuji looks down at Kiryu, standing atop the bodies of his men, and draws his sword, putting it over his shoulder as he walks calmly down the stairs towards Kiryu. Kiryu's panting hard and falls to his knees. It's all proving too much for him. He hasn't fully recovered. Ryuji walks up to him slowly, looking down at Kiryu as he raises his blade into the air. He swings it down with force and then it stops an inch from Kiryu's face. Beating him in this state won't make him a real dragon.
Oh, so cool. So cool. Love it. Love it. Such a good trope. I love it.
He resheaths the sword. Besides, you have unfinished business, don't you?
So he Metal Gears it, right? And he just like plugs him with adrenaline so they can fight both at their peak.
Kiryu asks what he's talking about. The bombs, buddy. Kiryu said that he didn't put them up to it, but no. Kiryu asks, didn't you put them up to it? But no, that's all the Jingwon. He'd gain nothing from the city burning down. After all, Kamurocho is going to be his soon.
Oh.
He wants it looking pretty for him. Who needs ashes?
Huh.
He looks over at Kiryu. When you're done, come up to me. I ain't gonna run or hide from this. I'll wait for you at the town's highest point. No interruptions this time. Just you and me. Kiryu agrees, and Ryuji walks away.
Love it. Fair enough.
Chapter 15, Blood and Bonds.
This is good because I was slightly concerned that we were knowing that there's 16 chapters and Ryuji's showing up for his big fight in chapter 14 and I thought, oh god, he's not going to be the final boss, is he? We're going to deal with Ryuji and then we're going to have to deal with Takashima, and I'm less interested in Takashima as a final fight for this because Ryuji's been built up so well. But it's good that he's like, come to me when you deal with your other stuff.
That would feel like Takashima is what's-his-name from Yakuza 0.
Yes.
And Ryuji is...
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryuji's been built up so well that like I'm so excited for this fight. Takashima is just kind of constantly there, which is fine, and we're waiting for him to play his hand, but I was worried that he would be our final boss.
Kiryu helps Yuya to a bench, getting him some water and telling him that he did good against the Go-Ryu. Yuya's crestfallen, saying how Kamurocho gave him and Kazuki everything. He hates to see people try and strong-arm their way in, but there's nothing that he was able to do. Kiryu reassures him that that isn't true. He risked his life to protect Stardust. They're here every night working their butts off. It's impressive. People like him keep Kamurocho going. Compared to you, I'm only really of use in times like these. Daigo bursts in, asking what happened to Ryuji Goto. Did Kiryu kill him? Kiryu looks away, saying that he still needs to settle things with him. Kiryu asks how the bombs are coming. Impressively, they've already managed to take out 30 of them. Majima is working on the last one as we speak. We flash to Majima and Nishida working on the last of the bombs.
Poor Nishida is lying on his back with some pliers and has the sweatiest face you've ever seen.
Seems like Daigo's leadership worked out.
Oh my god.
300 men found the bombs like that.
They did.
0 casualties.
His men found nothing. Remember, the florist found them all.
Yeah, but after the florist found them, who had to go out and sort them out?
Exactly.
Daigo's men.
Sure.
Had to secure the perimeter and stuff, you know?
Yeah, definitely. We flash to Majima and Nishida working on the last of the bombs. A countdown clock quickly ticks down as Majima looks intently at the wires, tapping on his temple. The red one! Nishida reaches up, sweat pouring from his brows as he moves to cut the wire with a shaky hand. He breathes a sigh of relief as it cuts without issue.
Yes.
Next is... Let's go blue! Nishida reaches up, holding his breath again as he cuts the blue wire.
There are 4 blue wires in this shot.
Another sigh of relief. What's up? You got gas or something? And Nishida tells him no. He was just thinking about his ma out in the country. What's your mama got to do with a bomb? No, it's just she lives by herself, so if something were to happen to me, well, that's why we're stopping it, numbnuts. but boss, does this, he imitates Majima tapping on his forehead, really tell you how the wiring works? You for real? How the fuck should I know how this tangly-ass rainbow shit works? But we gotta handle it, so I'm here. He taps his forehead again. Putting my instincts to work. Instincts? This is all instincts. Majima looks at Nishida with a glare. What's that? You don't trust my instincts? Nishida panics, trying to backtrack on that, saying, Of course it's not that. Majima jumps back to energy, pumping his fist in the air. Then let's get back to work! Nishida points at the bomb, saying that there's only 2 wires left. Majima puts his finger back to his temple, his hand shaking. Oh, fuck this! He points at the bomb. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oh god, which one isn't going to blow? He stops. This one. Gimme red! Nishida looks in with wide eyes. Boss! This is life or death decision here. Can we please take it a little more seriously? Shut it, nitwit. I said gimme red. Majima snatches the snippers from Nishida's hand, moving in on the red wire. Eyes alight with childlike excitement. Snip.
The building is blown up, everyone.
Majima's dead.
What happens? I'm not putting a line through Majima.
Of course not. Of course Majima's not dead.
Different building?
Yeah, probably.
Where are we, Chase?
Kaoru awakens from a bad dream at her desk at the Osaka PD. She's managed to crack the password on the disk. She sees a report with a picture of Ryuji Goda looking at it. Holy shit. Back at Stardust, Kiryu asks Daigo if he really left Majima, of all people, in charge of defusing a bomb. Yeah. What of it? Kiryu begins to protest, but ultimately drops it with a sigh, saying that they need to trust him and get back to Purgatory. Kiryu heads back to find Majima getting a shoulder massage from Nishida. Man, I'm on fire today. My instincts are the real deal, yeah? As if we could have ever doubted him.
So the building blowing up was the dream.
That was just a dream.
It was just a nightmare. Okay. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Love this. Love Majima. Yeah, good job. Legitimately had me going there for a second.
You looked so panicked when...
Yeah.
Kiryu thanks him. Not like any of this was hard. It was half for shits and giggles anyway. He wanders off, saying how this work makes him starving. But he stops, turning his head back. Oh, and Kiryu-chan? Lose to that Ryuji clown, and I'll straight up ruin you. I still want another showdown.
Yeah.
Kiryu smiles and nods.
Majima does, it's the kind of thing you have for Vegeta. They're totally different characters, but that, he has never once beaten Kiryu, but we all want him to just once.
Just once.
And I know, I've not read the most recent stuff. I know Vegeta's beaten him recently, but you just
movie,
really want him to.
It's the post-credits scene of the latest movie, where that is the post-credits scene. It's just, you just see him land the punch, and then it pans out over the credits. Spoilers for the latest Dragon Ball movie. Pans out onto the credits just so you hear Vegeta go, I won, Kakarot! I finally won! And then it just cuts to credits, and you don't even get to see the fight, which is the one downside. But anyway, yeah, very good. Dragon Ball's so good.
Dante asks if you can't convince him to, not take on Ryuji. But nah. Kaoru's coming back tonight, and after that, he's going back at Ryuji alone. But in the meantime, he puts his hand on Haruka's head. I'm gonna enjoy the city with Haruka. So now we get another daddy-daughter time. But this time in Kamurocho. Same thing, same deal. She goes up to restaurants. Yeah.
I've got my hand up, sorry. The invasion in the streets, the actual men crowding into the streets, that hasn't happened. That's all done now.
That's dealt with.
So it's just Ryuji's the only one left.
Just Ryuji at this point.
Wow, Ryuji's invasion failed.
The bombs are dealt with.
Huge
The Go-Ryu
fail.
were dealt with.
It wasn't even close.
Yeah. Have you cut stuff there? Is there lots of Kiryu goes here and fights a guy, and Kiryu goes here and fights a guy?
He went to a bunch of locations and fought guys. He's fighting them all through the streets as he walks between them.
Okay. Feels like we should have had a casualty or something from this. But okay, fine.
Oh, there's still time.
Yeah, it just feels like that was the moment to kill someone, but okay.
Got a nasty feeling about someone in particular.
Yeah.
Well, but Kaoru. Yeah.
They wander through Kamurocho, getting food, playing games, cute daddy-daughter time. At one point, they come across a crowd gathering. And they all look up to a rooftop where a couple are having a domestic.
Oh.
You wanted them earlier.
This is guy who was going to jump and then didn't because he fell in love with the hostess, right?
Yeah, you wanted this earlier, didn't you?
Yeah, I've changed my mind. I don't want this now.
Not
now.
This is main story this time.
You're joking.
This isn't side content this
Chapter
time.
15.
This is main story this time.
This fucking series doesn't understand pacing. I'm sorry. Right, continue. Ryuji is
So you've taken Haruka for a nice date out on the town, and this happens.
Yeah, basically.
God, that poor girl. So what we're looking at is presumably a rooftop scene with the couple, and he's sort of holding a knife out at her, and she's reeling away in terror, and he looks terrified as well, presumably gonna jump or something.
They are both on the other side of the railing.
Oh, God.
Okay, continue.
So
Get this over with.
An older man walks up to Kiryu and asks if he can help get Akimoto off the roof. It seems that the guy who's asking is his old boss, and he's tried his damnedest, but he just won't listen. Kiryu tells him that he isn't a social worker, but the man begs, saying that Akimoto's been in a downward spiral ever since he won the lottery. It started with just the occasional gift from his favorite hostess, but that evolved into pouring all his money and quitting his job to spend more time with her. He's not a bad kid, he's just stupid.
Yeah.
I think he's very mentally ill looking at him, the poor guy.
Haruka convinces them to hurry up, where he finds the man ready to take himself and the hostess together.
Oh.
Kiryu tries to get him to stop, but he ain't taking orders. He gave Miss Mizuki-chan everything. She threw it all away. She tries to say that ain't true. But he saw her 5 million yen purse that he gave her in a pawn shop.
That's kind of rude, to be fair. That's quite rude.
Shut up!
That's rude.
She swears that she gave it to her mom. And Kiryu tells him to drop it. His feelings for Mizuki are more important. Unless he's saying that they're not even worth 5 million yen. He goes through every other extortionate gift, each giving a definite reason why she doesn't have it anymore. A platinum ring. I can't wear it anymore because my doctor said I'm allergic. The limited edition car that I totaled it. He started a club for her. Well, the owner of my current club begged me to stay, but don't worry, I'm still definitely going to open it one day.
Don't mock this girl too much. She's a hostess. She's supposed to get money off get older guys. He's a fucking weird, creepy incel fuck that's like in a fantasy land about their relationship.
Is he, though?
Well, also, holding someone at knife point on a rooftop is not justifiable.
No, I'm not
regardless.
justifying the knife. The knife is a separate conversation. I thought these two were dating.
No.
Oh.
No, this is the hostess.
It's his favorite hostess.
Oh, I thought the resolution of that
to be
original
fair,
plot was
is
that they were
leading him
actually
on,
in love.
but,
Oh, see, okay.
you know,
I thought they were
that's the end
actually
of
in
the
love.
gig.
That's kind of the job.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought they were actually in love at the end of Yakuza 1. I thought this was okay. Whatever, who cares? Go, move on.
Each one, Kiryu tells him how he's being unreasonable, that her reasonings are completely and totally sound, and should have no holes poked in them.
With a knife.
What about the apartment that he bought her? Cost him a cool 100 mil. Kiryu tells him that she probably feels guilty for living there. You're smothering her. But no. He saw it back on the market. He shouts that the only way now is to end it all and they can both be together forever. But wait, Akimoto-kun, if you kill us both now, what'll happen?
To our child!
That's right, I'm pregnant.
I can't believe you called that.
What else can it be?
I don't know. I'm disassociated. Do these characters come back in future Yakuza games? Of course they do. Every game, I bet he's on that rooftop. Okay.
He drops the knife, asking how this could have happened. She winks. Do I have to spell it out for you? But we've never even kissed. But, Akimoto-kun, if the baby's not yours, whose is it? He jumps for joy, almost falling off the roof in doing so, saying how he's going to be a dad. He takes Mizuki's hand, saying that he'll devote his life to her. Then let's get out of here and have ourselves a champagne party. Absolutely, my sweet, my love, anything for you, yippee!
That's just off. All of that is awful. That's
Yeah,
all
and,
of that is the worst thing I've ever.
And they walk away, and Kiryu and Haruka are like, what the fuck was that? And we all are like that. And I'll keep including these to torment.
But this one is not a side quest.
This one is not a side quest.
Just insane.
Somebody, can we just take Haruka to Build-A-Bear or something?
We did do. We just happened to find this in the middle of going to Build-A-Bear.
Okay.
We were going to get the Mothman Build-A-Bear.
Where's Ryuji? What's he doing?
He's on the highest point in Kamurocho.
Just waiting. He's been here for 2 days.
Probably training, probably doing some push-ups. Maybe found a chin-up bar.
He's doing the squats that Zach does in Final Fantasy VII, and I'm the only one that gets that reference, unfortunately. But yes, he's doing the Cloud and Zach squats.
They head back to Sereno, where Date is waiting with Pseudo. Pseudo's here now. Date asks Haruka if she can wait outside for a second. They need to talk to Kiryu alone. He tells Kiryu that he took a copy of the disc and asks Pseudo if he could also give a try at cracking it. He hands Kiryu 2 documents. The records for Ryuji Goda and Karu Sayama.
Yes, okay, confirmed. So a half brother.
He tells Kiryu to look at the name listed under Ryuji's parents. Su Yunjung. Kaoru and Ryuji share the same brother. He is the missing Jingwon baby.
Awesome. Great.
Confirmed.
How big a twist is this, Chase, out of curiosity? Like when you, because I know it's different when you explain as opposed to
I
playing.
think it comes across more as a twist when you're playing it, because assumedly you wouldn't have had it all this condensed.
Yeah, we're sitting with
And
like
you've
baby
probably
written down and stuff.
you've probably by that point things are happening at a much slower rate. That I think that I didn't put it together, but maybe I'm just stupid.
No,
Well,
because
we
20
forget
hours
about the
can
baby.
20 hours of gameplay can go on past, whereas when we're getting several hours of just story, it's a lot easier.
So
Ryuji is half Korean then.
Ryuji is half Korean, yeah. No, Ryuji's full Korean. Because Ryuji is the son of Songyeon and the Jingwon leader. So he's both full Korean and he's
She is
full
the
Jingwon.
son. She's the daughter of the Jingwon leader's wife and
Yeah.
Dead Copper.
Are we to understand then that, say, if Ryuji's men learned this information, do you think they would turn against him?
Probably not.
No. So the Yakuza isn't like a no Koreans sort of situation.
Kind of.
Yeah, because
Not
that's kind of what we've.
It can be, but I think that they would also recognize his strength.
Right.
I think that if he was a less charismatic and powerful leader, they might turn on him. But him being as powerful and like people follow him for his strength. Yeah.
Yeah.
Notably, a Korean character who's shown much more kind of honor and respect and dignity than
Any
a few
other
of the
character
Japanese
in the
characters.
game, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Which
that's
is probably
something
on purpose.
I wish the game had highlighted more. Is the is this code of honor that they seem to be mocking sounds strikingly similar to like the Yakuza code of honor that we've seen throughout the games, and yet we know there are people on both sides.
Well, I think
Mirai.
Mirai.
to make
on
a
that-
clear distinction, the Jingwon one is considerably more strict and cult-like.
Yeah, for sure. But Mirai breaks it still, and on the Yakuza
for
side,
sure.
people break it all the time as well.
But, like,
so it's just people be people, and
The Jingwon see it like to like a blood thing of like they expect Kaoru to be following it, despite the fact that Kaoru never even knew that she was Jingwon.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, you found this out? You are bound by the creed, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Whereas the Yakuza aren't quite that tight with it.
They're just interesting. Fair enough.
Anyhow, before Kiryu can process this reveal, though, the door opens and Kaoru walks in, just returned from Osaka.
Oh no, she's back to die, isn't she?
She asks why everyone looks like death, but they just shrug it off, hiding the documents and introducing Kaoru to Pseudo.
All I need now is for her to tell us that this is going to be her last day before she retires.
Oh, by the way,
or for Kiryu to agree to run away with her.
Yeah.
who, by the way, Pseudo is the superintendent now. Good for him.
Oh, you got a promotion off screen. Okay. So that means it was Pseudo's call not to help with the Kamurocho bombs.
Was he having interviews while this was all happening?
So I'm a strong, independent worker. An example of a time when I was a great leader. Well, right now Kamurocho is in flames. All I'm saying, by the way, is that also, sorry, I know you're ready for your finale run. Daigo saved Kamurocho.
Yes.
He saved Kamurocho.
He did not.
He is solely...
He is at least as important as Kiryu.
Kiryu and Majima.
Yeah.
Kiryu and Majima saved Kamurocho.
What did Kiryu do during the bombs? Ran around. Beat up some goons.
Majima gave back the system that told them where the bombs are. Daigo would have done jack shit if he probably wouldn't have found them.
Daigo led 300 men into battle. It's fine.
They didn't fight anybody. They just sat doing admin work.
Oh, they deactivated some bombs. Wait, so did Majima deactivate all 30 bombs?
No, Majima did one.
No, one bomb. Okay.
Which
So
is
it was
great.
The most important one.
Yeah. So Daigo, savior of Kamurocho.
Yeah.
Yeah, stick that in a news headline. Sorry, finale run. I'm fucking hyped, by the way. This has gone so good.
I can see why this is one of the best.
Pseudo takes the documents and leaves, with Kaoru asking why he was there, but they just kind of passed it off as him asking Date about the bombs. Date asks if she was able to decode the disc, but she tells him that no, not even the software could decode it. Fucking liar. Kaoru asks him what happened with the Go-Ryu. Kiryu tells her that he beat them back, and now only Ryuji remains, waiting for him at the highest point in Kamurocho. Kamurocho Hills, not tower. The unfinished building is somehow taller than the tower.
The tower had the top of it blown off. It's fine. It's whatever.
No, it didn't.
And Majima's been working really hard with all his construction crew. Millennium Tower.
The floor blew up.
Not blown off.
Oh, but still, I'd imagine you can't get up there. How are you going to get up? You have to go via the top floor.
I just like it's ending at Majima's construction site, which I think is really fun.
Anyway, she asks if he's going then. Yeah, doesn't see any way around this fight. She looks at him, telling him that she forbids it. She's Division 4's lead detective here. She's not going to turn a blind eye to a man saying that he plans to fight somebody to the death. Which might be fair, if not the fact that she is not in Osaka, so does not have jurisdiction here.
I didn't want to nitpick earlier. She used her badge to get into a crime scene earlier. I was like, can you do that if your badge is for another city? I don't know how it works.
Date asks how she can be saying that now, with her saying that she's an officer of the law. He tells her that he's going anyway, but she says that she wouldn't be so sure of that. She's still under her custody. She can arrest him at any time. No, you told him that he's not.
Yeah.
You literally told him that he's not.
Not
And
only
he
that,
sued you for it.
you were told by your boss that he's not.
I know.
She's trying to save the man that she loves.
Kiryu stands with his back to her. then do it. You're still going? She asks. Yeah. Yeah.
Gotta kill your brother.
Fine. Then there's somewhere I want you to go first. She tells Kiryu that Besho is in Tokyo and wants to talk to him. The Omi's Takashima family is acting odd. Probably something about that.
Oh, I keep forgetting Takashima's in this. Besho is the cop, the Viper.
Yeah. Kiryu agrees, with Kaoru telling him that Besho is waiting on basement floor 3, archive room 13.
Oh, where cases go to die.
Yeah. Date spins around hearing her, immediately saying that he's going with Kiryu. It's probably better that way.
Yeah.
Although I don't think they'd let Date in, surely. Not being invited and not a cop.
I mean, I feel like Date, way more than also Kiryu?
Is someone looking after Haruka?
Where is Haruka?
She's sat in Serena.
She's just been sat in this bar with the lights off on her own.
I think they just had that whole conversation, Serena. She's with them.
Okay.
Uncle Kaz? Anyone? Hello?
The milk in the fridge is off.
Holiday to cooking clean. They make their way to Tokyo PD, with Date commenting that Kaoru is acting weird, questioning if something may have happened while in Kansai. And why would Osaka's Division 4 chief call them here of all places?
Bloody good question.
They enter the archive room to find it empty. The only thing there is a lone laptop placed on a center table. They sit down.
Rickrolled. You've been rickrolled.
They sit down and find a video on it. A video of Kaoru. Hi. Sorry for the wild goose chase. I'm recording this now, just in case something happens to me.
Oh, Jesus.
Death flags everywhere, everybody.
I wanted to tell you everything I know and how I feel about it, so please, just hear me out. I finally cracked Kurahashi's disc using Osaka PD's system, and I learned a lot from it. Ryuji Goda and I are, well, we're half siblings by blood. I think Kaoru-san, or my dad, rescued our young Ryuji Goda from the fire that night. To think, now my only living family member is Ryuji Goda. Talk about ironic, eh? I grew up hating organized crime, and my brother's a Yakuza. Anyway, all I can do now is talk to him. Try to get him to stop this stupid war, as his only blood relative, and as a Division 4 detective. Everything we talked about, that time we spent in Osaka, I know I'll never forget it. I'll keep it in my heart always. It'll be my one and only memory of you. But I'm fine with that. The worlds we live in are so different. I should have never let you in the way I did. Just goes to show how special you are. She begins to cry. Sorry, I meant to say goodbye with a smile. I'll keep that promise, though. I'm done running from my fate. Goodbye. Kiryu looks down, slamming his fist on the table and getting to his feet, storming from the room.
Okay.
This is also one of the most memed Yakuza moments.
Why?
Just the gif of Kiryu slamming the table and walking out.
Oh, right, okay.
And it's like slamming the door.
I mean, I think I would do that. It's a very slam table moment.
And if she does survive, she can leave the force. She has a bright, bright future playing the lead in a stage production of Calamity Jane.
Or Kiss Me Kate.
I feel like I should have given Ryuji like a gruffer one now. He's Arthur Morgan.
Stay out of that territory.
Finale. Decision.
Okay.
I think this is the only game that gives it chapter marking and doesn't say finale.
Oh, yeah.
Which really annoys me.
That is annoying.
Because it is finale.
These chapter cards are all white with black text, whereas the other ones so far, 0 and 1, were both black with white text. Not that that necessarily means anything, but I just think it's nice.
It's time for the final face down. Time to end things. Kiryu leaves Serena to find Kamurocho on fire. The streets are filled with Jingwon Mafia who have erected barriers and left cars aflame everywhere, trying to impede Kiryu's progress.
Good job, Police Chief Pseudo.
Yeah.
He tears through them. No, he's superintendent, he's not chief.
I think he's sort of feeling a bit awkward right now.
He tears through them.
Bit of a blunder on the first day.
He tears through them, ending anyone who dares to get in his way. He tears his way through, up Tenkaichi Street, through Theater Square, across West Shifuku, Park Boulevard. He claws his way through a whole army, carving a trail of blood. Finally, he arrives at Kamurocho Hills, taking the construction elevator to the top. There, he finds Kaoru, gun-trained at her brother's heart.
What a sick shot.
Oh, he looks amazing.
Yeah, Ryuji's outfit it's just the same outfit he's worn the whole game, but it's just a great look. He's got the katana ready in its sheath.
Got the Bontan.
Yeah.
You want to fill me in on this, Kiryu-san? Ryuji growls, starting to turn to Kiryu. Kaoru shouts not to move, demanding that he hand over Chairman Goda, who is still missing in the finale. Knock yourself out. He points over to a corner of the roof where Chairman Goda is sat in his wheelchair. Kiryu runs over to help him. So, what brings you up here, lady? Ryuji turns his attention back to Kaoru, who tells him that she's here to arrest him. Little late, ain't ya? Already knee-deep in Tojo clan yourself. Not exactly an angel, are ya? She agrees, saying that she'll be turning herself in alongside him. She's going to be going with him wherever he goes. She's done watching her family die. Your family? You got a screw loose, lady? Kaoru asks if Ryuji remembers being rescued from a burning building. So what if I do? That makes you one of the Jingwon Mafia survivors. And what the fuck of it? So seemingly he knew that the whole time.
Oh, okay, I was going to say, you got a feel for Ryuji there, because he's spent all day doing push-ups on this roof, waiting for his big fight, and suddenly some strange woman shows up with a gun going, "You're my brother!" But if he already knew, fair enough.
She tells him that he wouldn't have known it, but his mother, Soo-yeon Jung, was still alive. She took a new name. Ryuji's breath catches as he looks away. You and I share Soo-yeon's blood. We're
Sorry.
I like it.
We're brother and sister!
I like it too.
What the fuck is this? Kaoru tells him that she's here to help him, as both his sister and the cop begging him to end the fighting. She looks at him, gun still aimed. I'm your sister, let me help you! You're under arrest! Here's my notepad! Let me list the crimes!
And if you think I'm taking you in, you're darn tootin' right!
Bullshit! I've got a little sister? The little lady's telling the truth. Ryuji turns as we hear the voice of Chairman Goda, saying that he could never bring himself to tell Ryuji. He tells Ryuji that 26 years ago, Soo-yeon came to Kansai, and they got acquainted. Just so happened to meet in a little bar in Sotenbori, where she told him her story. The Mafia was getting closer each day, and she was exhausted trying to keep her baby safe. The chairman was living comfortably enough, so he offered to help her, took her in. But then Kaoru transferred to Kansai looking for her, and took Soo-yeon from him. Not that he could blame her. He was Yakuza. Ryuji asks then if his own ma threw him away, but the chairman vehemently denies it, saying that it was at his request. He begged her to leave Ryuji with him. To him, Ryuji was his real son. Ryuji told him to shut the fuck up, asking why he should care now. He's been alone his whole life. Only one goal, surpassing the legendary Yakuza Jin Goda. Went so far as working with those Jinwon fucks to make this war happen. He might remember that night. He might be a survivor, but he doesn't give a shit about their revenge. Their goals aligned. That's the end of it. And now, he looks at Kiryu. You're the only thing left. Kaoru tries to stop him, but the men pay her no heed, walking slowly towards each other. Ryuji Goda, I have you pegged. You're exactly the man I thought you were. You can't change the way you lived. Your instincts drive you, and you act on them. Ryuji tells him that he doesn't know him, but Kiryu does. You remind me of an old friend. He chose to fight to give meaning to his life. A man like that deserves everything I've got. Kiryu walks over to the elevator's wall, and slams his fist on the button, the door closing. Kaoru tries to run over, calling for him, but can't get into the elevator. He looks over, apologizing, but it's just him and Ryuji now. The men grab their shirts, ripping off two dragons emblazoned on the field.
Don't do it, boys. Don't do it.
Awesome.
One
awesome,
final
awesome.
battle to to decide the fate of the Yakuza, to find who's truly worthy of carrying the name of Dragon. Ryuji draws his sword. Hope you're ready.
Again, one thing you can never kind of hit this series for is style and its actual cutscenes.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really cool, really epic.
It's a full cage match. They are like it's like a steel cage elevator, so they are locked in like essentially a steel cage. It's kind of like the Coliseum, and it is just pure muscle on muscle. The two men whirl in a whirl of blades and fists, but in the end, the Dragon of Kansai is no match for Dojima, falling to the ground at his feet. Kiryu looks over at Kaoru, and she turns her gaze. Kiryu walks over to the chairman, apologizing for how it had to turn out. The chairman understands, though, saying he's thankful. He finally got to hear how Ryuji truly felt. Chairman Goda had hidden the only things that truly mattered to Ryuji, fearing that if he learned the truth, that he'd leave him. Goda turns to Kaoru, telling her that as a father, he will bear the weight of his son's crimes. He carried the Omi sigil this far, and he wants to end things the right way. Suddenly, a voice comes from the stairs.
Yeah, we've still got Takashima to come.
Well done, Chairman Goda. Kiryu-san. It's impressive how faithfully you followed my script. Kiryu turns, his eyes wide. He knows that voice, but it's not a voice he should be hearing.
Oh, God, it's not.
It's not possible. Kiryu watches as Terada approaches them on the rooftop.
Oh, thank God, I thought it was Kazuma for a second. But
Thank God, me too.
I'm so much more here for a Terror to Death fake out, though. This is interesting.
Was I right about Terada softening up the...
Yeah, your theory was that he was making the Tojo weak on
undercover,
purpose.
yeah.
This is the tapestry I set out to create 26 years in the making. I am Daijin Kim, the final survivor of the raid 26 years ago.
That's a good twist. That's a very good twist. Oh, you Yakuza'd me again. Very good. Although what this does mean is that Kazuma has been out-chessed. Because it was all, Kazuma thought that he was working with Terada to eventually put him into, and all this stuff and get things set up. And it turns out Terada's actually been working on this plan longer than Kazuma's been working on plans. So fuck you, Kazuma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terada faked his death, knowing that Kiryu was a person of emotion. Only this could bait him into moving. And if the dragon moved, the Omi would move in kind. The stage was set for a war between Kanto and Kansai. So goes the first act. Kiryu asks then if the oath was just a lie to put Ryuji in play. Terada knew that if the Omi moved to make a pact with the Tojo, Ryuji would coup and seek his vengeance in Kanto, only to be defeated by Kiryu, all part of the plan. Ryuji turned his back on the creed, refusing to rejoin his Jingwon brethren. Didn't care about the grudge left to fester for 26 years. All he cared about was his view from the top. So Terada used that to make him uphold the creed and die for their cause. Now, once Kiryu's out of the picture, the Tojo will crumble. Daijin Kim's 26-year quest for vengeance finally at an end. And to send it all off, one final explosion to rock Kamurocho to its very core. Wait, I thought we disarmed all the bombs. Terada laughs, telling them that it was all under their noses the whole time. They turn to see one final bomb hidden in plain sight.
Oh no, Majima construction.
One for their final fallen brethren, Kurohashi, slain by her father, Jirokawara.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Okay.
He holds up the detonator, saying that one press and Kamurocho will go up in a sea of flames. But don't worry. By the time it goes off, they won't be around to care. Kiryu has one final question. Was everything Terada said that day in front of Kazuma-san's grave a lie? 26 years ago, the man who saved him, was it not Kazuma-san? Terada freezes. How could Kiryu have known that? Because I was there 26 years ago. And I saw you. I was wrong, because we flash back one final time to that night. We see Terada, Kurahashi, and another man hiding behind desks. One runs from the office, only to be gunned down by Shimano before he can get away. Shimano walks into the room, surveying it as they stay as silent as possible. He ultimately leaves. Terada and Kurahashi look at each other, nodding as they rush the door, hoping that they can get Shimano from behind, only to be met by the gun barrels of Shintaro Kazuma. Kazuma looks at them with silent eyes, then both shakingly leaves. They're both, very young at this point. Kazuma drops the guns. Live. You boys are still young. Don't waste your lives. He puts his hand on their shoulders, telling them again to live as from behind, Kiryu quietly enters the room. Kazuma leaves, Kiryu taking one last look at Terada, and follows after.
So did Kiryu always know that about Terada, or is he just putting two and two together now?
He's only putting two and two together now.
Right, okay.
But did Kazuma always knew who Terada was then?
Kazuma always knew.
Okay.
And assumedly that's why Kazuma kind of brought him up. In the same way that, Kurahashi, in the same way that, Kawara was keeping an eye on Mirai.
Monty's totally right.
Kawara was brought...
That Terada fooled Kazuma for 20 years.
Terada out Kazuma'd Kazuma.
Yeah.
Back in the presence, Terada says how Kiryu was the boy that he saw that night, but yes, even though Kazuma saved him that night, he's still stuck. He still struck at him to avenge his fallen brothers. Again and again. Yet Kazuma didn't let him go, continuing to look after him, even leading him to the Omi. So it was Kazuma who brought Terada to the Omi in the first place. Chairman Goda tells them that not long after Terada swore with the Omi, Kazuma had come to him, begging on his hands and knees to look over Terada. Terada looks away in shame. Terada, after all that Kazuma-san did for you, do you not have a shred of humanity? Terada looks at Kiryu with cold eyes, saying that he doesn't get it. He's Jingwon Mafia. The creed comes above all else, even if it means killing their own parents. Such is their fate. Kiryu tells him that those aren't the words of a human, and Terada agrees, saying that their organization has forsaken humanity. How else could they possibly live for 26 years with the sole purpose of revenge? In any case, you're an obstacle. He raises a hand, signaling his men forward to surround.
Oh,
Kiryu.
is that hacker motherfucker come back again?
Kiryu-san, you're going to die. Sadly, time has not been kind on Terada, and him as revenge don't stand a chance against Kiryu's fists.
I know, I really, Terada's bold here because he's gone, I knew that even with the full might of the Omi, that Ryuji could never stand a chance. Even if he brought a whole army here, my plan was that he would lose to you. His whole army against you. But now me and my 4 guys are here.
Yeah.
Kiryu looks at him. This is where your script ends.
Ryuji's not dead, by the way, is he? He's just unconscious in a lift.
Yeah.
Cool. Great.
Kiryu walks back to Kaoru and Chairman Goda, when suddenly, a gunshot. Kiryu is struck in the back and falls to the ground.
Oh, God.
You're late, Terada barks. Chairman Goda's eyes go wide. Takashima finally makes his move.
There he is. Yeah, cool. We knew he was coming. So he's been working for Terada this whole time.
Yeah.
Cool.
He thanks Kiryu truly for clearing all the obstacles from his way. Kaoru rushes to go to Kiryu's side, but Takashima turns his gun, telling her not to move. He walks forward slowly, telling Terada that he's done well and helping him to his feet, but to leave the rest to him. He shoots Chairman Goda in the chest.
Oh. I'll do it.
Kaoru goes to pull her gun, but he shoots it from her hand. Terada authored the script according to my vision.
Fuck off, we're Yakuza again.
We're
God
doing-
damn it.
we're Yakuza-ing.
God damn it. Well, it may have been Kazuma's
Sorry,
plan,
Jess.
but it was really my plan, and it was in the work for longer, but all of that was part of my plan.
Your plan was there for 26 years. Mine was there for 26 years and 1 week.
Didn't get any of this shit with Son Goku. We didn't get any of this.
Chairman Goto breathes.
May I have a tiger? I never thought he'd be my favourite of that bunch, but without question
What a
he
great
was.
villain. Anyway, continue.
Chairman Goto breathes heavily, clutching at his wound. You betray the Omi Alliance? Sell us to the Jingwan! Takashima sneers at him. Betrayal? Are you really that dense? Teruta tells him that Takashima's goals mirrored the Jingwan's, to crush the Tojo clan. And that's pretty much accomplished. Therefore, he turns, a smile spreading across his face as he looks at Teruta. You're no longer needed. A look of shock hits Teruta's face in slow motion as Takashima turns his gun, jabbing it into the core of Teruta's chest and pulling the trigger.
Turns out Teruta's 20D chest was actually not D enough. Didn't foresee being betrayed by your sworn oath, brother. Jesus.
He's blown back, falling to the ground.
Not enough
A
D's.
small metal object falling from his pocket. Takashima laughs, saying how Teruta never saw him playing like the fool. Takashima, comes Chairman Goto's weak voice. Takashima shoots him again in the chest. What of the Omi? What will you do? Takashima smiles, saying that rest assured, he'll pick up right where Goto left it. Goto tries to say that he won't allow it, but he shoots him again in the chest. Takashima tells him that he plans to become the 6th chairman of the Omi, and to absorb the Tojo clan. He'll rule over this nation's Yakuza, then use the Jingwan to spread to the mainland. That is how the script really ends. Chairman Goto looks at him, and then coughs up blood, sputtering, and falling forward in his wheelchair, as Takashima laughs about how all these fools, why would they ever trust anyone? Teruta's voice comes from below, saying that he never did. He always knew something was off about Takashima. Takashima goes up to him, asking if he's still alive. He kicks him, saying how his role is done. Teruta tells him that his plan won't end how he thinks. You people talk too much. Takashima shoots him twice more in the chest. Teruta looks over at Kiryu, clinging to the last bits of life. Kiryu-san, it's just you and this bastard. Stop him. Takashima whirls around with a look of fury as Teruta presses the button on the detonator, the bomb whirring to life. In the end, trust me. Teruta falls to the ground as his life leaves him.
Teruta dead. Boof, boof.
Cross it again.
Double cross.
In the end, trust me.
He just turned on the bomb, and he's like, this is the way. Trust me, Kiryu.
Okay.
Trust the bomb. They look over as the bomb opens to reveal a 10-minute timer that is already counting down.
A lot of time. Plenty of time.
What have you done, you idiot? Takashima screams, emptying his gun into Teruta's lifeless body.
Bad idea.
Kaoru pulls out her baton, sprinting at him, swinging wildly, but he manages to catch her, holding her gun to her head. Kiryu grabs a gun from the ground, pointing it at Takashima, but he's ready to blow her head off. Kaoru tells Kiryu to just do it. But he can't. Kiryu can't lose the one that he loves. Takashima taunts him, telling him how that's what makes him weak. He turns his gun and shoots Kiryu in the chest.
Oh my god, so back and chest now shot.
It's okay. It seems like you can get about 3 shots to the chest before you're at risk of dying in this this game.
He turns the gun back to Kaoru, beginning to squeeze the trigger. But as he does, Ryuji fucking Goto wakes up and shoots Takashima on the shoulder.
Get him in the head. It's Scream rules, baby.
Takashima lurches back, losing his grip on Kaoru, and Ryuji storms on Takashima, unloading straight up like 30 shots right into his chest. He just storms right forward. He's already bleeding, so he's just stumbling forward. which we love a good Infinite Magazine video game gun. Takashima falls, shockingly still alive enough to talk, saying how he was a fool to let an idiot like Ryuji get the better of him. Ryuji stands above him, looking down. A real man ought to be a bit stupid.
Nice.
Great line.
Scheming fuck like you could never stand on top. He shoots Takashima between the eyes.
Yes. Dead.
Dead.
He turns, panting hard as he watches Kiryu get up. The two men, absolutely riddled with bullet holes, walk towards each other. Ain't room for more than one dragon. Kiryu absolutely agrees.
Hug it out.
Kaoru runs towards them. Are they fucking stupid? There's a bomb ticking. It has 5 minutes left, and they are both riddled with bullet
They're not
holes.
about to fight, are they?
But both men are already dying. They've taken shots that would have ended the life of a lesser man instantly. All that's left for them to do is settle this.
It's pure stupid pride at the end here, and I love
Gotta
it.
be a little stupid.
Kiryu walks towards Ryuji and the bomb, telling Kaoru that he isn't going. Ryuji hits the elevator button, closing the barred door in front of Kaoru before she can reach them. Kiryu tells her that she'd better go, live her life, but he has something that he needs to do. Ryuji looks at Kiryu, telling him that, I'm seeing now how my sister fell for you. Kaoru shouts how she can't see more family die, see the man that she loves die. Kiryu sadly says, I know, as Ryuji shouts at her to shut up.
Oh.
Look at them. They're falling apart at the seams. They don't have much time left. He walks slowly up to Kaoru, reaching out and placing his hand on hers from across the bar. A once-in-a-lifetime request. Can you do your brother this one favor? She begins to sob as Ryuji hits the button to go down. She looks up at her brother, that she's known for so little time, as he stumbles, turning to Kiryu. The clock's ticking. You ready? Yeah, I won't hold anything back. They run at each other, slamming into each other with the force of dragons for one final confrontation. This is, without question, undeniably the best fight in the entire series.
Okay.
I believe that.
It is
yeah.
slow. That at this point where I said earlier that, like, you know, Kiryu stumbling through town, like, he wasn't actually getting affected by the wounds. They are slow. It is heavy punches. It is just, like, this is just a cinema one. Like, this isn't a hard one. You are just slow slugging at each other. Like, blood flying from the sides. He has, like, 12 health bars.
I'm thinking Metal Gear 4. That sort of fight. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's like real intense but quiet music playing under each other as the bomb just ticks down in the background.
You two idiots. What a pair of idiots.
I don't know if I've ever, like, mentioned the health bars, that usually it's like they're colored, so you'll get like the red, then orange, then yellow, then green, then blue, and then finally silver. He has like 8 silver ones, so it seems like he's got infinite health because you just keep, like, you'll get a silver one down and it's still silver underneath the silver one.
Oh.
But it is an absolute just bare knuckle brawl. He doesn't have his sword anymore. They're just punching each other with every last bit of strength they have. Just slamming into each other until finally, with just one last punch, each of them hitting each other in the jaw, Ryuji falls to his knees. Both men breathe heavily, slow, deep breaths. As the fight draws to a close, Kaoru returns, running up from the stairs, rushing to her brother, and holding him in her arms. He looks up at her. You smell nice. Same as Mom did. Do you remember her? She doesn't. Ryuji sadly telling her that he's sorry for that. Lost her before she could even remember her. What was she like? Kaoru cries. You look a lot like her. First time I laid eyes on you, I thought of her. I've got an adorable little sister here, if only I'd known. Maybe we could have avoided this. Kaoru cries out in a small laugh. Nah, got too much Jingwan blood in me. Death would have found me one way or another. Not bad. Made it further than I thought. Ryuji struggles to remain consciousness. Hey, give me a smile. Mom's face when she laughed was great. She smiles. Brother, there's that smile. Ryuji's head falls limp. Kaoru falling to his chest, sobbing over the loss of the last of her family. As the bomb continues to tick down, they suddenly look over to the sky, noise growing greater as we see a helicopter descend upon the roof. Date shouts at Kiryu that there's not much time left. He needs to go.
Is that Pseudo in the helicopter?
And also Haruka.
God, why? Why would she be in the helicopter over the bomb building?
Looking down at her dying Uncle Kaz.
Oh.
But Kiryu's taken too much. He stumbles. He can't move. He falls to the ground. Kaoru rushes over to him, trying to get him to come with her, but he can't. He tells her to run. He wants her to forget him, live her life, but she can't do that. She pulls her hand from his chest, looking at just how much blood there is. And she makes up her mind. She'll stay with him until the end. Kiryu tries to fight her, but she won't take anything else for an answer. If she loses him, what does she have left? He looks deep into her eyes. Kaoru. The two lovers stare deeply into each other's eyes. The timer ticking slowly down behind them, and take each other in one final kiss, which is just them making out on the roof as the music goes and you hear the ticking, and Haruka's looking, like, watching them from the helicopter. Like, the helicopter flies away and his Haruka going, "Cuckoo kiss!" as he's just making out on the roof.
No.
Date keeps shouting at them to go, but Pseudo knows that the timer is nearly reaching its end and that they can't stay. He pulls the helicopter away, Haruka screaming for Uncle Kaz until they're out of sight. Kiryu and Kaoru look at the bomb. Less than a minute left. Poor Haruka-chan. We let her down. We really did, Kiryu agrees. But at least I know she'll understand. You're right. She's a smart girl. They hold each other close. Are you scared? Kiryu asks her. Yeah, but I've never felt so warm before. Kiryu squeezes her tight. Yeah. The bomb ticks down. We see the scene flash between the faces of all of them close to them, looking up at the tower. The florist, Yuya, Nishida, Majima, Pseudo, Date, Haruka. And the bomb hits zero. The scene changes and the sun is bright and the sky is clear as Haruka goes to the cemetery to light incense. She looks at the graves. Thank you. I'll never forget you. Terada-san, thank you so much.
And he walks into frame.
The camera pulls away as we see Kiryu and Date looking over her. The whole time, the bomb was a fake.
It's exactly, the second that they kissed and the chopper went, because Terada said, he turned to Kiryu and said, the bomb, trust me. The bomb was a fake, yeah.
Why did he have a fake bomb as part of his plan?
Don't know, but I don't begrudge the game any of that. Do you know why? Because Kaoru survived the final confrontation, and I have other thoughts about the finale.
Date laughs. I guess Terada wins Best Actor after all. But not all of it was acting. He knew that he could never trust Takashima. Date pulls out that metal thing that fell out of Terada's pocket. It kind of looked like a little screw. It was a fuse that Terada never installed into the bomb. He never intended for it to go off. Still, gives me shivers to even think about that bomb blowing. But if he had blown it, Takashima would have won. Wait, Kiryu, did you know the bomb wasn't going to go off? Kiryu did not. Kiryu fully thought he was about to die. But the last thing Terada said was, trust me. And so, trust him about what, though?
Yeah, there was no real action from the trust me. Kiryu couldn't really do anything. He'd already pressed the button.
Trust me, he wonders. Was it about the way that Terada felt about Cosmo-san? Kiryu wagers that it might be that. Makes sense. Haruka looks over to see Kaoru approaching, flowers held in her arms. Date puts a hand on Kiryu's shoulder, leaving him with a smile as Haruka and Kiryu head to meet her. The group smiling and laughing as they chat under the still blue sky. Finn.
Yay!
Yakuza 2!
I think that is by far the best ending of the series so far.
Yes.
Like by a country mile. I don't think, if I look at the game holistically, I think that I prefer Yakuza 1 a bit more, but it's just by a bit. And that's purely because I really think that there is a major gap between the quality of what's going on with the Ryuji stuff and the Omi stuff and the stuff that happens with all the cop nonsense, and there's a bit of a dip in the middle.
I don't know if I agree, and that may
fair.
just be my writing.
That
may just be my summarization.
I don't think it's like I can kind of begrudge the game those bits necessarily. I think it's more the things that I get out of Yakuza. I get the shirtless men, I get the Omi stuff, I get the fucking tigers and the panto villains and all that, and I love all of that stuff. I just don't care about the cops, but that's different. I fucking love. I was certain that Kaoru was going to die, but that's just because the series has set me up to think that. Are we to believe that Ryuji has also survived then?
No, Ryuji is dead.
Ryuji died.
Ryuji
there.
Goda is dead.
Oh, that sucks. I could have done with more Ryuji in my life, but that's fair enough. Which means that we are leaving off with the Omi Alliance is done.
Pretty gutted.
Chairman dead, Lieutenant's dead, the guy that was going to take over dead, Terada dead, even though he was like chairman but not chairman and all that sort of stuff. The Omi Alliance has been...
Yeah, but both sides are pretty gutted.
Yeah, well, see...
Tojo's not doing his... Tojo's not doing so good either.
Tojo's not doing good, but it still has...
chairman, but that's about it.
Tojo still has Kashiwagi and the acting chairman and Daigo, who...
But Kashiwagi's not exactly proven. He was basically a captain until 5 minutes ago, wasn't he?
But yeah, like, this is pretty... the force is pretty decimated.
Yeah. So I wonder what Yakuza 3 will be.
I think... Power Vacuum game. Is this your Power Vacuum? Your next Power Vacuum game? I think that 2 is my favourite so far.
I think agreed of the so fars.
I think that I love the silliness, and I know that 0 was the most recently written of all the ones we've seen so far. But I think there was almost a bit more of it was a bit more grown up. Not that the immaturity is a bad thing. I don't mean that. I love having all the silly stuff in it. Something about Kiryu being a bit more grown up. Something about, I don't know. It just as a story, I bought it. I was bought in a lot more.
I'd like to remind you of Gondawara's Goo Goo Gaga Club.
Yeah, no, I don't mean that. That's why
I think that was the most mature part of it.
I was trying to preface with that
Very
because
mature
I don't mean that stuff. I don't know. The whole thing felt a lot more real. I don't know. I was maybe it's just I'm getting to know the characters better. Very relieved that she didn't die at the end, because I mean, once again, I'm looking over at Monty's notebook, and you've just got to assume when you meet the new cast of characters every single bloody game. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I make that 9 named character deaths that I can count, and that's just on those pages.
This is making up for when I made Monty play Final Fantasy XIV, and he said that it was too bloodless. So I gave him a series that was nice and bloody.
I appreciate it. Really enjoyed this. What do you have for us next? Kiryu-chan. So there's just many JPEGs of Majima on screen, everyone.
And I'm leaving it at that!
Hey!
Okay, no tease for the next episode?
Done!
Very high quality pictures selected. We are coming back at some point soon with some maybe DLC for this.
Potentially, I don't know.
We will be back with the Yakuza 2 side saga. That's name I will leave unsaid.
Ooh.
Exciting.
Can you answer one question?
Sure.
Was it released as part of Kiwami?
It was only released as part of Kiwami.
Good.
So it was not a part of the original Yakuza 2.
We'll leave it at that. We'll say goodbye, and we'll see you all in the next episode.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye!
Hi, Dumpers. Do you like listening to stuff on Spotify, but you like the bit on YouTube where there's a video? Great news. Our podcasts have a video now on Spotify. So you can go and do that.
Spotify has videos now.
Bye.
You didn't know that,
All right.
did
Yeah. You. Sorry.
Cool stuff.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.